Today I want to talk about Illyria Windrunner, all the way from her beginning to Shadowlands, which is the most recent interaction that we have with her. In Dragonflight we don't see a whole lot of her yet, but maybe in the future? With that said, let's get into it. Illyria emerged into the world as the firstborn child of Larissa Windrunner, the esteemed Ranger General of Silvermoon, and Vareth Windrunner, who held the significant role of chief advisor to Anasterian Sunstrider. Her name paid homage to her maternal grandmother's legacy. Alongside her sisters Sylvanas and Verissa, she also shared her life with a younger brother named Lyrith. Destined to continue the Windrunner lineage, she was groomed to inherit her mother's position as Ranger General. Yet, she harbored a spirited disdain for the traditional confines and expectations of the High Elves. The path set by her mother was met with unwavering resistance by Illyria. Restless within the stasis of Quel'Thalas, she yearned for exploration, longing to engage with diverse races, embrace various cultures, and rekindle ties with the humans who once aided them during the Troll Wars. Larissa remained staunchly dedicated to the Elven isolationism, believing Quel'Thalas held the utmost importance and dismissing any lingering obligation to the humans. A pivotal moment arrived as she embarked on the demanding hunt to prove herself as Larissa's heir. Tasked with tracking down the formidable spring pawn named Mauler, she ventured into the wilds of Eversong Forest. Tragedy struck as she confronted the beast, becoming the hunted herself. In an act of valor, her sister Sylvanas intervened, depriving her of the chance to claim her own victory. The discord between her and her mother escalated over time, exacting a toll on the Farstriders, which is the elite order of Blood Elf Rangers led by Larissa. She sought solace with her companions, deepening the divide between those who shared her beliefs and Larissa's loyal adherents. A climactic confrontation led her to relinquish her claim to the Ranger General title and propose Sylvanas as her successor. With Lor'themar and Haldurin's support, Sylvanas assumed the mantle, a choice begrudgingly accepted by Larissa. The eldest Windrunner was granted the task of venturing beyond the kingdom's borders to establish a presence. Before her departure, she mended her bond with her mother and cherished a final serene evening with her family. Larissa gifted her a necklace adorned with an emerald, a ruby, and a sapphire, a cherished keepsake. Departing Quel'Thalas, she embarked on her journey alongside her loyal ranger companions, Varana, Relian, Aruk, and Tathrasar. Their quest was to explore the world beyond their homeland's borders. During her absence, tragedy struck the Windrunner family as Larissa and Vareth fell victim to the Orcish horde during a diplomatic mission. The Farstriders grappled with the choice of Sylvanas or her as their leader, reflecting divided loyalties, uniting their cause and silencing dissent. United once more, the Windrunner sisters confronted the looming threat of the Horde and Quel'Thalas' uncertain stance. While Sylvanas grappled with the intricacies of elven politics, she was unburdened by such constraints. She would march to the danger rising in Lordaeron, with or without the full support of her homeland. As the Horde's ominous presence cast its shadow over Lordaeron, the resolute Tyrannus Minethil invoked the age-old debt the Sunstriders owed the Arathi lineage, rallying support in the name of Anduin Lothar. Quel'Thalas' ruling council, perceiving the Horde more as a pretext to honor that debt rather than a genuine peril, dispatched a modest contingent of elven forces to bolster the alliance of Lordaeron. Amidst this deliberation, she stood as one of the rare voices in Quel'Thalas, understanding the real threat that the Horde posed to her people. Driven by this conviction, she defiantly led her rangers to Southshore, aligning herself with the alliance of Lordaeron, despite the absence of official orders. Side by side with Turalyon and Khadgar, she fervently engaged in the campaign to expel the encroaching orcs from Lordaeron's soil. News of the Horde's wanton destruction along Quel'Thalas' borders ignited a resolute fire within her. Guiding the Alliance's forces, she rallied to the defense of Silvermoon City, experiencing an emotional reunion with her sister Sylvanas, as well as companions Lor'themar Theron and Haldurin Brightwing. Though Sylvanas now held the mantle of Ranger General in her stead, Sylvanas entrusted her with Larissa's bow, Thaz-Dara, recognizing her elder sister's capacity to seek retribution on the front lines. In the company of Lor'themar, she stood beside Turalyon during the relentless siege of Capital City. A turning point arrived as the Horde, their resolve waning, retreated to the south. With the threat momentarily quelled, she and Lor'themar embarked on their return to Quel'Thalas. Triumph over the Horde was attained, but the victory was marred by a grievous toll. 18 of her kin, including her cherished younger brother Lyrith, fell in the struggle. Grief-stricken, she sought solace in the arms of Turalyon, eventually bearing his child, Eretor. Section 3. Beyond the Dark Portal. To the dismay of her companions, a shadow enveloped her. After 18 of her kin, including her younger brother, whom she wanted to protect more than anyone, were killed, she was filled with a bloodlust to exterminate the orcs. Now, she saw them as nothing but vile pests in need of eradication. She made a vow of retribution and set out on an unyielding quest for revenge, guiding her and a select group of rangers through human territories in an unceasing chase of rogue orcs from the Bleeding Hollow clan. As 2 years elapsed since the war's conclusion, she stood within Nethergard's confines, Khadgar revealing the ominous expansion of the portal's rift and the resurgence of the Alliance army's necessity. Tasked with the reluctant duty, she journeyed to Stormwind, intent on forewarning Turalyon. Amidst these events, she had already welcomed her son Eretor into the world. A powerful memory was imprinted in her mind as she saw her young son in the Stormwind Keep courtyard, brandishing a wooden sword against a frog, inadvertently striking a pillar. While another mother might find the sight endearing, it weighed on her heart with a sad wisdom she had to explain to Eretor the harsh reality of war. With the rallying of orcs under the banner of Ner'zhul and the emergence of Death Knights, she resolved to lead her rangers through the dark portal into Draenor, driven by her unquenchable thirst for vengeance and a desire to halt the Horde's malevolent march. As her departure loomed, she transformed her cherished necklace into 3 distinct fragments. The emerald remained in her possession, while the ruby and sapphire journeyed to Varisa and Sylvanas, respectively conveyed by Varana, her trusted lieutenant. In swift response to the renewed peril, the Alliance orchestrated an expedition into Draenor, bestowing upon her the rank of captain as she embarked upon this new chapter. Within Draenor's harsh landscapes, an epiphany struck her, prompting her to release the shackles of hatred and mourn her cherished ones lost to the ravages of war. This transformative moment occurred as Turalyon commanded her to remain behind, but her resolute spirit could not permit the sacrifice of a young human's life. Their souls rekindled a deep connection, much to the solace of their comrades. As fate progressed, her journey became linked to the downfall of Hellfire Citadel, where she placed her trust and her forces in the hands of reliable allies. Accompanied by Khadgar and Turalyon, she embarked on a quest to retrieve the skull of Gul'dan from the clutches of Deathwing. Moments of valiant defense and unwavering resolve followed, culminating in Khadgar's sealing of the last dark portal, enshrouding Azeroth in tranquility as Draenor succumbed to a cataclysmic upheaval. In a desperate bid for survival, she and her surviving allies entered a rift to the enigmatic Twisting Nether. Presumed to have met her fate, she and her valiant companions were hailed as heroes, their noble sacrifice eternally honored. A tribute to her valor stands prominently within the Valley of Heroes, a grand statue gracing the gates of Stormwind City, a testament to the indomitable spirit that burned within her. Section 4. 1,000 Years' War. Illyria and Turalyon found themselves in an unfamiliar corner of Draenor, a realm entwined with the volatile Twisting Nether as the world neared its demise. Lothraxion, a once loyal member of the Burning Legion turned warrior of the Army of the Light, emerged to their aid. The celestial being disclosed that they were destined to fight against the Legion, and his quest was to locate them. The Legion dispatched a relentless assassin to extinguish their lives. Swift and decisive, Illyria repelled the assassin's threat, her triumph witnessed by the Naaru Zira, who appeared before them. The Naaru, harbinger of prophecy, disclosed a grim revelation. Although the Legion faltered in their prior endeavor to invade Azeroth, their insidious designs would soon find fruition. Driven by a longing to embrace their son Eretor once more, her resolve materialized in a plea to Zira, urging her to send them back to Azeroth to rally its fractured nations against its imminent darkness. Zira, voicing skepticism, cautioned them that their support would prove insufficient. However, fate's intricate threads intertwined, binding her and Turalyon to a higher purpose, the unearthing of the Emerald Star, a celestial artifact capable of vanquishing the Legion for eternity. Conceding to the pressing urgency of Zira's mandate, the loyal pair ventured through a portal, joining the vanguard of the Army of Light. Bound by purpose, Turalyon and Illyria honed their prowess aboard the ethereal vessel known as the Zenidar, navigating the arcane currents of the Army's dimensional ship. In a transformative ritual, Zira infused Turalyon with the boundless light, gifting him with immortality. In a touching twist of fate, Illyria's communion with the light facilitated a momentary connection with her past, granting her a glimpse of a solemn ceremony within Stormwind City's Valley of Heroes. Through the radiant channel, she sensed her son's presence and was able to send her feelings to him. Young Eretor looked around and smiled, and then reached out to her statue, a subtle connection that traversed time and distance. Now in the wiki it doesn't say exactly how she was able to sense her son, but I'm guessing it was due to while Turalyon was being imbued with the light by Zira, she was close enough that she was able to sense Eretor and send her feelings to him, letting him know that she was watching out for him and she's still around somewhere in the cosmos. Amidst their valiant endeavors, the Army of the Light ventured upon a desolate prison world, only to uncover an unsettling void that eradicated the demons entrenched within. Amidst the chaos, Illyria fell prey to the void and was infected with it, becoming a vessel for unsettling visions. A kinship with the void ignited, and she pleaded with Lothroxian for him to tell her all he knew of the void. She learned of the enigmatic Locust Walker, unveiling the intricacies of the void's paradoxical existence, a cryptic tapestry of light and shadow, truth and falsehood. Her quest expanded, her thirst for knowledge centered on the elusive Locust Walker and others of his kind, much to the trepidation of her celestial overseer. As the sands of time continued to cascade, the Burning Legion's vile grasp enshrouded the remnants of Draenor, now Outland. Within the timeless embrace of the twisting Nether, over 5 centuries passed for her, while mere decades elapsed on Azeroth. Prophecy fulfilled, she stood at the precipice of destiny, recounting her vision of traversing the Legion-infested Argus, where the Emerald Star's secret dwelled. Zira, recognizing the opportune moment, dispatched her and Turalyon on a fateful voyage to uncover the enigmatic truth of the Emerald Star. A whispered confession resonated between the two, as she disclosed that her visions stemmed not from the light, but from an unsanctioned force that defied Zira's teachings. In this instance, Turalyon was willing to accept any help to fight the Legion, since he trusted Illyria's instincts more than the teachings from Zira about not using the Void. Navigating the formidable landscapes of Argus, her consciousness was struck by revelation, an ethereal transmission from the Titan world soul bound to the heart of the dying world. The Emerald Star's insidious nature unfurled, resurrecting the Legion's fallen under its dark shield. At this crucial crossroads, Turalyon's unwavering vow to liberate the world's soul from the Legion's grasp was witnessed. His sincere promise, voiced as the fabric of destiny unfolded, resonated deeply. Enveloped by the cacophony of battle, a dire confrontation unfolded, demons converging upon her and Turalyon's transport, an onslaught bordering on inescapable defeat. In the crucible of chaos, she summoned the forbidden might of the Void, a shadowy rift cleaving the veil between worlds. An agonizing separation unfolded as Turalyon, an embodiment of light, felt his essence torn asunder while her grasp pulled him into a distant realm. Grief and uncertainty painted their final exchange, as tearful hands recoiled from a searing touch, entwined in farewell's bittersweet embrace. The fleeting portal succumbed to the shadows, transporting her to the unknown, and leaving Turalyon engulfed in a torrent of emotions. Thus captured, she found herself ensnared within the Legion's clutches, imprisoned on Niskara, a world suspended in the chaotic void. A most unexpected companion surfaced, the enigmatic Locust Walker. Through resilience and unity, they vanquished their captors, invoking the Void to forge an escape. As darkness yielded to Void, her journey of mastery began, navigating her consciousness through the shadowy expanse. An alliance with the Locust Walker ensued, imparting wisdom on the harmony between light and shadow, the enigmatic equilibrium that shaped reality's multidimensional tapestry. Yet her passion took over her originally planned destiny. A vision seized her, a vision of Turalyon locked in a sinister embrace with an Eredar, embroiled in an imminent confrontation for his very soul. Bolstered by her newfound connection, her yearning to intervene clashed with the Locust Walker's teachings. A tumultuous clash took place, culminating in her decisive strike, prematurely ending her training. Tempers flared and Locust Walker deemed her act cowardice, one marked by predictable imperfection. Amidst their bitter exchange, an unexpected revelation happened. The shadowy alliance she sought to thwart, a force that defied the light and shadow, emerged anew, a rival power entwined in enigmatic destiny. Fueled by determination, she descended upon the scene, vanquishing the perilous assassin who sought to rend her husband's essence. The Void yielded her formidable strength, cleansing Turalyon's soul from nefarious toxins. As the confrontation escalated, Zira's luminous presence manifested, presiding over the climactic juncture. Turalyon and Lothroxian's impassioned plea softened her resolve, offering a glimmer of leniency. Yet her unyielding allegiance to the Void caused her incarceration, an ordeal that etched the final chapter of her odyssey. Section 5. Warlords of Draenor. A cowled ranger occasionally graces the thresholds of players' garrisons, weaving a tale of intrigue. She extends a formidable challenge to the player, tasking them with a quest of paramount importance: the retrieval of elusive high elf weaponry, epitomized by the elusive silver-lined arrow. This coveted relic, steeped in mystique, is rumored to reside within the treacherous depths of the void-ravaged expanse known as the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. As the player braves the perils of the burial grounds, unraveling the threads of darkness in pursuit of the puzzling arrow, the ranger's intentions gradually come to light. She reveals that the silver-lined arrow may have had a connection to Illyria, and hoped that somehow the twisting nether would bring Illyria to alternate Draenor. While that wasn't the case, and Illyria wouldn't be seen until we venture to Argus in the Legion expansion, it was the first hint at both Illyria's eventual return and her connection to the Void. Section 6. The Legion. Amidst years of relentless quests, the elusiveness of her whereabouts finally gives way to a beacon of possibility. The shadows part, unveiling a trail leading to a captured demon, ensnared within the relentless grasp of the Farstrider's interrogation. In the midst of anguish and chaos, the demon's bold admission reveals a grim reality: her existence as a captive, held in the sinister grip of Inquisitor demons on the desolate portal world of Niskara. With unwavering determination, Verisa Windrunner forges an unbreakable alliance with the Farstriders, uniting their strengths to track down the matriarch of the Windrunner legacy. A determined journey begins to take shape, composed of brave hearts working to free Illyria from the Legion's grasp before it is too late. The stakes are high, for the Legion's greedy eyes have turned to Illyria's legendary bow, Thaz Dara, a weapon of fabled might that threatens to amplify the Legion's dominance. While the echoes of battle sounding again, and Thaz Dara is rekindled, they eventually make it to Niskara and locate her bow, but Illyria is nowhere to be found, a wisp in the shadows. Verisa's tenacity prevails, birthing the conviction that Illyria, a phoenix of resilience, has defied her captors, fleeing the abyss to chart her path anew. And so the hunt perseveres, a timeless odyssey to reunite the fragmented Windrunner legacy. Amidst the cosmic upheaval, a beacon of light emerges. The radiant presence of Thaz Dara serves as testament to her enduring spirit. Hope ignites anew by the notion that she endured the cataclysmic fall of Draenor, persisting as a vigilant sentinel against the encroaching darkness. In the Chronicles of the Twisting Nether, Verisa envisions her as a celestial hunter, chasing the very essence of malevolence into its realm. An eternal saga of valor and retribution. Section 7. Argus. Just as the Zenidar was about to be shot down on Argus, Illyria's whereabouts were shrouded in uncertainty, with her last known location being a prison cell. Despite this, Turalyon held an unwavering belief in her survival. His faith was soon rewarded when Illyria emerged to aid him and an adventurer from Azeroth in vanquishing Aganar, who was a pit lord who resided in Outland before being killed at the pools that were once sacred springs the Draenei had used until Aganar was killed, and his blood corrupted the pools into what is now known as the Pools of Aganar in Outland. After defeating Aganar, a heartfelt reunion with her son Eretor took place aboard the Vindicar. Illyria expressed that every decision she and Turalyon had made was to ensure his safety, and their separation had been a heart-wrenching ordeal. With their family now reunited, Illyria made a solemn vow to prevent any future separation. When Verisa revealed to Illyria that Sylvanas was now the war chief of the Horde, she was in disbelief. The Horde's past actions against their people made this revelation hard to swallow. The fact that Sylvanas was now undead was another shocking truth that Verisa was hesitant to disclose. Deciding that such a conversation was best held in private, Verisa postponed the discussion. Verisa also shared the heroic deeds of the Huntmaster of the Unseen Path, who was the player character who completed the quest to acquire Thaz Dara, which is Illyria's bow she lost while she was a captive, during the mission to rescue Illyria on Niskaria. Illyria later personally thanked the Huntmaster for their bravery. She acknowledged that while she might need Thaz Dara back one day, the Huntmaster's skillful handling of it brought honor to the weapon and its previous owners. As her own path was diverging, she gave her blessing to the Huntmaster to continue wielding it with pride. The decision was made to retrieve Zira's body, who is the Prime Naru, from the fallen Zenidar, but Illyria expressed her apprehension about retrieving the rest of Zira's body from the Zenidar central chamber, fearing the possibility of imprisonment. Despite her fears, she assisted Turalyon in the task. After retrieving Zira's body, she was present on the Vindicar when Illidan's Stormrage rejected and killed Zira. Turalyon, filled with rage, attempted to strike Illidan down, while Illyria was taken back by Illidan's immense power to destroy the Prime Naru. Sometime later, During a meeting with Khadgar, Illyria and Turalyon were informed that Daneth and Kurdran were still alive. Despite his busy schedule, Khadgar expressed his desire to see them more often. They agreed that once the battle was over, they would hold a reunion feast for the Sons of Lothar. Illyria insisted that it was Khadgar's turn to buy the drinks. Upon discovering that the Crest of Knowledge, a piece of the crown of the Triumvirate, was inside the seat of the Triumvirate on Eredath. Now real quick, a quick mention of what those things are. The Crest of Knowledge is an item containing vast knowledge cultivated by the ancient Eredar. The crown of the Triumvirate is an ancient relic of the Eredar people of Argus, which was crafted thousands of years ago by the Triumvirate, consisting of Velen, Kil'jaeden, and Archimonde. Finally, the seat of the Triumvirate is where the Triumvirate ruled over Argus. Illyria shared her findings about the area. She revealed that the darkened Naru, Lura, had become a beacon, attracting the Shadowguard Ethereals to use her void energies for their own purposes. Illyria and an adventurer journeyed to the ruins of Eredath, where they encountered Krogol being forcefully infused with the void by the Ethereals. They also met Illyria's mentor, Locust Walker, who was investigating the Shadowguard's activities on Argus. Locust Walker questioned Illyria about her use of shadow magic, especially given Turalyon's affinity for the light. Illyria retorted that without the light, there is no shadow. Upon vanquishing the Ethereals of the Shadowguard incursion, Locust Walker deemed Illyria worthy of another chance to chase her destiny. In a fierce battle with the Void Revenant, Nalathoth, Illyria emerged victorious, and Locust Walker retrieved the creature's heart, presenting it to Illyria, who consumed it. Locust Walker imparted wisdom to Illyria, assuring her that as long as she remained control over her mind, she could harness the power of the Void. He hinted at the possibility of revealing his own mastery over the Void someday before departing. Their paths crossed again within the enigmatic seat of the Triumvirate. Amidst the clash with Lura, Locust Walker urged Illyria to tap into the power of the Void Rifts that the darkened Naru was opening. This led to a pivotal moment where Illyria absorbed Lura's essence, undergoing a transformation into a void state. Recognizing the need to explore the boundaries of her newfound power, Illyria and Locust Walker exited the seat. Later, aboard the Vindicar, Illyria affirmed her control over her new form, demonstrating her ability to switch it on and off at will. Following the imprisonment of Sargeras by the Pantheon at the seat of the Pantheon, Illyria's heart yearned for her return to Azeroth, to be reunited with her family and to once again witness the verdant forests of her homeland. Yet a sense of dread clouded her anticipation of meeting Sylvanas. She was compelled to see for herself the transformation of her sister. She questioned whether Sylvanas was still the sister she knew, or had become a creature forsaken by the light. Illyria acknowledged her own transformation, aware that her command over new powers might raise doubts about her loyalties. With much to contemplate, she resolved to remain composed and focused. Section 8. Three Sisters. Strolling hand in hand through the storied Valley of Heroes within Stormwind, Illyria and her beloved Turalyon embarked on a journey both physical and emotional. Amidst the tranquil hush of the surroundings, Illyria shared revelation that held profound significance. A family reunion, a gathering of windrunners, beckoned on the horizon, almost suspended between hope and uncertainty. It was an endeavor fueled by a yearning to unravel the intricacies of their shared bond after the trials of time, and to reconnect with her long-lost sisters. She made a firm decision within herself, a strong resolve to let go of past trouble and find out if family bonds could withstand the stormy waves of change. Illyria bore a precious relic, a token that transcended both time and space. An emerald Windrunner locket, a tangible symbol of unity forged in Stormwind and bestowed upon her sisters. As she stood at this crossroads, the weight of her own choices and the haunting echoes of the void murmured through her thoughts. The locket, an embodiment of shared heritage, whispered a tale of past, present, and the potential future that lay before them. With grace and purpose, Illyria conjured a portal of void energy, bidding Turalyon a heartfelt goodbye. She left with him a message for Eretor. In the event that she didn't come back from this meeting with her sisters expressing her love, all the while resisting the sinister whispers in her mind that urged her to abandon her affection for Turalyon and end his life. The meeting of sisters began with Verisa, or Little Moon, a cherished endearment that encapsulated the bond they shared. Golden tresses danced in the wind as Verisa playfully dubbed Illyria Lady Sun, a poignant juxtaposition that mirrored their past and the uncharted territories that lay ahead. The camaraderie, once forged in shared laughter and dreams, painted vivid strokes of reminiscence across their conversation. A dance of words wove tales of alliances and betrayals, of horde and alliance, of battles fought and love lost. After they talked, the two had to meet Sylvanas. They embarked on a journey to the eerie Ghostlands. Here, Sylvanas recounted the tale of Arthas Menethil, who led the Scourge to devastate the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. The Windrunner sisters were given skeletal horses by Sylvanas, aiding their mission to purge the undead they encountered en route to their ancestral home, Windrunner Spire. During their journey, they engaged in a game, One is a Lie, where each sister made 3 statements, one being false. Their path led them to Golden Mist Village, now inhabited by the spirits of those they once knew. As they defended themselves from these spectral attackers, Illyria accused Sylvanas of manipulating Varisa into assassinating Garrosh Hellscream. This happened in the book War Crimes, where Garrosh was being put on trial for everything he had done, and Varisa wanted revenge for the death of her husband Ronan, who perished in the bombing of Theramore. So Varisa asked Sylvanas for a poison to kill Garrosh, but at the last minute couldn't do it, and Varisa told Anduin, who then saved Garrosh. Sylvanas defended her actions, revealing the plot was Varisa's from the beginning. She blamed Varisa's lack of resolve for the fallout of Garrosh's actions, including the third invasion of the Burning Legion. In a fit of rage, Sylvanas unleashed her Banshee powers on the spirit, annihilating it. Illyria, horrified by Sylvanas' savagery, transformed into her void form, declaring that the sister she once knew was lost. During their argument, Varisa attempted to defuse the situation as she did when they were kids, reminding them of their mission to cleanse their home of the undead and revealing the outcomes of their game. Illyria confessed her truths. She missed her sisters and had no regrets about her long absence from Azeroth. Her lie was that she viewed the void as a gift, when in fact she saw it as a relentless struggle she was determined to overcome. Sylvanas, when it was her turn, opted not to continue the game. Illyria told Sylvanas to keep her secrets. Illyria admitted she had come to see if she still had a family, as Lyrith would have wanted her to try. However, it was clear to her that her family was irreparably broken. Illyria then created a void portal to send Varisa home before returning to her son and Turalyon. Section 9. Void Elves. In the midst of a looming war with the Horde, King Anduin Wrynn made a resounding declaration. The Alliance was in dire need of allies. Illyria, a stalwart figure among the Blood Elves of Silvermoon, took this call to heart. She was steadfast in her belief that given the chance, the majority of her kin would willingly sever ties with the Horde and rejoin the Alliance. With this conviction, Illyria embarked on a journey to her homeland. There, she met an old comrade from her Farstrider days, Lor'themar Theron. Time had transformed him into the Regent Lord of their homeland, a place that had changed almost beyond recognition. Coincidentally, her arrival was mirrored by that of First Arcanist Tharissa of the Nightborn, who was also on a quest to forge an alliance with Silvermoon. Lor'themar introduced Illyria as a hero from Silvermoon's past. After exchanging cordial greetings with Tharissa and Liadrin, Illyria presented her proposal to the Regent. Lor'themar's response was curt, his words tinged with disappointment. He had hoped that Illyria's visit was motivated by love for Silvermoon, not a task for the Boy King, as he put it. The conversation took a bitter turn, with Illyria suggesting that Lor'themar was merely parroting Sylvanas' words, and Lor'themar raising concerns about Illyria's ties to the Void and its inherent dangers. Realizing that her offer had been anticipated and spurned, Illyria readied herself to leave. But before she did, she expressed a desire to see the Sunwell once more. It had been 1,000 years from her perspective since she last laid eyes on it. Romoth was against the idea, but Lor'themar overruled him. He declared that no matter what Illyria had become, she was a daughter of Quel'Thalas. He would not deny her the chance to visit their people's most sacred site. When Illyria stood before the Sunwell, she was in awe of its rejuvenation, noting that while it was as she remembered, its energies had evolved. Liadrin confirmed that the well now sustained their people with both the light and the arcane. Suddenly, the plateau was engulfed in void corruption, summoning void beasts, and everyone present sprang into action to prevent the Sunwell's destruction. Illyria battled the creatures, including a formidable void horror named Arun the Darkener, and worked to seal a massive rift portal created by the unseen instigator of the attack. Joining forces with Romoth and Tharissa, Illyria managed to close the rift. However, Romoth, blaming her for the attack, angrily demanded her arrest as a saboteur. Lor'themar stepped in, choosing to banish her instead, as her mere presence threatened Quel'Thalas. But before she left, Illyria learned a crucial fact from Romoth. There were Blood Elves practicing the Void who, like her, had been exiled due to the danger the Void posed to the Sunwell. Upon her return to Stormwind, Illyria shared the results of her diplomatic efforts with Anduin and disclosed her newfound knowledge about the exiles. She and a champion of the Alliance then embarked on a mission back to Quel'Thalas, driven by a sense of empathy for her kin who might be in peril due to the whispers of the Void, and the desire to bolster the Alliance's strength with their aid. Arriving in the Ghostlands, Illyria took a moment to reflect on the changes that had occurred in her homeland during her prolonged absence. She followed a breadcrumb trail of information left by Magister Umbruk, a scholar deeply fascinated by the Void and the leader of the exiles. Through this trail, Illyria uncovered various echoes that shed light on Umbruk's history and motivations. From his conflict with Romoth to his discovery of a void world that held an object with immense power over the shadows. Upon reaching Dawnstar Spire, Illyria discovered the final piece of Umbruk's narrative and opened a portal to the world she believed he was seeking, known as the Telegrass Rift. There, she encountered Umbruk, who had heard of her own experiences with the Void and was pleased to meet her. Illyria felt a sense of camaraderie with Umbruk, a fellow outcast from Silvermoon. Umbruk guided Illyria to the artifact he and his followers had discovered and initiated a spell to unleash its power. However, their ritual was abruptly disrupted by Nether Prince Durzan. The Void infected Ethereal who had previously assaulted Illyria at the Sunwell. Durzan, with a sinister intent to corrupt the Blood Elves with the Void, initiated a ritual to strip them of their mortality and lure them into submission. Illyria, filled with fury and a desire to safeguard her kin, engaged in a fierce battle against Durzan, urging her people to resist the whispers of the Void. She also rebuffed Durzan's attempts to persuade her to surrender to the Abyss. Together with the champion, Illyria defeated Durzan and liberated her people, who had been transformed by the Void. Umbruk, now changed by the Shadow, expressed his gratitude to Illyria for saving him from complete madness induced by the Void. Illyria proposed to instruct him and his fellow elves on how to control the Void, and in return, he and their people, now known as the Void Elves, would pledge their allegiance to the Alliance. Umbruk accepted Illyria's proposition, stating that Silvermoon had abandoned him long ago, and pledged his loyalty to Illyria, who assumed the role of their new leader. Umbruk also became their primary representative to the Alliance. With a sense of victory, Illyria returned to announce her success and the addition to the Void Elves to the Alliance's forces. Telegrass Rift was established as the Elves' headquarters, and Illyria's mentor, Locust Walker, journeyed there to assist her in educating and training the Void Elves. Section 10. Battle for Azeroth. During the pivotal battle for Lordaeron, the Gnome and Void Elf forces under the leadership of Gelban Mekatork and Illyria respectively made a timely entrance through void portals, turning the tide of the battle against a formidable undead army. Illyria had a personal face-off with Thanos Blightcaller, and when she and Anduin cornered Sylvanas, Illyria expressed regret for not having eliminated her sister when she had the chance. In a bid to safeguard Azeroth and finally vanquish Sylvanas, Horde rebels under the leadership of Varrock Sourfang, in alliance with the Alliance, prepared to launch an attack on Orgrimmar, establishing their base in Razor Hill. However, before the combined forces of the Horde and Alliance could initiate their assault on Sylvanas' troops, they were joined by Illyria and Varisa. Illyria, sensing the liberation of N'Zoth, proposed that Sylvanas' army, potentially the only force capable of defeating the Old God, should be allowed to fight, suggesting that the Alliance and Horde rebels should stand down. Anduin, however, was quick to counter that Sylvanas would not fight for their cause, reminding Illyria that Sylvanas had led both fleets into Queen Najara's trap at a time when the war seemed to be nearing its end. Asserting that they could not wage two wars simultaneously, Anduin insisted that Sylvanas must be defeated here and now, before all hope was lost. Convinced by Anduin's reasoning, Illyria pledged that she and Varisa would scout Sylvanas' lines for vulnerabilities. While Illyria was ready to confront Sylvanas' troops, Varrock Sourfang, viewing Sylvanas' followers as his Horde kin and reluctant to shed more Horde blood, challenged Sylvanas to a Mat-Gara duel, meaning Duel of Honor, which traditionally is a duel to the death, but under Warchief Thrall's rule it became a non-lethal combat. However, participants can choose to forego this. During the face-off, Sourfang managed to make Sylvanas confess that she saw the Horde as nothing, leading her to quickly kill him and desert the Horde. With Sylvanas' departure, the Horde reunited, with her previous loyalists switching sides to Sourfang's revolution. With Sourfang's demise and Sylvanas no longer leading the Horde, the Alliance forces, including Illyria, withdrew from Durotar. Section 11. Shadows Rising. King Anduin tasked Illyria and Turalyon with the mission of tracking down Sylvanas, although he was initially disappointed by Illyria's lack of progress. Illyria experienced a chilling vision in which Sylvanas overpowered her using her death powers, nearly choking her to death. Illyria once again lamented her missed opportunity to kill Sylvanas at Windrunner Spire, and then witnessed the death of Turalyon and Eretor, before abruptly waking from her nightmare. She later confided in Turalyon about her visions of 1,000 futures, each more horrifying than the last, and made a solemn vow to rise above her darkest self in order to thwart her younger sister's plans. During their search, Daneth Trollbane brought to their attention that a Dark Ranger had been spotted among a group of Horde refugees in the Arathi Highlands. After securing the refugees, they were ambushed by Zun, a young orc. Turalyon managed to subdue him with a touch of humor, and both agreed to spare him when Gauzes pleaded for her son's life. Illyria, recalling memories of her time with Eretor playing in the courtyard of Stormwind Keep, advised Zun, contrary to what he had been taught, war was not about glory, but about witnessing people at their worst, and choosing to protect them regardless. While surveying the refugees, Illyria and Turalyon found that their quarry was not among them. However, Illyria's void powers allowed her to sense that Gauzes held the information they needed. Turalyon initially attempted a gentle interrogation of the orc, but after an hour of fruitless questioning, they reluctantly concluded that they needed the information at any cost. Illyria confessed her discomfort at the thought of torturing civilians, but she saw no other viable option, given the urgency of preventing Sylvanas and her followers from causing further harm after the horrors of the Fourth War. When Gauzes defiantly resisted their questioning, Illyria used her void powers to probe her memories and thoughts. This provoked Apothecary Cutley to demand that she stop. He revealed that Vizrin had sworn them to silence and had inadvertently mentioned her plan to head to Faldur's Cove to secure a boat. Upon hearing this, Illyria halted her assault and instructed Captain Celesel Nightgiver to provide the refugees with food, blankets, and any other necessities. She also ordered Nightgiver to send Cotley to Stormwind, suspecting that he might know more. Despite the urgency of their mission, Illyria couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret for the measures she had been forced to take. Armed with fresh intelligence, Illyria and Turalyon set their course for Faldur's Cove. There, they encountered a man wielding a dagger that seemed more at home in a Forsaken's grip. When the man proved uncooperative, Turalyon restrained him with the light's power, while Illyria probed his mind. In the midst of their intense interrogation, Jaina Proudmoore made her appearance, having been dispatched by Anduin to get an update from the duo. Jaina was taken back by their harsh methods, and when Turalyon defended their actions by revealing the man's connection to a Sylvanas agent, Jaina demanded proof. Turalyon presented the Forsaken dagger, and Illyria shared her findings from the mental probe. The Dark Ranger was en route to Zandalar. Jaina departed to relay this information to Anduin, a move Illyria perceived as snitching. However, Anduin dismissed Jaina's concerns, arguing that the Horde's heinous acts, like the burning of Teldrassil, warranted their extreme measures. He reminded Jaina of her own recent aggressive stance, and expressed his continued faith in Illyria and Turalyon's moral compass. Later, Jaina hosted Turalyon and Illyria in Boralis at Anduin's behest, in case Matthias Shaw found nothing on the Zandalari coast. Their meeting was interrupted by Flynn Fairwind, who brought news of Shaw's capture by the Zandalari Empire. Illyria was quick to suspect a Sylvanas-Zandalari alliance, sparking another heated exchange with Jaina, who cautioned her against fanning the flames of conflict and jeopardizing the treaty. Jaina declared her intention to leverage the treaty before resorting to force against the Horde. Section 12, Shadowlands. In the wake of King Anduin's disappearance at the hands of the Mossworn and Turalyon's subsequent elevation to the role of Regent and Guardian of the Kingdom, Illyria made the strategic decision to relocate to the War Room within the imposing walls of Stormwind Keep. Her aim was to bolster the strength of the Alliance, which had been severely tested by recent events. Later, Illyria was among the distinguished Alliance leaders who convened with the Horde counterparts in the formidable Bolvar Foredragon at the Frozen Throne, a chillingly iconic location within the icy confines of Icecrown Citadel. During the tumultuous events that unfold in the Shadowlands, Sylvanas experienced a profound reunion with a fragment of her soul that had been lost for an agonizingly long time. Following the ultimate defeat of the Jailer, Illyria and Verisa embarked on a journey to Oribos to bear witness to Sylvanas' trial. In a twist of fate, Sylvanas found herself at the mercy of her sworn enemy, Tyrande Whisperwind. The three sisters, bound by blood and shared history, had only a fleeting moment to say their goodbyes before Tyrande pronounced Sylvanas' fate. A daunting task to cleanse the Maw and liberate all the souls ensnared within its dark depths. Sylvanas accepted her fate with a stoic resolve, sharing a final poignant glance with Illyria and Verisa before plunging into the Maw. In the aftermath, Illyria and Verisa lingered in the Ring of Transference, reflecting on their shared losses and nurturing a fragile hope that Sylvanas might one day complete her penance, allowing for a long-awaited family reunion. I want to talk about the little brother of the Windrunner sisters, Lyrith Windrunner. He's mentioned in-game according to the internet, but I can't find specific instances of him in-game, minus an Easter egg at Windrunner Spire where you see him performing for his three sisters like he did so many years ago. His tale begins at his birth, as it does for anyone. But while it was a joyous day for the whole family, Sylvanas' father's words echoed in her head that day, and they were words she tried very hard to stick to. "I will never hurt you, ever, and no one else will either. With loving courage, I will keep you safe." Lyrith was dubbed Little Lord Sun due to his bright blonde hair, but all the children had nicknames of that sort. Sylvanas was dubbed Lady Moon by Illyria. Illyria herself was Lady Sun, and finally Verisa was Little Moon. Now all three of his sisters are great warriors, great rangers, and he always wanted to follow in their footsteps. Being able to go out and fight to protect his home with them was always a dream of his. But while he wasn't physically strong, he did possess a great skill for music, and he and Sylvanas always had a special bond. She loved her little brother more than she could ever describe. She would fight 1,000 trolls single-handedly rather than see harm come to him. In her eyes, it was her job to keep everyone safe with her sisters and his job to entertain them with his incredible musical skills. He would perform at Lord Sathrahil's gatherings, where his reputation as a musician would grow, and eventually his talent caught the eye of Prince Kael'thas during one of those parties. He was so moved by Lyrith's performance that he arranged for Lyrith to apprentice at Silvermoon's artist quarter. Upon hearing the news, the whole family was excited for him. But Sylvanas was especially relieved that due to him being in Silvermoon and working on his music, he wouldn't be out trying to stop the evils of the world, and she could focus on that and be happy that he was safe. But things weren't all perfect for Lyrith in Silvermoon. Over time, his family would visit him less and less. He would see his father periodically, but he would remark that he has lost his smile as of late. When Sylvanas would come to visit him after a long time, and she had forgotten about his name day, which I take to mean his birthday, which caused Lyrith to feel as if she had forgotten about him and that she just didn't seem to care. But as stated before, that was the furthest thing from the truth. The two ended up having a fight and left Sylvanas upset and unsure of what she could or should have done. She tried to think of what her father would say. He was always the wise one with the phrases that would put things into perspective. Or if Verisa was there, she was one who was good at diffusing situations of that nature. But with just the two of them, it wasn't so easy. People forget things all the time, but when someone important to you forgets things like that, it can hurt more than it normally would. Over time, they would forgive, and the family shared a special moment at their favorite spot they would visit next to a lake. Illyria was out doing her ranger duties, and their parents had just left to go out on business. They joked that, "I missed them already," just as they saw them hop on their dragonhawks and ride off. Verisa had Lyrith's arm around her, and Lyrith invited Sylvanas into the other arm. And Sylvanas just thought, "I could never forget you, little Lord Sun." Sadly, after this happy day, grief was right around the corner. They learned their parents had been killed in an ambush. They couldn't believe it, as their mother, being the Ranger General, would never fall for an ambush. She was better than that. But in the end, they had to get along with grieving. But it would be easier for some than others. Lyrith was the worst at hiding his emotions, and when he learned of his parents' deaths, he was spurred to want to fight more. To Lyrith, everything felt empty and frivolous now. The world before was a world of softness, of privilege, of wine, song, laughter. But that world is gone now, and is never coming back. It is replaced with the reality of war and death. Sylvanas agreed and disagreed with his thoughts. In the present, their world was shattered, and the world of softness and music was gone from this moment, and many more in the future. But it wasn't gone, never to be seen again. She just wanted him to realize that, and hoped her words would sway him to see it. But grief has a way of blinding the truth, and can also hurt you in the long run if you make rash decisions. Sylvanas wanted more for him. Her sisters, though, had already known the world could be punishing and violent. The three stood between that darkness and the hard truth, and she wanted Lyrith to not have to do what they had to do. She wanted him to be there for when the world would recover, when their people would rely on the songs and happiness he could bring with his talent. She never wanted him to taste the bitterness that the three of them already knew. Sylvanas tried to make him see reason. Do you know how hard it was on them that all their daughters followed Mother's path? A path of danger, of violence, where we could die at any minute? Don't you think they sighed with relief, knowing that at least one of their children might be safe? Don't you think Illyria, Varisa, and I do? It's hard enough having to bury mother and father to mourn them. Do you think I want to bury you? Mourn you? I don't. I won't. And that is why I refuse to teach you. She had valid points, and had Lyrith not been grieving, he may have understood what she was saying and agreed. But that isn't what happened. He went to Varisa and had asked her to train him. She agreed, feeling it was better to get training from her than someone else, or even try to train on his own. At the end of the day, she just wanted to help her little brother. An attack came to Sylvanas' home by the orcs. She arrived after it was said and done. The family home that had been protected and safe for years, but now was in ruin. With the bodies of their guards and friends all around her, she was desperate to find survivors. She was having no luck, but something stopped her in her tracks. She found a body with an axe in his back, and evidence that he had lived after that attack. It wasn't a quick kill. He was clad in leather armor, not the robes of what her brother would wear, but as she got closer, she saw the hue of his hair, gold as minted coin, and her legs went weak. She got closer, and after turning him over, realized it was Lyrith, little Lord's son. He had tried to help fight off the orcs, but was no match. Whether he had to fight because he had no choice, or he actively got into the battle due to having some training and wanting to help others, isn't clear. But the end result is that Sylvanas didn't know what to do. She hoped it was a dream, hoped she would wake up from this, and it would just be something she could talk about it with him after. That wasn't the case. As she waited to wake up, the world stood still, and she cradled the one she swore to protect. The one person she would fight 1,000 trolls single-handedly to keep safe. But here he was, gone, and all she could do was think of the vow she took to herself when he was a baby, in the words of her father. I will never hurt you, ever, and no one else will either. With love and courage, I will keep you safe. She's broken that vow twice now, once with her words, and today. But now there's no chance for reconciliation, or the chance to apologize. She just sat there, cradling him as she did when he was a baby in the afternoon sunshine, and remained still and silent as the world went on. As she was cradling him, she noticed the trail showing he tried to get away to safety as his life came to an end, and making the situation that much worse. After being laid next to his parents, Sylvanas wanted nothing but revenge. She said that whoever trained him, whoever indulged his fantasy to be a warrior, was to blame, as much as the one who buried the axe in his back. Sadly, she didn't have to look far for the culprit. Varisa admitted she trained him. She was just trying to help him, but Sylvanas was having none of it. She told Lorthamar to keep Varisa away from her, perhaps forever. Now this story personally hit me close to home, having dealt with the loss of someone who passed suddenly due to their own design. The feelings that Christy Golden describes hit me right in the heart, and everything that she described is spot on for what I went through. The anger that Sylvanas felt, the guilt, the questions, everything. It isn't a wound that ever heals. I wasn't sure how many people knew the full story of him, and there is more in the Sylvanas book, but I just wanted to give more of a brief overview. But there's a lot more conversation between him and the family and Sylvanas that really drive home all of it. And I personally listened to the audiobook with Patty Mattson narrating it, and she did fantastic. I would definitely recommend it, if nothing else, just for her narration. It was very well done. But I wanted to highlight him and the fact that his death is what has Sylvanas and Illyria on a rage to kill the orcs and just want them all dead. Obviously Varisa was mad as well, but I didn't remember reading any mention of her having as much of a bloodlust as her other two sisters. It could be that she felt more guilt than anything due to training him, but she was only doing it out of love. Just as Sylvanas was not training him because she wanted to protect him from the fight. Either way, I thought it was interesting to see that side of Sylvanas, and know more about a character that really isn't mentioned in the game. Deneth Trollbane was a seasoned mercenary captain in the Stormguard militia at the start of the Second War. He rose to become General Turalian's tactical advisor during the conflict. He gained renown for his leadership skills during the decisive battle to free Khazad-dûm, earning him a reputation as one of Stormguard's most esteemed warriors and a prominent veteran of the war. His exceptional abilities as a general and combatant led to his appointment as overseer of the Orc internment camps in Azeroth, with his headquarters located at Stormwind. He was called upon to reinforce Netherguard Keep when the Horde reopened the Dark Portal. Leading his forces from Stormwind, he headed to Netherguard, but was ambushed by the Death Knights and the new Warsong clan. Realizing that the Horde would win the battle, his men sacrificed themselves so that he could warn Khadgar, the wizard in charge of Netherguard. Despite his desire to stay with his men, he knew he had to fulfill their sacrifice and rode to Netherguard, which was under siege by the Warsong clan, led by Grommash Hellscream. They were eventually relieved by General Turalian, his friend and commander. For the rest of his days, he would carry the guilt of leading and abandoning his boys, as he fondly referred to them as, to be mercilessly slaughtered. When Ner'zhul took the Book of Medivh and other items to Draenor, he joined the Alliance expedition as second-in-command and tactical advisor to General Turalian. After capturing Hellfire Citadel, he led half of the expedition along with Curdran Wildhammer's Griffin Riders and half of Valyria's Rangers in pursuit of Ner'zhul. During the chase, Curdran was struck down by Ner'zhul, fueling Daneth's rage. He wanted to launch a full attack on Auchindoun, where the Horde had taken refuge, but was advised by Tathrasar to calm down. While waiting, he and Tathrasar encountered the Erakoa Grizzak, who informed them that Curdran was still alive. They followed Grizzak into the tunnels of Auchindoun, where they met the Draenei priest Nemoran. Convincing Nemoran that they were there to rid the temple of orcs, Daneth and his allies fought alongside the Draenei against the orcs. This marked the first time humans, elves, dwarves, and Draenei fought together. After rescuing Curdran, he faced off against Kilrog Deadeye, a renowned orc chieftain who stood in their way to Ner'zhul. After a fierce but honorable duel, he emerged victorious. But Ner'zhul had already escaped. He then joined Turalian in the siege of the Black Temple, where Ner'zhul was opening new portals. As Draenor began to tear apart, he and his comrades defended Khadgar while he closed the Dark Portal to Azeroth. They then disappeared into one of the rifts created by Ner'zhul to escape the dying world. Daneth Trollbane's legacy lives on, as he and the other leaders from the expeditionary force have been immortalized in stone in the Valley of Heroes in Stormwind. In Burning Crusade, you learn that he and his men have survived the cataclysm that created Outland, and now reside at Honorhold, a stronghold that has stood since before the sealing of the portal. Honorhold was left to fend for itself in the battle against the Burning Legion and the Fel Orcs of Mactheridon, until Lord Khazak reopened the portal many years later. Daneth, along with the rest of the Alliance forces, were presumed dead by those who remained on Azeroth. However, it was revealed that many of them, including Daneth, were still alive. With General Turalian missing, he has taken on the leadership of the Sons of Lothar in Turalian's absence. Reunited with the Alliance, he has welcomed much-needed supplies and reinforcements from Stormwind and Netherguard. Through these reinforcements, he has learned of the fate of his beloved Stormguard, which was destroyed during the events of the Third War. Once his duty in Outland is complete, he hopes to return to Stormguard and restore it to its former glory. He is the last of the 5 leaders of the expedition who remains at Honorhold. Khadgar has settled in Shattrath after his journeys to other worlds, while Curdran and most of the Wildhammer clan have established a base in Shadowmoon Valley. He has not heard from Turalian or Illyria in over a decade. Eretor, the son of Turalian and Illyria, has accompanied the Alliance reinforcements and visited Daneth in search of his parents. Daneth informed him that his father has been missing for a long time. Now in Cataclysm you don't actually see Daneth anywhere, but you do get a hint of his return. His return was teased when players would talk to Scuerto, in which he would say, "I'm sick of sitting in this hole. I hope whatever pencil pusher is holding up Daneth's return gets a punch in the jimmies." But he doesn't return until Legion. Now in Legion, Daneth made a triumphant return during the 3rd invasion of the Burning Legion, taking on the role of a quest starter for the warrior artifacts. While on a reconnaissance flight above the broken shore with an Alliance warrior, he was unfortunately struck by Legion's siege weapons and disappeared after his griffin fell towards the sea. However, he assured the player that he would find an alternative way back. Later on, Daneth can be found at a Hero's Welcome, where he reflects on his close encounters with demons and vows that they will not get a 3rd chance to take him down. If the player is a warrior, he expresses his relief at their survival and states that he never doubted them. He also mentions that he will soon return to the front lines. When it is revealed that Illyria and Turalyon are still alive, Khadgar reunites with them on Argus, the homeworld of the Burning Legion. During their reunion, Khadgar informs him that both Kurdran and Daneth are still alive, although he admits that he doesn't get to see them as often as he would like. The three of them make plans for a reunion feast once the fighting is over, a celebration of the Sons of Lothar's resilience and victory. Each Hallow's End, a haunting voice reverberates across the heavens.
Prepare yourselves. The bells have tolled. Shelter your weak, your young, and your old. Each of you shall pay the final sum. Cry for mercy! The reckoning has come! The sky is dark. The fire burns! You strive in vain as fate's wheel turns!
But what's his story? What led to his current form? Was he always unhinged? Today, we unravel the mystery behind the creation of the Headless Horseman. In the shadowy lands of Tirisfal Glades, just a stone's throw from Agamond Mills, resided Thomas Thompson and his kin, proprietors of a thriving pumpkin farm. As a paladin, he was among those who bore witness to and agreed with the refusal of Uther the Lightbringer and Jaina Proudmoore to accept Prince Arthas's drastic plan to cleanse Stratholme. He was a silent observer as the Scourge wreaked havoc on Lordaeron, and was present when Baron Rivendare treacherously dispatched a shipment of infected grain to a village under his protection. News reached him of Prince Arthas's return from Northrend and the subsequent murder of his father. Thomas was convinced that the seeds of this heinous act were sown much earlier, perhaps as far back as the Stratholme incident. A mere 5 days later, he learned of the tragic demise of Uther and the loss of numerous fellow paladins at the hands of Arthas. In a desperate bid to ensure his family's safety, he instructed his wife and 2 children to seek refuge in Kalimdor, following Jaina, while he stayed behind in Lordaeron with the Silver Hand, vowing to vanquish the Scourge. Over the ensuing 4 years, Thomas, along with other paladins under the banner of the Ashbringer, Alexandros Mograine, waged a relentless war against the Scourge, under the guidance of Saidan Dathrahan, a man he greatly admired. However, the Silver Hand was shattered when Renault Mograine killed his father with the Ashbringer, leading to the founding members of the Argent Dawn departing, swayed by High Inquisitor Fairbank's account. Undeterred, Thomas chose to align himself with the Scarlet Crusade. In a fateful day, Saidan Dathrahan guided Thomas and his companions to a refugee-filled town, where they were welcomed under the pretense of a routine plague inspection. Gradually, Dathrahan persuaded Thomas that the townsfolk were infected, and unlike the incident at Stratholme, Thomas participated in the massacre of the refugees. In a tragic twist of fate, he unknowingly slew his own family, his daughter's face turning towards him just as his blade ended her life. He surmised that the ship he had sent them onto Kalimdor must have been caught in an early storm, damaging it before it could set sail. With Lordaeron in turmoil, there would have been no craftsmen to mend the ship, and the remaining vessels would have been overcrowded, forcing the displaced passengers to seek shelter wherever possible. Shattered by his actions, he was returned to the Scarlet Monastery, where he eventually lost his sanity, convinced the entire world was infected and communicating in verse. He believed he was the sole savior. After slaying many of his former allies on Hallow's End, he was confronted and decapitated. Dathrahan chose to honor the fallen crusader with a dignified burial. Once the tomb was sealed and he was alone with the body, Dathrahan, who was in reality Balazar, a dreadlord masquerading as the deceased general, used his own blood and demonic energies to resurrect Thomas's corpse, thus creating the Headless Horseman, a being with his own deranged free will. There is a quest you can do to put the Horseman at peace and be reunited with his family. For the Horde, it starts outside of Undercity, and you talk to Orphan Matron Nanny. For the Alliance, you talk to Matron Mother Sequel, which she is outside of Stormwind. When you talk to either of them, you get told that the spirit of Thomas Thompson has called for you and is seeking your help. You get told to go to Scarlet Monastery to locate his spirit and see how you can help. Upon reaching the monastery, Sir Thomas remarks, "The Scarlet Monastery. It appears I am not yet able to leave this dreadful place behind." After accepting the subsequent quest, it is revealed that his wife's spirit is missing. As Hallow's End draws near, the spirits haunting the monastery emerge from the shadows, and he hopes to find answers among them regarding his wife's fate. As you traverse the monastery, various shades are seen reliving their nightmares. Initially, you approach a crusader terrified of the infection spreading from the grain in the area. Upon confronting the crusader, a shade of fear materializes, which you must defeat. 2 more shades appear when confronting spirits, the shade of deception when you confront the shade of Dathrahan, And finally, a shade impersonating Thomas's wife, Susanna, the Shade of Guilt. After defeating the final shade, a thoughtful Thomas rushes ahead. When you catch up to him, Thomas has a new lead. He recalls a fountain where he used to take his wife before the Scourge invasion, a place where he felt confident in himself, in the light, and in his family. As you approach the glowing orb near the fountain, a trap is sprung, ensnaring Thomas. The trap was set by Jerome Hayton, and to free Thomas, you must destroy 3 soul stones scattered in the area. In the process, you discover that Jerome was part of Dathrahan's inner circle, but it seems Jerome was unaware that Dathrahan was possessed by a dreadlord. After you successfully free Thomas, it's too late. He transforms back into the horseman, galloping away into the monastery. Susanna returns to the fountain and kneels beside it. When you converse with her, you discover that on the night he urged her and her children to flee to Kalimdor, he hadn't retired to bed, but was standing guard to protect them, and his eyes reflected desperation. She vows not to abandon him, not now, not ever again. In the final part of the quest chain, Susanna requests your assistance to enter the monastery with her, confront the horseman, and liberate her husband from the curse that plagues him. Upon entering the monastery, you summon the horseman. If you wish, you can interact with the wicker statues at the beginning of the instance to increase the difficulty level, and also you can get an achievement for it. However, in this case, I chose not to do it due to my inadequate gear and the fact that it's my first time tanking in a while. After defeating the horseman, you have freed Thomas, allowing him to reunite with his family and finally rest.
It is done. The Headless Horseman is no more.
Then let us rest, my love. At long last.
My family is whole again, as is my soul. I cannot thank you enough, champions.
In the chaotic era known as the Age of 100 Kings, Lei Shen, the young son of a formidable warlord, came into the world. Growing up within the same tribe, he formed a bond with Sparkmancer Vu that was as deep as brotherhood. Together, they engaged in playful skirmishes, fierce quarrels, and endless challenges, each encounter sharpening Lei Shen's insatiable hunger for power. Witnessing the internal strife and endless bickering among the Mogu, Lei Shen saw it as a waste of their grand potential. Yet he remained steadfastly loyal to his father. This loyalty was shattered when a trusted advisor betrayed and murdered his father, leading to the disintegration of their clan. Most members fled to seek protection under other warlords, leaving Lei Shen with only a small group of faithful guards. Instead of continuing the relentless battles, the young Mogu chose a path of solitude and reflection. He wandered the land in exile, meditating deeply on his experiences. His introspective journey was largely dismissed by other Mogu, who saw his withdrawal as a sign of madness and believed he would never again pose a threat to their kind. Like his brethren, Lei Shen possessed formidable strength and mastery of warfare. However, unlike his contemporaries, his ambitions extended beyond mere conquest. The legends of his ancestors were indelibly inscribed upon his heart. Upon reaching adulthood and commanding his own legions, Lei Shen declared his audacious intent to awaken the gods. Years of relentless searching finally led the warlord to the concealed vaults beneath the northern reaches of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Within those hidden depths, Lei Shen discovered a revelation: the Titanic Watcher Ra, standing sentinel over an immensely powerful Titan device known as the Engine of Nalak Shah. The High Keeper remained impassive as Lei Shen stood before him, bombarding him with questions about the purpose of the Mogu. Weeks turned into months, and Lei Shen's frustration mounted. Yet Ra remained silent. It dawned on Lei Shen that the High Keeper wasn't mulling over a grand scheme, but had simply abandoned hope. Enraged, Lei Shen confronted Ra, accusing him of forsaking the Titan's work. These harsh accusations jolted Ra from his stupor, prompting him to lead Lei Shen to the nearby Thundering Mountain. There, Ra invoked the lingering spirit of Aman'Thul, High Father of the Pantheon. The revelation of the Pantheon's demise did not plunge Lei Shen into despair as it had Ra. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination within him. If the Pantheon was truly dead, and their servant refused to continue their work, Lei Shen resolved to take on their mantle himself. Without warning, Lei Shen incapacitated Ra, bound him in formidable chains, and seized not only the Keeper's power, but also the essence of Aman'Thul. It is said that Lei Shen tore out the very heart of the Mogu god.
and from this act of sheer defiance, he gained dominion over wind and storm. His followers fell to their knees before him, overwhelmed by his newfound might. "We will call you the Lightning King," they proclaimed. But Lei Shen shook his head. "Lightning strikes in an instant and vanishes just as quickly," he replied. "But thunder announces the storm's arrival. Thunder shakes the skies long before the lightning flashes, and its echoes linger in the hills long after the lightning's power fades. It is thunder that drives animals to their dens and fills peasants' hearts with dread. Let thunder be my herald, so that my true power reverberates across the land. I will be the Thunder King." With this declaration, he claimed the Thundering Mountain as his throne, and atop its peak, he constructed a majestic and forbidden city, a testament to his enduring power. Armed with the power of storms, Lei Shen, now revered as the Thunder King, rallied his followers and ascended to power in true Mogu fashion, eliminating his rivals one by one. Few submitted to his authority willingly. The fortunate ones met swift deaths, either vaporized by lightning or crushed beneath his ever-growing legions. The less fortunate ones were dragged away in chains, broken only when he decreed it so. Yet amidst the carnage, many Mogu saw in Lei Shen a long-lost unity of purpose that had been absent since their masters fell silent. Drawn to this vision, they flocked to the Thunder King's banner, eagerly serving him as he enslaved the other races. Lei Shen and those who followed him believed that the lesser races were destined to serve the Mogu, just as the Mogu had once served their ancient masters. With unwavering conviction and the power to back it, Lei Shen crowned himself Emperor of all Mogu and all who lived within his domain, solidifying his reign as the Thunder King. The Thunder King regarded all living beings within his domain as his servants and set his sights on conquering the two great empires of the Jinyu and Hosen, who had settled around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Despite the valiant efforts of the Jinyu, they ultimately fell before Lei Shen's overwhelming might. In one decisive battle, the Mogu warrior Hakin secured victory by turning the Jinyu water speaker's own spears against them. Impressed by this feat, the Thunder King rewarded Hakin with 100 finely crafted golden spears, forged by the skilled hands of Mogu forge masters. This act elevated Hakin to the rank of one of Lei Shen's most trusted lieutenants. On the eve of the Jinyu's final stand against Lei Shen, their supposed allies, the Hosen, betrayed them. The Hosen had pledged their loyalty to the Thunder King, misguidedly believing that they would receive special treatment under his rule, a promise that Lei Shen and his successors never intended to keep. With this betrayal, Lei Shen easily conquered both races, solidifying his domain over the region. When the Thunder King sought slaves to construct the grand cities and impregnable fortresses of his empire, he sought his sights on Kunlai Summit. Confronted by a defiant populace, Lei Shen issued a bold proclamation. If any warrior could defeat him in single combat, he would leave their lands in peace. However, if he emerged victorious, the people would submit to his rule. The challenge was taken up by Zhuan, the White Tiger, who could no longer bear to witness the suffering of the free peoples. For 30 days and 30 nights, these legendary figures clashed, their battles shaking the very earth and splitting the skies with lightning. In the end, Zhuan succumbed to Lei Shen's otherworldly power. "Your peasant magic is no match for my sorcery, fool of a tiger," Lei Shen bellowed. "I commend your tenacity, but your defiance must be punished." Turning to the people of Kunlai, the Thunder King declared, "Know this, those who defy me shall witness the full extent of my wrath. This creature shall not know the mercy of death. In these mountains we shall construct a prison for him to stand upon for all of time. From this pinnacle he shall watch and bask in his failure, as you and your children serve my empire as slaves." With this decree, Lei Shen solidified his domain over Kunlai Summit, ensuring the subjugation of its people and the eternal imprisonment of their champion. Sparkmancer Vu was the Thunder King's most trusted advisor. Despite their early rivalry, Vu fought fiercely alongside Lei Shen, helping him seize the throne of Pandaria. However, soon after Lei Shen's rise to power, the Sparkmancer was captured by enemy assassins who cruelly cut out his tongue. Popular opinion whispered that the Thunder King himself orchestrated this plot, a calculated move to silence the one Mogu who knew his deepest secrets. Their bond, shrouded in both truth and myth, became the stuff of legends. Peasant storytellers spun tales of their supposed feud over a woman, adding drama to their storied relationship. Despite the swirling rumors, history reveals that Sparkmaster Vu's loyalty never faltered. He remained steadfastly committed to his emperor, serving his friend and brother with unwavering dedication until the end of his days. After his ascension, the Thunder King constructed the Mogushan Vaults, a fortress designed to safeguard his secrets and serve as a shrine to the Mogu Empire. This grand complex became a repository for the Empire's lost artifacts and the final resting place for the spirits of ancient Mogu kings. Emperor Lei Shen achieved unprecedented unification, standardizing the language, establishing a single currency, and creating uniform weights and measures. He also introduced Azeroth's first written legal code, inscribed in the unified language. These brutal laws enshrined the Mogu's supremacy over all other beings, with the first rule decreeing that rebellion would be punished by public evisceration. Recognizing the potential threat posed by the Pandaren, the Thunder King implemented severe restrictions upon them. He forbade the Pandaren from learning to read or write, executed their leaders and philosophers, and ordered the destruction of all Pandaren art and literature. Through these harsh measures, Lei Shen sought to consolidate his dominion and suppress any potential challenge to his rule. As Lei Shen embarked on his mission to unite his people under a single banner and subjugate the other races of Pandaria, he recognized that the formidable Mantid would never submit to his rule. To protect his empire from the relentless threat, he ordered the construction of the Serpent's Spine, a colossal wall spanning the entire length of his realm. The project took many generations to complete, but Lei Shen understood that fear was a powerful motivator. The dread of the Mantid compelled his subjects to move mountains, raise armies, secure the empire, and build the imposing wall. Each soldier in Lei Shen's army wore a jade badge adorned with a crown and crossed with lightning bolts, a symbol of their loyalty and power. Among them, the elite warriors were known as the Emperor's Shield, a testament to their dedication and prowess in protecting the Thunder King's dominion. 170 years into Lei Shen's reign, the Karun Spellweavers presented Lei Shen with their magnum opus, a bell forged from the flesh of its creators, shaped by the fire of stars and bound by the breath of the darkest shadows. This bell, when rung, had the power to shake the world and call to the heavens. Brought to the battlefield, its thunderous tones ignited the hearts of Lei Shen's warriors, fueling their hatred and anger, and granting them unparalleled strength. The bell's piercing voice instilled fear and doubt in the Emperor's enemies, driving them to flee before his might. Captivated by its immense power, the Thunder King declared the instrument the voice of the gods, and named it Shen Qing, the Divine Bell. At one point, Lei Shen stumbled upon a rare clutch of thundering cloud serpents and set out to subjugate them. Among the hatchlings, the largest resisted fiercely. When Lei Shen visited the handling pens, he laughed heartedly at the sight of the charred Mogu strewn about. Amused and impressed, he claimed the defiant hatchling as his own. In recognition of its obedience, he bestowed upon it dominion over storms in the sky. For thousands of years after the Thunder King's death, this formidable serpent Nalak has guarded the walls of his hidden citadel, awaiting the return of its master. During his reign, Lei Shen endeavored to create a mechanical guardian that would protect his citadel without fear. When his initial attempt failed, he channeled his fury into his next and most successful creation, the Dark Animus. Fueled by his rage, this construct became a formidable defender of his domain. Under Lei Shen's command, a young cloud serpent was twisted into the fearsome Hydra, Megara. He also tasked his sorcerers with crafting an aberration capable of peering into the hearts of his followers to detect betrayal, thus giving life to Darumu. Additionally, Lei Shen recognized the relentless resolve of the Mogu Commander Khan, bestowing upon him the title Iron Khan, for his unwavering determination to secure victory for the Empire, regardless of the cost. Lei Shen forged a lasting alliance between the Mogu and the Zandalar tribe of trolls, led by Zalathra. This pact endured for millennia, long after Lei Shen's death. He promised the trolls a vast plot of land near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Distrustful of his own Mogu underlings to resurrect him if slain, Lei Shen confided the secret of his resurrection to the Zandalari trolls, ensuring their loyalty and the continuation of his legacy. Despite all his might, Lei Shen never managed to harness two artifacts he had taken from Ra, the Fist of Ra Den and the High Keeper's Ward. These powerful relics were beyond even the Thunder King's control. Each time he attempted to wield them, elemental energies lashed out, overwhelming him. His repeated failures infuriated him, yet he refused to give up. Determined to unlock their power, Lei Shen eventually entrusted the artifacts to a skilled blacksmith named Forgemaster Dang. He ordered Dang to uncover their secrets but warned him not to harness their power for himself, threatening severe consequences if he disobeyed. Dang promised to follow Lei Shen's command, but secretly plotted to use the weapons for his own gain, reasoning that if he could master them, he could seize control of the Empire. However, while tampering with the fist, Dang was struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him permanently disfigured. Realizing the danger, he redirected his efforts, using the artifacts to power the Thunder Forge. This immense engine churned day and night, producing exponential armaments for the Mogu military. Lei Shen was pleased with Dang's work and commanded him to personally craft weapons and armor that would surpass all others. Just before his death, the Forge Master created his three greatest masterpieces: a massive spear, a battle axe, and a mighty helm, all gifted to the Thunder King. During Forge Master Dang's burial ceremony, Lei Shen honored him with these words: "Today, a star leaves the earth and ascends to the heavens." According to a Pandaran legend recounted by Loki, Lei Shen met his end after a fierce battle in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, where the Mogu armies were ultimately defeated by courageous monks. As his life waned, Lei Shen conjured an otherworldly storm that enveloped the Vale for several days. This tempest washed the blood of the fallen into a white petal lake, turning its waters a burning crimson. From this blood-soaked lake emerged Alani, the Stormborn, a testament to the Thunder King's final act of defiance and power. In truth, Lei Shen set his sights on Uldum, determined to claim its Titan machinery for his empire. Leading a formidable army of Mogu and Zandalari trolls, he marched to conquer the land. The Tol'vir, aware they couldn't defeat him in open combat, resorted to a desperate measure. They activated the Forge of Origination, unleashing a cataclysmic force that scoured the surrounding land, annihilating Lei Shen, his entire army, Zalathra, and most of the Zandalari leadership, a blow from which the trolls never fully recovered. Though the Thunder King was dead, his fall came at a tremendous cost. The devastating power of the Forge snuffed out all life in the area, including many Tol'vir, transforming Uldum into a cracked, lifeless desert. The loyalists who survived recovered Lei Shen's body and entombed him in the Tomb of Conquerors, sealing the legacy of the Thunder King with a desolate reminder of his final ambitious conquest. Years after the Thunder King's death, as the Zandalari troll wars neared their end, the leader of the invading Zandalari armies, Mengazi, a descendant of Zalathra, realized the trolls were losing to the Pandaren and their formidable Cloud Serpent riders. Desperate to turn the tide, Mengazi sought to fulfill an ancient prophecy by resurrecting Lei Shen. A fierce battle erupted at the Tomb of Conquerors. The trolls' efforts to bring Lei Shen back to life were thwarted when Jiang heroically sacrificed herself to kill Mengazi. With their leader gone and their plan in ruins, the Zandalari retreated back to Zandalar, their hopes of revival dashed. The Zandalari, along with their allied troll tribes, rekindled their ancient alliance with the Mogu and discovered Emperor Lei Shen's body entombed within the Valley of Emperors, resting alongside his loyal army in the Tomb of Conquerors. The trolls transported his remains to the Isle of Reckoning, where Prophet Karzul successfully resurrected the Thunder King. Upon his arrival, the Thunder King returned to his island stronghold. He swiftly united the majority of the Mogu clans and the Zandalari under his rule, assembling a formidable army poised to conquer Pandaria. However, his resurgence was met with fierce resistance from the Shadowpan Assault, the Kirin Tor Offensive, and the Sunreaver Onslaught, setting the stage for an epic conflict. Lei Shen bestowed power beyond their wildest dreams upon the most loyal and ambitious Zandalari trolls. Among the first to receive the king's blessing was the Berserker, Jinrock, who was transformed by the Thunder King's favor. Following his resurrection by the Zandalari, Warlord Cao, one of Lei Shen's old lieutenants, journeyed to the Throne of Thunder to meet with the Emperor. The Thunder King assured Cao that he could slaughter as many Pandaren as he wished, declaring them flawed beings that needed to be eradicated. In their place, the Mogu would create new, superior servants, paving the way for an even more formidable empire. The Thunder King's allies and legions were eventually defeated, and adventurers from both the Alliance and Horde laid siege to his stronghold. As they approached the gate to his palace, Lei Shen appeared, summoning a storm that collapsed the entrance bridge, sending the adventurers plunging into the depths below. Undeterred, they fought their way through the caves and the citadel, ultimately confronting Lei Shen at the pinnacle of storms. There, the adventurers vanquished the Thunder King. In the aftermath, Jaina Proudmoore channeled the remnants of Lei Shen's power into the Staff of Antonidas, transforming it into the Storm Stave of Antonidas. The heart of the Thunder King was delivered to Wrathion, who sought to uncover the origins and purpose of the Mogu. To ensure Lei Shen could never rise again, Wrathion consumed the heart, preventing any chance of resurrection. With their central leader gone, the surviving Mogu scattered. The Zandalari prophet Zol later applied the knowledge he gained from Lei Shen's revival to resurrect Dazar, the first king of the Zandalari, continuing the legacy of resurrection and power. Nazgrim's journey began as one of the many orcs imprisoned in Alliance internment camps, only to be liberated by the Horde. After his release, he enlisted in the army and rose through the ranks. By the time of the war against the Lich King, Nazgrim had achieved the rank of sergeant and was stationed at Conquest Hold. It was here that he first encountered an adventurer through their interactions with Conqueror Krenna. Nazgrim, wary of Krenna's volatile temper and aggressive focus on attacking the Alliance, instead dedicated himself to confronting local threats, primarily the Vrykul. He maintained his rank after Krenna was overthrown by her more moderate sister, Gorgana. During his time in Northrend, Nazgrim fought valiantly against the Scourge, slaying many of the undead. The sight in their empty, lifeless gazes before they fell left a lasting impression on him, a grim reminder of the horrors he faced in battle. After the Northrend campaign, Nazgrim was promoted to Legionnaire. Under the command of the new war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, Nazgrim led Hellscream's vanguard alongside an adventurer on a critical mission. Their goal was to seize a strategically vital island from which the Horde could launch an assault on Stormwind City. Nazgrim, eager to demonstrate the might of the Horde and to unite its people under a single banner, approached this mission with fervor. His determination to showcase the Horde's strength and his loyalty to Garrosh drove him to take on this pivotal task, marking another significant chapter in his storied military career. He embarked on a mercenary ship bound for distant seas, but the voyage was abruptly interrupted by a Naga attack. Despite his efforts to fend off the serpentine foes, he was thrown overboard, and the ship met its demise to the tentacles of the great kraken, Azumet. Nazgrim survived the ordeal thanks to the intervention of Aranak Stonespeaker, and quickly reunited with the adventurer and other survivors. The group found themselves in the treacherous waters of Vashir, a region besieged by Naga conflicts and oppression. As they tried to fend off a Naga assault, they were captured and taken to Nespera, a Naga stronghold, where they were enslaved. However, the adventurer and Aranak managed to escape and later freed Nazgrim from his grim predicament, allowing him to continue his relentless fight against the Naga threat. Nazgrim and the remaining Horde survivors regrouped in a cave known as Legion's Rest. With their original mission in tatters due to their current predicament, the Legionnaires set about devising an escape plan. Following further skirmishes with the Naga, Nazgrim managed to send up an escape flare, prompting Horde ships to come to their aid. He relocated aboard the Stygian Bounty, taking a brief respite before plunging back into action. The goblins from Bilgewater Harbor provided a submarine, the Vern, which Nazgrim used to return beneath the waves. His aim was clear, to locate and confront the beast that had derailed his mission, restoring his path to victory for the Horde. Nazgrim joined the adventurer, Aranak, and the crew of the Vern to confront the full might of the Naga beneath the ocean's surface. Recognizing the peril facing the entire realm, Nazgrim ordered the submarine to land and charge into battle against the Naga and their Enraki allies. After a fierce struggle, he witnessed Azumet the Kraken crash into Neptulin the Tidehunter before fleeing the scene. Mistaking this as a victory, the Naga retreated, taking a captured Aranak with them. Determined to rescue Aranak, Nazgrim remained behind, launching a daring mission to the Throne of the Tides. There, he and the adventurer confronted and defeated the Naga Sea Witch, Lady Nazjar. After their triumph, Nazgrim congratulated the adventurer, coming to see them as both a friend and a comrade. During the Alliance and Horde War in Pandaria, Nazgrim had risen to the rank of general and appeared in the initial Horde side cutscene. He reported significant naval victories off the coast of Tolbarad and Tanarus to Garrosh Hellscream. He also informed Garrosh of a strange uncharted land discovered during a skirmish with an Alliance vessel. Infuriated that the Alliance had arrived first, Garrosh scolded Nazgrim and promptly dispatched him, along with an elite forward party, including Shademaster Kieran, Rivet Clutchpop, Sergeant Gorok, Shokia, and an adventurer to secure this new continent and engage the Alliance forces there. As the Horde prepared to land in the Jade Forest, Nazgrim commanded their descent from an airship. However, the vessel was shot down, leaving the Horde forces to fend for themselves. Among the first to encounter the native Pandaren, Nazgrim was met with a frosty reception for bringing war to their peaceful homeland. Despite their initial wariness, the Pandaren provided the Horde with crucial information about the insidious nature of the Shah, and some even chose to ally with the Horde, offering sanctuary. During his stay, Nazgrim took the stranded Prince Anduin into custody, recognizing him as the Crown Prince of Stormwind and holding him as a prisoner of war. However, Anduin eventually managed to escape, slipping through Nazgrim's fingers. Nazgrim set about enlisting the local forest Hosen to aid the Horde war effort, though he met with mixed success. Despite their numbers, their volatile nature gave him cause for concern. With time and effort, he managed to shape them into a passable fighting force and soon found himself facing Admiral Taylor and his recruited Pearlfin Jinyu. As their forces clashed, the nearby Serpent's Heart erupted in a torrent of Shah energy, shattering both the Horde and Alliance contingents. Nazgrim and his entourage narrowly survived the violent outburst, suffering heavy wounds. Alongside Taylor and the surviving Alliance members, they retreated to Bainan village to recuperate from the ordeal. Nazgrim awoke to find himself sharing a room with Admiral Taylor, both heavily wounded from the recent battle. Tensions flared and the two nearly came to blows. With the adventurer's help, Nazgrim regained his strength and established a Horde camp named Eastwind Rest in Kumlai Summit. Frustrated by the unpredictable nature of the Hosen, Nazgrim became convinced that the Pandaren would be far superior allies. Determined to win them over, he set out to demonstrate the benefits of aligning with the Horde rather than the Alliance, seeking to sway the Pandaren to their cause. Nazgrim and the remnants of his vanguard rejoined the main Horde forces upon their arrival in Pandaria, taking up positions at the newly constructed Domination Point. During the Domination Point scenario, the base camp came under attack by the Alliance's formidable 7th Legion. Despite the intense assault, Nazgrim, his vanguard team, Warlord Bloodhilt, and Horde adventurers stood their ground and successfully repelled the Alliance invasion, securing their foothold in Pandaria. At Domination Point, Nazgrim served as the main quest giver, though he often found himself entangled in the web of Horde politics. As adventurers earned their reputation at the base, Nazgrim assigned them various missions from Horde High Command and Garrosh Hellscream himself. The storyline took a tense turn when Garrosh's blatant disregard for Blood Elven lives strained relations with Lorthamar Theron, the Regent Lord of Quel'Thalas. This tension escalated to the point where Lorthamar considered withdrawing his people from the Horde entirely, a prospect that left Nazgrim deeply and vocally concerned. Nazgrim was also privy to the Sunreaver plot to steal the Divine Bell. He instructed the adventurer to use a Sunreaver mage's portal to venture into Darnassus and retrieve the artifact. When Jaina Proudmoore discovered the Sunreaver's involvement in the theft, Nazgrim urgently dispatched the adventurer to rendezvous with Grand Magister Romoth. Together they orchestrated the evacuation of the Sunreavers from Darnassus, amid the chaos of the Purge of Dalaran. Nazgrim concluded the Domination Point saga by delivering a summons from Garrosh to the adventurer. However, he was notably absent for the critical events that followed. He did not witness Garrosh's use of the Divine Bell to infuse his soldiers with the dark power of the Shah, nor was he present for the bell's ultimate destruction. The absence marked a significant turning point, as Nazgrim remained unaware of the depths of Garrosh's ambition and the catastrophic consequences that unfolded. Summoned by Garrosh to quell the growing Darkspear rebellion, Nazgrim was stationed at the Dranashar blockade. There, he commanded the Gorkron to fortify the defenses of Bladefist Bay in anticipation of a potential assault by Alliance naval forces. His presence and strategic oversight were critical in preparing for the looming threat as tensions continued to escalate on all fronts. As the siege loomed, Nazgrim was approached by former War Chief Thrall and High Overlord Sourfang on the outskirts of Orgrimmar. They sought an audience with Garrosh in a last-ditch effort to end the war. Although initially barred entry by the Gorkron, Nazgrim ordered his men to stand down and allowed the pair to enter the city, though he warned that Garrosh might not be receptive to their pleas at this critical juncture. Tasked with defending the main entrance to Orgrimmar, Nazgrim took his position on the battlements. There, he confronted Vol'jin and Bane Bloodhoof, urging them to abandon their rebellion. He warned them that their efforts were futile, and assured them that they couldn't prevail if they persisted in their fight against Garrosh's forces. In a desperate bid to quell the rebellion, Nazgrim dispatched his formidable iron juggernaut. However, the mechanical behemoth was ultimately defeated and destroyed. As Tyrande Whisperwind and her sentinels breached the city's gates, Nazgrim and his remaining Gorkron brigade retreated to defend the entrance to the Underhold. Fiercely loyal to the Horde and unwavering in his commitment to honor and duty, Nazgrim held the line for his war chief until his final breath. His steadfast defense epitomized his dedication, making his last stand a poignant testament to his unwavering resolve. Nazgrim's body was retrieved and laid to rest in a graveyard in Durotar, not far from the gates of Orgrimmar. However, at the behest of the Lich King, Nazgrim is resurrected as the first new member of the Four Horsemen of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Upon his revival, Nazgrim became aware of the Iron Horde and the return of the Burning Legion. He saw these events as repercussions of Garrosh Hellscream's pride and his own unwavering loyalty. These thoughts nagged at him, though he tried to push them aside. Resolute in his new purpose, Nazgrim accompanied the Deathlord, defending them while they revived the remaining horsemen, thus embracing his role in the ongoing struggle against the looming threats in Azeroth. At Stromgarde Keep, when the fallen prince Galen Trollbane arrogantly called for their champion, Nazgrim curtly instructed him to watch his tone. After clearing the courtyard of Witherbark trolls, Galen expressed his thanks, but declared his kingdom was his alone. Nazgrim perceived this as treachery and responded by asphyxiating Stromgarde soldiers outside the keep while the Deathlord hunted down the prince. In the court of the Scarlet Monastery, Nazgrim once again used his Strangulate ability, this time against the Scarlet Crusade. Following the failed attempt to retrieve the body of High Lord Tyrion Fordring from beneath Light's Hope Chapel in the Sanctum of Light, Darion Mograin's sacrifice was not in vain. Nazgrim urged the Deathlord to act quickly to save Mograine before it was too late. Under Bolvar's command, the Four Horsemen were tasked with acquiring fallen champions from both the Alliance and Horde. Nazgrim took on the grim duty of collecting bodies from the Battle of Dazar Alor and other Horde territories. He stood witness to the overthrow of Sylvanas Windrunner by the Horde, feeling a deep urge to assist but was forbidden by Bolvar. Believing that Bolvar had succumbed to the powers of the Lich King, Darion attempted to kill him. However, Bolvar took control of Darion's body, forcing him to return to Acheris, the Ebon Hold, while taunting him about needing the Four Horsemen. Though suspicious of a trap and sensing something amiss, Nazgrim agreed to join his fellow horsemen in their mission to kill the Lich King and decide who would wield the Helm of Domination after Bolvar's defeat. En route to Icecrown Citadel, the Four Horsemen used their connection to the Lich King and discovered him locked in combat with Sylvanas Windrunner. They realized that Bolvar's gambit was to have the horsemen arrive and kill the victor of the conflict. Nazgrim and the others were stunned when Sylvanas emerged victorious and destroyed the Helm of Domination instead of claiming it. With the Scourge now uncontrollable, Darion ordered Nazgrim and Sally Whitemane to rescue Bolvar, while he and Thoris Trollbane fought to maintain control over Acheris. After the Helm of Domination was shattered and the Scourge began their rampage across Azeroth, Nazgrim and Whitemane transported the wounded Bolvar Fordragon to Acheris the Ebon Hold. In the aftermath of the Scourge's return, Nazgrim assumed the role of the Ebon Blade's emissary to the Horde. During the assault on the Sanctum of Domination, Nazgrim alongside the other horsemen supported Bolvar and the heroes of Azeroth. They facilitated the attack by creating death gates throughout the fortress, enabling swift movement throughout its various levels and aiding in the fight against the forces within. He attended the first Koshark festival on Azeroth held in Razor Hill, Durotar, where he reflected on how long it had been since he last spoke to many of his fellow orcs. During the festival, he joined the Warsong clan and shared his uncertainty about whether he would be welcomed among the living. Chieftain Gorgana, however, reassured him, declaring that in her eyes, he had died with honor, and continued to serve with honor even in undeath. Once a staunch member of the Blackrock clan under Rend Blackhand, Malkaruk renounced his former war chief to pledge unwavering allegiance to Garrosh Hellscream. He quickly proved to be as radical as Garrosh, if not more so, a trait likely retained from his days in the Dark Horde. He believed that anyone who questioned Garrosh's authority deserved execution. During a pivotal gathering of the Horde leaders to discuss Garrosh's plans for Kalimdor, Malkaruk took center stage, opening the meeting. When Bane Bloodhoof expressed his discontent with Garrosh's proposed attack on Theramore, Malkaruk moved to confront him, only to be ordered to stand down by Garrosh himself. He was also present during a private meeting between Garrosh and Lorthamar Theron. Although Garrosh praised Lorthamar for his loyalty to the Horde's war chief, he grew suspicious when Lorthamar's declaration of loyalty seemed directed at the Horde rather than Garrosh personally. Garrosh instructed Malkaruk to keep an eye on Lorthamar, to which Malkaruk ominously replied that they should monitor everyone, not just the leaders, but the entire Horde. Sometime later, Malkaruk and a group of Kor'kron soldiers stormed into Court Justice's shop, intent on punishing him for merely disagreeing with War Chief Hellscream's plans. When Kor'just claimed his shop was closed, Malkaruk coldly replied that they weren't there for supplies, they were there for him. He was then taken into custody, brutally beaten, and eventually returned to his shop. Malkaruk's abductions became an unspoken truth in Orgrimmar, serving as a dark warning to those who dared to voice dissent. When the time came for the assault on Northwatch Hold, Malkaruk personally accompanied Garrosh to Ratchet and participated in the stronghold's destruction. While many were horrified by the Horde's use of molten giants, Malkaruk saw no issue with it. When Bane Bloodhoof, having learned from Khador Cloudsong that the molten giants were enslaved, confronted Garrosh about these tactics, Malkaruk immediately intervened, challenging Bane to a Mat Gara for constantly questioning Garrosh's actions and not showing the respect he believed was deserved. Privately, Malkaruk thought the Tauren were too soft and even considered Cairn Bloodhoof's death beneficial, regardless of the circumstances. He was disappointed when Bane refused his challenge, missing the chance to prove his loyalty and ruthlessness in the eyes of the Horde. Following the destruction of Northwatch, Garrosh chose to keep the Horde army in place rather than marching directly to Theramore, much to the frustration of many within the ranks. As members of the Horde gathered to discuss Garrosh's unexpected decision, one of them tipped off Hellscream about the meeting. When Bane clarified that they were merely questioning the reason behind Garrosh's choices and not plotting against him, Malkaruk coolly retorted that questioning the war chief was tantamount to questioning the Horde itself. Irritated by the overt displays of discontentment among the ranks, Malkaruk later grumbled privately to Garrosh that he should have been allowed to kill or punish a few dissenters. Garrosh dismissed his concerns, stating that fear would keep the soldiers in check, as they were still valuable to the Horde. Vol'jin and Bane were granted an audience with Garrosh, noticing Malkaruk's presence during their meeting. The conversation remained polite until Bane voiced his concern and questioned why Garrosh seemed only to heed the advice of the Blackrock Orc. After instructing Malkaruk to stand down, Garrosh mentioned he had orders for the fleet. Bane and Vol'jin, feeling hopeful that Garrosh might finally be initiating an attack on Theramore or sharing a strategy, were stunned when Garrosh's order was for the fleet to withdraw. As they left to carry out his command, Bane expressed his hope that the Horde would survive this debacle. Their departure was accompanied by the sound of loud laughter from both Garrosh and Malkaruk, echoing through the hall. When Hellscream finally ordered the army to march upon Theramore, they were ambushed by the Blue Dragon Caligos before attacking the Alliance forces at Fort Triumph. After the fall of Fort Triumph, the Horde forces advanced to Theramore Isle itself. Malkaruk was tasked with leading the assault on the West Gate. However, as they marched towards their target, Malkaruk's forces were ambushed by Alliance troops led by Pain. Engaging in a fierce battle with Pain, Malkaruk was infuriated when the Alliance forces retreated, frustrated that he had been caught off guard and had failed to kill the Night Elf. Malkaruk was privy to Garrosh's secret weapon, a tailor-made mana bomb enhanced by the stolen focusing iris. He watched as the bomb was dropped over Theramore, cackling in triumph as the city and its defenders were obliterated in a single devastating blast. The sight of Theramore's annihilation brought him a twisted sense of elation, as the power of the Horde was brutally demonstrated. Following the successful campaign, the army journeyed back to Durotar, where it experienced a division. Those who approved of the mana bomb's use headed to Orgrimmar, while the dissenters made their way to Razor Hill. Malkaruk and his contingent were greeted at Orgrimmar's entrance by jubilant orcs chanting Garrosh's name. Garrosh then delivered a rousing speech about the Horde's past, present, and future dominion, culminating in a unified chant of death to the Alliance. While celebrations erupted in Orgrimmar, Malkaruk led Kor'kron forces to Razor Hill. There, he confronted Kelantur Bloodblade and Frandis Farley for speaking against Garrosh, casually murdering them with frag grenades after leaving. When the Alliance, led by King Varian Wrynn, launched an attack on Orgrimmar, Malkaruk swiftly joined his warchief in battle. The Horde-controlled Kraken initially repelled the Alliance fleet but were ultimately destroyed by Jaina Proudmoore's water elementals. Malkaruk witnessed Garrosh's rage as the Alliance escaped and reclaimed Northwatch. Upon learning that the Alliance intended to break the Horde blockade and rescue the captured port, Garrosh ordered Malkaruk to initiate a full retreat. After the Horde established Domination Point, Warchief Hellscream journeyed to the Shrine of Two Moons, soon joined by Malkaruk and a Kor'kron guard, as well as Lorthamar Theron and his presumed bodyguard, Alandra Palescorn. Malkaruk reported to Garrosh that the Tome of Pandaren history depicted the Mogu, former rulers of Pandaria, as cruel and relentless rulers who governed through fear rather than love. Garrosh, intrigued, remarked that he had much to learn from the Mogu. Malkaruk accompanied Garrosh in his final quest to find the Divine Bell, and was later seen with his Kor'kron forces when Garrosh used the Divine Bell at Emperor's Reach. Garrosh remained relentless in his pursuit of Pandaren artifacts, dispatching an excavation force to unearth a mysterious relic. When Grizzle Gearslip and his team succeeded in locating the artifact, Malkaruk and his Kor'kron forces promptly arrived on the scene. Malkaruk ordered the goblin to step aside, declaring that they had found exactly what Garrosh had hoped for in the Vale. When Grizzle demanded the promised payment, he was taken aback to receive only a fraction of the expected amount. Malkaruk coldly explained that the payment accounted for the workers who were still alive. The warchief did not compensate the dead. Grizzle attempted to remind Malkaruk of their contract and its stipulations, insisting on proper payment. Malkaruk, losing patience, grabbed Grizzle by the neck and yelled that dying in the service of the Horde should be considered a great honor. He accused Grizzle of using the dead as a means to make more money, thus disgracing the honorable deaths of his workers. After releasing Grizzle, the goblin mumbled a veiled threat about Garrosh's loyalty, but quickly distracted Malkaruk with flattery and fled before his treasonous comment fully registered. Malkaruk and his Kor'kron then secured the chamber containing the mysterious artifact and a Titan-made watcher named Narushan, ensuring that Garrosh's prize was safely in their hands. Throughout the Pandaria campaign, Malkaruk stood as Garrosh's most loyal and trusted lieutenant. When the warchief sought a volunteer to be infused with the power of Y'Shaarj, Malkaruk stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. During the siege of Orgrimmar, Malkaruk took up residence within the Underhold. After General Nazgrim fell in the battle above ground, Malkaruk assumed command of the defense of Garrosh's compound. Determined to hold the line, he fought fiercely but ultimately met his end in the ensuing battle, his unwavering loyalty to Garrosh carrying him to his final breath. Legend has it that Xiaohao received his education at Tian Monastery. As a prince, he formed a close friendship with the Monkey King. When he was crowned emperor 10,000 years ago, Xiaohao was a young and inexperienced Pandaren, oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. During his coronation, a monk from Kunlai gifted him Shay Lun. It's the monk Mistweaver staff that you get in Legion. But Xiaohao failed to grasp its significance or recognize the monk as an emissary of Zhuan, the White Tiger. Mistaking the staff for a mere decoration, Xiao assumed he would lead a life of luxury and tranquility, unaware of the impending changes in Pandaria's fate. In accordance with custom, he consulted the wise water speaker of the Jinyu for guidance. However, instead of bringing good tidings, the water speaker revealed a grim prophecy. A powerful kingdom of sorcerers was summoning demons from a deep well. Green fire was falling from the heavens, and the continents of the world were on the brink of destruction. Lost in despair, the Emperor made his way up the unforgiving slope of Mount Everest, his spirit heavy with despair. The icy wind tore through his elegant attire, mocking his journey. It was only when he reached the summit that he found peace and solitude, where he communed with the Jade Serpent, embodiment of wisdom. The Jade Serpent advised Xiao to release his burdens, cleanse his soul, and unite with the land. Confused by this guidance, the Emperor descended the mountain, seeking answers from his ally the Monkey King, clutching Yuan's gift. And so he returned to the Jade Forest, still searching for clarity. Xiao sat in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, seeking guidance from the Jade Serpent. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, his mischievous companion, the Monkey King, crafted a mask of doubt out of bamboo. Despite the Monkey King's playful intention, the mask proved to be effective. As Xiao removed the mask, his doubts materialized into the Shah of Doubt. After a grueling battle lasting 7 hours, the Shah was defeated and buried at the Temple of the Jade Serpent. With newfound clarity, Xiao embarked on a journey to cleanse himself of negative emotions, visiting each temple of the August Celestials. In Krasarang Wilds, he encountered the Shah of Despair, but with the help of Chi-Ji, he was able to free himself from its grasp. Xiao pressed forward towards the Serpent Spine and the Dread Wastes. As he gazed at the mantid lands beyond the towering wall, a wave of fear washed over him, freezing him in place. The Shah of Fear gripped his mind, rendering him motionless. However, Niazao, the Black Ox, appeared to show him that fear was just a mental barrier. With newfound determination, Xiao broke free from the shackles of fear and continued his journey. He even managed to rescue the Monkey King from the mantid's grip by using sap to trap them, bringing his Hosen companion to safety. Though the Monkey King was initially angry, Xiao reminded him that the true enemy was the Burning Legion. With unwavering resolve, Xiao felt prepared to confront the might of the Burning Legion, free from fear, despair, or doubt. But he didn't want to face it alone. He desired to have an army under his command. So he ascended Kunlai and continued his journey to the Temple of the White Tiger, where the most dedicated fighters in the land trained. These warriors were skilled in combat against the Mantid and all Pandaria's adversaries. Xiao approached them confidently, demanding their submission to his authority. Jiwen, the White Tiger, noticed that Xiao carried his coronation gift, Shay Lun, but it seemed to be nothing more than a mere walking stick to him. The White Tiger also observed that the Emperor had let go of many dangerous emotions, except for his anger towards the Legion that had made him impulsive and reckless. Jiwen presented a simple challenge. If Xiao could strike even a single one of the monks, he would have complete command over the soldiers. Xiao accepted the challenge and swung Shay Lun repeatedly, but he failed to hit any of them. The monks were too skilled and easily evaded his strikes. Xiao's humiliation and anger grew until they exploded. Darkness surged from within him, and in his rage, Xiao snapped Shay Lun over his knee and unleashed the power of the Shah of Anger, as well as the Shah of Hatred and Violence. When he regained his senses, he discovered that one of the monks lay dead, a victim of his unchecked aggression. Witnessing the Emperor's heartbreak over the life he had taken, Jiwen watched as Xiao humbly knelt, accepting his failure and vowing to rid himself of anger forever. He realized that he fought for the sake of his people. Now, he was prepared to fulfill his destiny. He took one half of the broken staff with him and embarked on his journey to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, ready to save Pandaria. As he ventured into the Vale, he took the initiative to establish the Shadowpan, a vigilant force dedicated to safeguarding against the Shah threat. The experience transformed the Emperor, shaping him into a being of unwavering faith, bravery, patience, love, and serenity, a radiant embodiment of pure light. As the final day drew to a close, the sky ignited with an eerie green blaze, causing the very ground to tremble in fear. Yet the Emperor remained undaunted. His heart was devoid of uncertainty or desolation. Amidst the sky's violent rupture, he revealed and sang joyously, witnessing trepidation and uncertainty in the eyes of his subjects. Xiaohao imparted the wisdom of cherishing each day to the fullest and finding solace in unburdened sleep each night. Legend has it that as he entered the Vale, every tree burst into bloom, a sight that continues to amaze to this day. Xiaohao, the great emperor, sought to ascend to the terrace of eternal spring, a place that would separate Pandaria from the rest of the world. However, despite his efforts, the ground refused to budge, leaving him filled with doubt. From the east, the Shah of Doubt emerged, while from the west, the Shah of Fear broke free from its restraints. In his desperation, Xiaohao called upon the Jade Serpent Yulon for assistance. Yulon revealed that Pandaria was more than just the Pandaren Empire. It was then that Xiaohao realized the interconnectedness of all things and the true nature of his beloved land. Though he couldn't separate Pandaria, he could protect it. With his staff, Shay Lun, in hand, Xiaohao merged his spirit with the land, surrounding it in a mystical mist. As the world tore itself apart, Pandaria quietly drifted into the ocean, hidden from the rest of the world. Xiaohao's pride, however, remained, cloaking Pandaria in the mist as he believed his people were superior. The Emperor's staff was eventually discovered by the monks of Tian Monastery and safeguarded in the Terrace of Endless Spring. In the transformed Pandaria, the role of an emperor remained a relic of the past. The Pandaren people had learned to rely on themselves and their communities, embracing a more fair-minded society. The absence of a central authority figure allowed for a greater diversity of voices and perspectives, fostering a spirit of innovation and collaboration. While Emperor Xiaohao's disappearance initially caused upheaval and uncertainty, it ultimately led to a stronger and more resilient Pandaria. As the conflict between the Horde and the Alliance intensified, the Dark Spirit Trolls initiated an uprising against War Chief Garrosh Hellscream. The renowned brewmaster, Chen Stormstout, played a key role in this rebellion. In the midst of the chaos, Chen made a decision to uncover the mystery behind how the mists of Pandaria had cleared, allowing Hellscream to exploit the continent's resources. He enlisted the help of adventurers to locate an old seer named Ho Fam Ru, whom he had encountered during his journeys and who was knowledgeable about Emperor Xiaohao. In the snowy peaks of Kunlai Summit, the adventurers stumbled upon Seer Hao, who was struggling to keep up with the trail of the last emperor on the treacherous slopes of Mount Everest. Recognizing his need for assistance, Seer Hao humbly implored the adventurers to aid him in reaching the pinnacle, where the path continued. With kindness and patience, the adventurers supported the elderly Pandaren, who shared his wisdom and tales from the past along the way. Finally, they arrived at Seeker's Point, only to discover that Seer Hao was none other than the spirit of Emperor Xiaohao himself. The arduous journey served as a profound lesson, revealing that even the most formidable foe, pride, could consume and corrupt if left unchecked. It was a reminder that old adversaries must unite, and proud races must acknowledge their need for help. As the lesson concluded, Xiaohao gracefully vanished, bidding farewell with a respectful bow.
Terran Zhu first appears at the outset of the Jade Forest questline, cautioning both the Alliance and the Horde about the perilous Shah. Following the defeat of Gatril or Doran, depending on whether you're Alliance or Horde, Windrel, Nightwind, or Nazgrim are unexpectedly confronted by the Shah. Terran explains the concept of the Shah as manifestations of negative emotions like doubt and hatred. He sternly advised them to avoid bringing their conflict Pandaria ashore before departing. Upon the adventurers' arrival to Podon Village or Honeydew Village, Terran finds himself powerless as Sun-Kei Kang, or Mayor Honeydew, warmly welcomes both factions. Resigned, he leaves it up to the villagers to determine their course of action. In the Kunlai Summit storyline, Terran Zhu is seen at the Temple of the White Tiger, cautioning Zhuan against allowing the Wanderers from beyond the mist to enter the Vale. Despite Terran's warnings, Zhuan decides to grant them access, prompting Terran to leave, declaring it a grave mistake. The Shadowpans soon become alarmed by the lack of reinforcements in their battle zones and discover that Terran has been possessed by the Shah of Hatred. After being cleansed of the Shah's influence, Terran leads a search for the Shah of Hatred in Townlong Steppes.
With the aid of Shadowpan warriors and adventurers, he ultimately succeeds in vanquishing the Shah. However, Terran remains burdened with shame for allowing his emotions to overwhelm him in Kun Lai, which enabled the Shah's escape. His story continues in the book Shadows of the Horde. Despite his wariness of the Alliance-Horde conflict, Terran Zu permitted Chen Stormstout to bring both Tirathan Court, a human hunter who befriended Vol'jin on his adventure to Pandaria, and Vol'jin to the Shadowpan Monastery for healing. However, he sternly told Chen that no more soldiers from either faction would be allowed, to maintain the temple's balance. To observe the dynamics between the two factions, Terran placed Vol'jin in Court's care, suspecting that their interactions would reveal the true nature of their relationship without external bias. While at the monastery, Vol'jin was allowed to undergo monk training. Terran offered guidance as both Vol'jin and Court wrestled with their identities, subtly evaluating their actions and camaraderie. Through this period, Terran's keen observations helped shape his understanding of the complex relationship between the Horde and Alliance. After Vol'jin received a vision of the Zandalari attacking Zhaochen village, Terran Zu promptly dispatched a contingent of Shadowpan monks to assist in its defense. Recognizing the looming threat, Terran later asked a small force including Vol'jin, Tirathan Court, and Chen Stormstout with infiltrating the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. Their mission was to prevent the Zandalari from resurrecting Warlord Cao, a formidable general of the Thunder King. Despite their efforts, Vol'jin and his companions failed to stop the resurrection. Warlord Cao was brought back to life, and the surviving members of the team were captured and taken to the Isle of Thunder. However, demonstrating remarkable resilience and resourcefulness, Vol'jin and his allies eventually escaped their imprisonment and made their way back to the Shadowpan Monastery. Their harrowing journey only strengthened their resolve to protect Pandaria from its enemies. Anticipating an assault by the Zandalari, Terran Zu rallied all available forces to defend the Shadowpan Monastery. The defenders comprised just 29 monks, bolstered by Zu himself and his 3 non-Shadowpan guests, Vol'jin, Chen Stormstout, and Tirathan Court. Despite their small numbers, the 33 prepared an array of traps and showcased their exceptional combat skills within the Temple of the White Tiger. They managed to repel the attackers, but the battle was costly, resulting in significant casualties. As the surviving Zandalari forces faltered, unnerved by Vol'jin's fierce resistance, Terran Zu issued an ultimatum. He commanded the Zandalari to withdraw, granting them permission to take their wounded as they retreated from the monastery grounds. The valor and tenacity of the 33 had safeguarded the temple, demonstrating the indomitable spirit of the Shadowpan. Following Shadows of the Horde, Terran Zu is first seen in the cave just outside the Throne of Thunder, accompanied by Taoshi, Yaelia Sage Whisper, Leo Shin the Iron Belly, and Hawkmaster Nurang. He tasks adventurers with dealing with the Thunder King's champions and closely monitors Lorthamar Theron and Jaina Proudmoore as they prepare to assault the gates of the Throne of Thunder. When Lei Shen's powerful Mogu minion Shan Bu attempts to resurrect the gatekeeper Nalok the Stormlord, Terran and the Shadowpan launch a raid on the outer courtyard to thwart his plans. Battling through Shan Bu's Mogu and Zandalari forces, Terran boldly challenges Shan Bu to a duel. As the fight wears on, Shan Bu, in a desperate move, grabs him by the throat, attempting to strangle him. Before he can deliver the fatal blow, an adventurer strikes him down, saving Terran. Despite his grave injuries, Terran intervenes to prevent Lorthamar and Jaina from clashing, demanding that they break the cycle of violence between their factions. His words eventually persuade the two leaders to lower their weapons and leave peacefully. With the immediate threat averted, Yaelia Sage Whisper ensures Terran is taken to safety, his bravery and wisdom having averted further bloodshed. Under War Chief Hellscream's orders, a Horde excavation force ravaged sacred ground in the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, seeking powerful artifacts to further Garrosh's ambitions. In retaliation, Terran Zu confronted Dezko at the Shrine of Two Moons, demanding that the Horde vacate the Veil immediately or face lethal consequences. Dezko managed to temper Zu's fury, explained that the perpetrator of this desecration no longer represented the Horde, and that many within its ranks were rising against him. He vowed to bring Garrosh to justice and asked for time to accomplish this. Having dealt with tyrants before, Zu warily granted Dezko the opportunity to rectify the situation, giving the Dawn Chaser chieftain until the end of the season to fulfill his promise. After Garrosh Hellscream unearthed the heart of Yasharaj in the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, Terran Zu confronted him, determined to stop the corruption. Despite Zu's valiant efforts, he was overpowered and wounded by Garrosh's axe, Gorehowl. As Zu lay injured, Garrosh reveled in showing him the veil transforming into a Shaw-infested wasteland. Lorewalker Cho and a group of adventurers later discovered the gravely injured Zu in the chamber of the Shaw of Pride beneath the veil. Zu, filled with bitterness, blamed both the Horde and the Alliance for Pandaria's destruction. He left the chamber with Cho, leaving the adventurers to face the Shaw of Pride. Following Hellscream's eventual defeat, Zu intervened in a heated argument between Thrall and Varian, who were debating Garrosh's fate. Zu emphasized that Garrosh's crimes had affected countless lives, especially those of the Pandaren. He asserted the need for justice and arrested Garrosh, ensuring he would stand trial in Pandaria. When the Burning Legion assaulted the Peak of Serenity, Terran Zu was at the forefront of the defense. Subsequently, the Legion launched an attack on the Terrace of Endless Spring. Terran led a valiant patrol to protect it, but sustained injuries in the battle. A Mistweaver monk in pursuit of the legendary Shaylun Staff of the Mists arrives at the terrace and healed Terran. Grateful, the Shadowpan leader joined the monk in rescuing the patrol and securing the staff. However, Terran Zu's patience with Fei Li had worn thin by this time, due to an incident where she accidentally set fire to the Shadowpan Monastery. Following these events, Terran Zu participated in the defense against the Legion's attack on the Tien Monastery in the Jade Forest, led by the Fellscorn Skola Greatsword, teaming up once more with the Grand Master. He tasked them with eliminating demons, destroying fell spikes and tainted ale barrels, and extinguishing fell fires. Once these objectives were achieved, Terran Zu and the Monkey King launched an assault on Skola in the Clarion Bell, ultimately killing him. Terran then regrouped with the High Elder Cloudfall and the remaining survivors. Later, Terran Zu allied with the Order of the Broken Temple and became one of their champions. He can now be found at the Temple of the Five Dawns in the Wandering Isle, lending his strength and wisdom to the cause. A notable young chieftain named Gromosh stood only a few years senior to Duratan, who was chieftain of the Frostwolf clan, and Orgrim, who is the chieftain of the Blackrock clan. Marking his leadership, Grom's jaw was adorned with a ritualistic black tattoo. During his rule, his mate Golka bore him a son named Garrosh, though the exact timing of Garrosh's birth remained shrouded in mystery. Tragically, when Garrosh contracted the Redpox, he was sent to Garadar, sealing a fate where father and son would never meet again. Approximately 11 years before the Dark Portal opened, Gromosh led bold raids deep into the heart of Ogre territory. When the Ogres struck back, they nearly annihilated the Warsong clan. During the fierce battle, Golka sustained grievous injuries and begged Gromosh to end her suffering. Enraged by what he perceived as her cowardice, Gromosh called her a wolf with no teeth and abandoned her to her fate. His scorn extended to his other warriors, whom he accused of bending like reeds in the wind. Yet beneath his harsh words lay a hidden truth. He could not muster the strength to kill the woman he loved. This unacknowledged weakness haunted him for years, gnawing relentlessly at his heart. Without hesitation, Grom rallied his forces to pursue the Ogre raiders, but they fell into a cunning trap set by the Ogre warlord. Captured and bound to a tree, Grom endured relentless taunting and torment for days. Despite his body wasting away, his spirit remained unbroken, proclaiming, "This wolf still has teeth." Grom seized the moment when the warlord drew too near, biting and killing him. Grom's triumphant return to the Warsong clan earned him the formidable title of the Warlord with the Iron Will. Grom attended the Kosharg celebration in Nagrand, a time when the orcs, under the secret influence of Gul'dan and his Shadow Council, grew increasingly aggressive. They built colossal arenas where warriors sharpened their skills in brutal combat. Amid this shift, a few clan chieftains voiced their concerns about their race's descent in savagery. Duratan of the Frostwolf clan cautioned against succumbing to hatred and fury, but his warnings were largely ignored. Instead, powerful leaders like Grom Hellscream of the Warsong clan embraced and championed the new era of relentless warfare and dominance, steering the orcs towards a dark and violent future. Before the Dark Portal was created, Grom Hellscream stood as the unrivaled leader of the Warsong clan, distinguished by his lean frame and black tattooed lower jaw. Whispers and suspicions surrounded the mysterious death of the previous chieftain, suggesting that Grom might have seized power rather than inheriting it like Duratan. Despite his stubborn nature, Grom was the first to embrace the call to war when Ner'zhul warned of a new old enemy, the Draenei. Eager for battle, he was also the first to drink Manaroth's blood. Grom led the charge in the invasion of Shatteroth City, cutting an imposing figure with his fiery eyes, raven-hued hair, and a fearsome two-handed axe. His appearance, marked by pitch-black tattoos, struck terror into his enemies. During the battle, he faced Nabundo, who managed to crush Grom's right-hand fingers, compromising his grip on Gorehowl. Despite this, Grom merely smiled and continued fighting. Ultimately, he and the orcs succeeded in conquering the city, solidifying his fearsome reputation. Driven by the curse of bloodlust, the orcs sought to unleash their fury on anyone who crossed their path. Sensing the perfect moment, Gul'dan united the warring clans into an unstoppable horde. Anticipating power struggles among formidable chieftains like Grom Hellscream and Orgrim Doomhammer, Gul'dan installed a puppet war chief to maintain control. He chose Blackhand the Destroyer, a particularly depraved and ruthless orc warlord, to be his figurehead. Under Blackhand's command, the newly formed horde set out to prove its might by clashing with the unsuspecting Draenei. Grom longed for the day he would cross into Azeroth and demonstrate his clan's dominance on the battlefield. To keep his troops battle-ready, Grom waged war against other orcish clans. Although he reveled in the savage thrill of bloodlust, each victory left him feeling empty, hollow, and slightly unclean for spilling the blood of his fellow orcs. Despite his deep mistrust of the shaman, Grom was efficiently utilized by Ner'zhul in the turbulent aftermath of the Second War. Alongside Kargath Bladefist, he was called to join the reformed horde. Tasked with the critical mission, Grom set out to retrieve the skull of Gul'dan from Hyrkon's Skullsplitter. When the Dark Portal was reopened, Grom and Rexxar led a fierce assault on Netherguard Keep, creating a diversion for a team of orcs who were stealing valuable artifacts from Azeroth. During this period, a pair of orcs brought their children, Krenna and Gorgana, through the Dark Portal. Disapproving of their presence, Grom exiled the family from the camp, emphasizing his unwavering focus on war and strategy. Once the artifacts were secured, Grom was tasked with defending the Dark Portal in Azeroth. When the Alliance launched an attack on the portal and entered Draenor, an explosion was meant to eliminate Grom and his warriors. However, they managed to survive and retreated after the failed defense. In the ensuing months, Grom engaged in fierce battles with the Alliance for control of the Azerothian side of the Dark Portal, with its possession constantly shifting between the two forces. When the portal was ultimately destroyed by the Alliance, Grom rallied the Horde under his command, determined to find a new homeland for his people. With the destruction of their only way home and the defeat of their strike forces, Grom and the Warsong clan were forced to hide in the wilds of Lordaeron, living on the fringes of human civilization for nearly 15 years. During this time, an older and wiser Grom began to see the stark contrast between the shamanism of his youth and the warlock magic of the Orcish Horde, recognizing the heavy toll it had taken on him and his people. Throughout these years, Grom battled the demonic curse that left him weakened and listless. While many other orcs succumbed to this sickness, Grom's indomitable will kept him fighting it until his last breath. As the free orc population dwindled due to conflict and old age, their future grew increasingly bleak. The young and weak struggled to survive in this harsh environment, and the Warsong clan seemed doomed. Then a young orc named Thrall sought out Grom. Thrall's courage, strength, and mercy inspired Grom, who had accepted the young outcast and taught him the ways of the orcs. When humans searching for Thrall drew too close, Thrall left, taking with him Grom's necklace as a symbol of the trust Grom had placed in him. Eventually, the Warsong clan led by Grom reunited with Orgrim Doomhammer and Thrall's lost clan, the Frostwolves. Together, they fought against the human internment camps surrounding Durnhold. The two clans set out to free and invigorate the Orcish nation, rekindling hope for their people. Separated from Thrall's fleet, Grom and his Warsong clan were the first to land on the shores of Kalimdor. They wandered the Barrens for days before encountering Jaina Proudmoore and the Alliance expedition in Ashenvale. Rather than launching an immediate attack, Grom chose to follow the Alliance from a distance, curious about his old enemy's presence in this new and exotic land. He spied on them for a time before finally giving in to his bloodlust and attacking. Though the Alliance managed to repel the surprise assault with minor losses, they were left shaken by the unexpected presence of orcs in Kalimdor. Seeking to avoid prolonged conflict, Jaina led her forces to the slopes of the Stone Talon Mountains, leaving some behind to erect defenses against the pursuing orcs. In the midst of this turmoil, Thrall and the rest of the Horde arrived, rejoicing at their reunion with Grom and the Warsong. Reluctant to be drawn into unnecessary warfare, Thrall commanded the Horde to ignore the Alliance. However, his orders were often disregarded, as the orcs, particularly the Warsong, grew increasingly aggressive and bloodthirsty in Ashenvale. Grom and his clan frequently defied Thrall, eagerly spilling Alliance blood at every opportunity. Frustrated by their insubordination, Thrall sent Grom and the Warsong deeper into Ashenvale Forest to establish an outpost, hoping the hard labor would keep them occupied until his return from Stone Talon Peak. Begrudgingly, Grom obeyed, viewing the task as a grave insult. As they vented their rage on the woodlands, their desecration of the natural world did not go unnoticed, and would not go unpunished. The Night Elves, enraged by the Warsong clan's defilement of Ashenvale's forest, launched a surprise attack. In their defense, Grom received unexpected aid from the goblin Neelok Greedyfingers, who provided goblin shredders in exchange for killing a Furbolg. With these new tools, the Warsong clan managed to fend off their attackers successfully, but their victory drew the attention of the demigod, Cenarius. Determined to avenge the fallen Night Elves and protect the forest from further desecration, Cenarius sought to exterminate the orcs. He appeared to know something of the orcs' past and condemned them as demon-spawned wretches, deserving only death. During a fierce skirmish, Grom vehemently insisted that the orcs no longer served demons, but Cenarius dismissed his claims and continued his relentless assault. The Warsong clan quickly realized that Cenarius was invulnerable to conventional attacks, making their defeat seem inevitable. As Cenarius pressed his attack, the orcs faced the very real possibility of annihilation at the hands of the vengeful demigod. One of the troll witch doctors accompanying the Warsong clan informed Grom that he sensed strange energies nearby that might help them defeat Cenarius. Intrigued, Grom investigated and discovered a fountain of blood. This was the work of the Pit Lord Manaroth, who had originally enslaved the orcs after Gul'dan persuaded them to drink his blood with promises of immense power. Manaroth viewed Cenarius as a significant obstacle to the Burning Legion, just as he had been during the War of the Ancients. On the suggestion of Tychondrius, who is one of the Nathrazim, aka Dreadlords working for the Burning Legion, Manaroth poured more of his blood into the fountain, hoping the orcs would once again drink it and become infused with enough demonic power to kill Cenarius. Beyond the immediate goal, Manaroth had another reason for wanting the orcs to partake of his blood. It would renew their bondage to him and the Burning Legion, ensuring their continued servitude under demonic influence. When Grom led his troops to the ominous fountain, the witch doctor warned him of the demonic energy it contained. One of Grom's soldiers cautioned that drinking from the fountain would betray everything they had learned from Thrall. But Grom, desperate to protect his clan from the new threat, dismissed these concerns. Set in his decision, he drank from the fountain, neither persuaded or forced his soldiers to do the same. Empowered once more by the demonic energies, Grom and his revitalized troops launched a ferocious assault on Cenarius' forces. The battle raged with newfound ferocity, and even the mighty demigod fell before the demon-enhanced orcs. In the end, Grom's desperate gamble paid off, but the cost would be felt deeply by all who partook in the cursed fountain's power. After the fall of Cenarius, Manaroth appeared, revealing the true price of drinking his blood. The Warsong clan, now under his influence, was once again susceptible to the Pit Lord's control. Grom was horrified by this revelation. But that horror was fleeting as Manaroth swiftly exercised his dominance, turning Grom and his clan into his slaves. Consumed by demonic influence, they came to despise Thrall and the rest of the Horde, waging war against them and their new allies, the humans led by Jaina Proudmoore. Determined to save his old friend, Thrall fought through the corrupted Warsong clan to reach Grom. When he finally confronted Grom, the truth of the demonic curse was revealed. The Orc clan chieftains had willingly embraced the bloodlust offered by the Burning Legion, making them not just cursed, but doomed by their own choices of power. With the help of Cairn Bloodhoof and his Tauren, Thrall managed to capture Grom and bring him to Jaina. Together with the combined efforts of magic users from both her forces and Thrall's, they performed a ritual to release Grom from his blood curse. Upon learning the truth, Thrall and Grom set out to hunt down Manaroth, eventually locating the vile demon in what is now Demonfall Canyon in Ashenvale. Crying out with rage, Thrall struck Manaroth with the Doomhammer, but the demonic Leviathan easily shrugged off the attack and countered with a stunning blow. Taunted by Manaroth, who claimed they were no different, Grom charged forward, driving Gorehowl into the demon's chest. The mighty axe shattered Manaroth's breastplate and sliced through to his infernal heart. Mortally wounded, Manaroth exploded in a blaze of hellfire, and Grom bore the brunt of the inferno alone. As the flames subsided, Thrall found Grom lying in the dust, the crimson glow fading from his eyes. The blood curse that had damned their race for decades was finally lifted. With his best friend and war chief by his side, Grom, still undefeated, died at the site of his greatest triumph, overcoming the corruption of the Burning Legion and the whispers of his own soul. Manaroth's death shattered the Legion's hold on the Orcish race. Those who had drank Manaroth's blood, willingly or otherwise, found their souls free from demonic corruption. In his final moments, Grom Hellscream left the mortal plane a redeemed spirit, his sacrifice forever freeing his people from the shadow of the Burning Legion. In the southeastern Ashenvale, there's a monument to Grom which stands on the spot which is believed to be where Manaroth was slain. The monument reads, "Here lies Gromosh Hellscream, chieftain of the Warsong clan." In many ways, the curse of our people began and ended with Grom. His name meant giant's heart in our ancient tongue. He earned that name 100-fold as he stood alone before the demon Manaroth, and won our freedom with his blood. Loktar Ogar, big brother. May the war song never fade. Thrall, war chief of the Horde. During Azeroth's first Kosharg festival at Razor Hill, the spirit of Gromosh Hellscream briefly appeared alongside other legendary orcs, summoned by an offering prepared by an orc adventurer and Durak. Grom reflected on how the memory of his sacrifice had been invoked for various causes, yet he held no resentment. He understood that each struggle was a fight for a better future for the orcs. His only regret was not being there to guide his son Garrosh down a better path. Grom hoped that Garrosh's tragic fate would serve as a warning to all orcs, a lesson to steer future generations towards wisdom and honor.
Taretha is the daughter of Tamis and Klania. She had a brother who sadly passed away as a toddler due to an illness. She's also the surrogate sister to Thrall. Her influence on Thrall's life was profound, shaping him into the leader he became. Just as our own histories shape us, Taretha not only saved Thrall's life, but also played a pivotal role in the growth of the Horde into what it is today. But who was she? What did she do? And what happened to her? Let's find out. Thrall was discovered among the bodies of his family while Aedelus Blackmore and Taretha's father Tamis were out hunting one day. Blackmore, known for his drunkenness and abusive nature, was far from a good person. Tamis, who had been Blackmore's personal servant, received a promotion of sorts when he agreed to care for Thrall. Now at the young age of 5, Taretha became an unlikely guardian angel for Thrall, ensuring his survival in the harsh confines of Durnhold. While others overlooked his infantile needs due to them not realizing he was a baby, which seems odd, but I guess they really weren't too familiar with orcs, Taretha's keen observation revealed his inability to consume solid food without teeth. Her innocent revelation led to a swift adjustment in Thrall's diet, allowing him to flourish under the care of the Foxton family, nurtured by Taretha's own mother.
As Thrall grew, Taretha remained a steadfast companion, her affection for the green-skinned child unwavering. However, their bond faced an inevitable separation when Thrall was taken from their house, leaving Taretha heartbroken for the loss of her cherished little brother. Years later, thrust into her preteen years, Taretha found herself entrusted with a new role, delivering books on military strategy to Thrall. He ended up becoming a gladiator within Durnhold. This task, orchestrated by Aedelus Blackmore's military advisor, Sargent, aimed to mold the young orc into a formidable warrior. Yet Taretha seized the opportunity to maintain a clandestine connection with Thrall, utilizing the pages of the books as a covert means of communication, all while concealing her sharp intellect from prying eyes. About a decade passed. Taretha found herself in a position as Blackmore's mistress, and was quite rough with her as she was observed with bruises on her wrist by Thrall in her early 20s. She despised him, but felt she had to keep doing it so her family was safe from Blackmore. Sometime later, an unexpected visitor arrived in the form of Arthas Menethil, curious to witness Thrall's combat prowess. As night descended, Arthas lingered within the keep, where Blackmore, in an attempt to curry favor, dispatched Taretha to entertain their guest. However, contrary to expectations, Arthas and Taretha engaged in mere conversation, their interaction devoid of any intimate undertones. Curiously, Arthas remarked upon Taretha's resemblance to Jaina in appearance, drawing a subtle parallel between the two women. Later the next day, after enduring a brutal beating in the arena, Thrall found solace in the unwavering support of Taretha, who helped him in his fervent desire to break free from the confines of Durnhold. In a daring act of defiance, Taretha orchestrated a diversion by setting the encampment ablaze and releasing the captive animals, providing Thrall with the opportunity to slip away unnoticed under the cover of the chaos. Despite Thrall's insistence that she accompany him, she remained steadfast, torn between the loyalty to her friend and the safety of her family. As Thrall departed, she gifted him a necklace adorned with a crescent moon emblem, a silent promise of aid in times of need. Years later, Thrall, now war chief of an expanding horde, sought Taretha's assistance in negotiating with Blackmore. However, she remained resolute in her belief that reasoning with the tyrant was futile. Despite Thrall's offer of protection, she chose to stay behind, unwilling to abandon her family to the impending conflict. Tragically, Blackmore's paranoia led to Taretha's betrayal being uncovered, resulting in her imprisonment and eventual sentencing to death. In a heart-wrenching twist of fate, Blackmore, consumed by alcohol-fueled rage, sealed her tragic demise with a fatal decree. As dawn broke, Thrall led his forces to confront Blackmore, demanding the release of his people. In a drunken stupor, Blackmore engaged in a slurred exchange with Thrall, culminating in a horrifying act of brutality, hurling Taretha's severed head from the battlements. The sight of Taretha's lifeless form shattered Thrall's stoic facade, unleashing a torrent of grief that he had never experienced before. Consumed by sorrow and rage at the loss of his cherished friend, sister, and confidant, the Shaman Warchief vowed vengeance upon the perpetrator. With a heavy heart and a determined spirit, Thrall ordered his army to lay siege to Durnhold, engaging Blackmore in a fateful duel that would determine the keep's fate. In a clash of titans, justice prevailed as Thrall emerged victorious, vanquishing Blackmore and liberating the stronghold from his tyranny. In a final act of closure, Thrall besieged the spirit of the earth to obliterate Durnhold Keep, erasing the dark memories of its past and leaving it a mere relic of history. With the keep evacuated and its former leader defeated, Thrall ensured that justice was served, sending a warning to the Alliance before departing into the horizon, leaving behind only remnants of a once proud fortress. In the wake of Thrall's ascension to Warchief, he dispatched a group of brave orc volunteers to Durnhold Keep, tasked with unraveling the mysteries surrounding the Syndicate activity in the region. Their mission held a dual purpose: to investigate and to retrieve Taretha's necklace, now in the possession of Elisa, a mistress to Lord Aladin Perinold, Syndicate's leader. Despite their valiant efforts, the mission faced initial setbacks when Goldur, Droll, and Togthar were apprehended by the Syndicate, leaving only Krusk to flee the scene. Undeterred, Krusk sought aid from the Horde adventurers, forging an alliance to rescue his captured comrades and reclaim the precious necklace. In a daring showdown, they stormed Durnhold Keep, confronting Lord Aladin himself,
Through grit and determination, they emerged victorious, securing both the release of their allies and the coveted necklace, bringing justice to the traitorous syndicate leader in the process. Now we deal with some time travel stuff from the Infinite Dragonflight, who are trying to make sure Thrall doesn't become War Chief. Taretha played a crucial role in Thrall's daring escape from Durnhold Keep, but the tale took a dark turn when adventurers delved into Old Hillsbrad and uncovered a chilling truth. The sinister Infinite Dragonflight had seized Taretha, holding her captive in the treacherous clutches of Terran Mill, just west of Durnhold. Without Taretha's selfless intervention, Thrall's escape would have been a distant dream. Determined to right this wrong, adventurers embarked on a journey through the mystical caverns of time. There, they aided Thrall in his daring flight from Durnhold, confronting numerous perils along the way. But their quest was far from over. Guided by courage and determination, they ventured into the heart of danger, facing off against the formidable infinite dragon known as Epoch Hunter. With skill and valor, they rescued Taretha from her captivity, ensuring that her pivotal role in Thrall's escape would never be forgotten. But sadly unable to save her from her doomed fate at the hands of Blackmoor. And while her life was sadly and tragically cut short, she wasn't able to live past her mid-20s. But in her short life, she did leave her mark and a legacy that shouldn't be forgotten. By aiding Thrall's escape, Taretha not only secured the future of the Horde, but also paved the way for a new era of understanding between the Orcs and humans. Her willingness to extend trust to Thrall's Orc allies, including the Frostwolf and Warsong clans, showcased the potential for peace and cooperation between the races. Jaina Proudmoore's resemblance to Taretha struck a chord with Thrall, helping him overcome his prejudices against humans and fostering trust with the Alliance. Taretha's pivotal role in demonstrating the possibility of friendship between humans and Orcs laid the foundation for future alliances, crucial in defeating threats like Manaroth and Archimonde. Her legacy endures in the Lukvadund, or Song of the Hero, making Taretha Foxton the sole human to be honored in such a manner. The Song of the Hero is a shout song composed for a specific individual. It's commonly set for the greatest within the Orcs, such as chieftains, shamans, and war chiefs. But in this one case, Taretha was given that honor among the Orcs. In the book Thrall Twilight of the Aspects, Thrall hops through various timelines and ends up in a timeline where he didn't survive, and meets an alternate version of Taretha. But her life took a drastic turn. Her parents were unfairly blamed for the tragedy, leading to her father's demotion and her mother's untimely death. Growing up in this harsh reality, Taretha never received an education and suffered physical abuse at the hands of Aedelus Blackmoor, who eventually grew tired of her. Thrall's death had far-reaching consequences. Blackmoor, sobered by the loss, seized control of Lordaeron with his own army, enslaving the Orcs. These events hardened Taretha's once gentle demeanor. Years later, after the Battle of Blackrock Spire, Taretha encountered the Thrall from the main timeline. Initially planning to sell him into slavery, she was convinced of his true identity by a locket he wore, the one she had given him when he left Durnhold. Their conversation revealed to Taretha the different paths their lives had taken. During this conversation, Thrall tells her that his Taretha was my sister of the spirit, and that she didn't make a difference, she made the difference. Despite learning of her own death in his timeline, Taretha found solace in knowing that she made a difference. This realization also brought comfort to Thrall, as he understood that his Taretha had likely felt the same way before her passing. Now I'm guessing that my sister of the spirit means that he sees Taretha as his sister, but she's died. But that's just my best guess, because I really can't think of another meaning for that. But if you know, let me know in the comments, because I'd be curious to hear it. Varisa Windrunner is the youngest daughter in her family with two older sisters, Ilaria being the oldest and Sylvanas being next, along with her little brother Lyrith. Life was good for the family for many years. As a young girl, she possessed a remarkable ability to diffuse conflicts among her siblings, always striving to maintain harmony within the family. Despite the tumultuous events that unfolded over the years, including Sylvanas' transformation into a Forsaken, her love for her sister remained unwavering. Even now, her heart yearns to reunite with her sisters, refusing to abandon hope for Sylvanas' redemption, despite Ilaria's occasional hostility towards her. Now we dive in before the chaos of the Second War. The young and spirited Varisa joined the Farstriders, which is an order of Blood Elf, once High Elf elite rangers active in Quel'Thalas, swiftly becoming one of the top talents in her group. However, her zestful approach to combat earned her more than a few scoldings from tutors who mockingly likened her impatience to that of humans. Despite her training prowess, Varisa didn't dive into the Second War action, perhaps due to a lack of battlefield experience. During that time, a mysterious fire broke out, consuming Quel'Thalas Forest during the Second War. Varisa and Ilaria found themselves under the menacing assault of forest trolls. A stroke of luck intervened as Sylvanas and her skilled rangers swooped in to rescue them, turning the tide in their favor. Now, nearing the end of the Second War, Varisa, still a youthful elf by her kind standards, had barely surpassed a year beyond her apprenticeship. Throughout the ebbs and flows of war, her bond with Sylvanas remained a steadfast source of support and inspiration. During this tumultuous period, the orcs launched invasions into the forests, threatening the safety of Silvermoon City, while Ilaria ventured afar with her ranger company to explore the world beyond. Varisa and Sylvanas, the ranger general at the time, remained in Silvermoon. It was during this time that Varisa made a decision that contradicted Sylvanas' wishes. Lyrith, desiring to emulate his sister's prowess in combat rather than merely playing music behind the city walls, he expressed his desire to learn to fight, despite Sylvanas adamantly opposing the idea. Varisa was determined to assist her brother, believing it would ensure his safety. However, her efforts possibly inadvertently placed Lyrith in harm's way. When Varisa admitted to training Lyrith against Sylvanas' wishes, her sister's anger boiled over. Sylvanas demanded Varisa's removal from her sight, fearing she might act rashly. Yet Varisa's intentions were pure, driven by a desire to protect her younger brother. Despite her sister's fury, Varisa believed she was doing what was best for Lyrith. Nonetheless, Sylvanas remained adamant, blaming Varisa for Lyrith's fate, convinced that his death could have been avoided had he not undergone training, believing that due to the training that he had received, made him think that he could fight the orcs that were invading the area. Before embarking through the dark portal for the daring Alliance expedition to Draenor, Ilaria had a plan. She aimed to give Sylvanas and Varisa unique necklaces, fragments of a larger one bestowed upon her by their parents. This heartfelt gesture took a crafty turn in Stormwind, where the necklace underwent a transformation into 3 distinct lockets. Ilaria, with a keen eye for symbolism, kept the emerald locket for herself. The sapphire and ruby counterparts were entrusted to Varana, her second, with a mission to deliver them to the awaiting sisters. With Varisa's ruby locket, a tender inscription echoed, "To Varisa, with love, Illyria." As fate would have it, the mysterious disappearance of Ilaria and her husband Turalyon on Draenor left Varisa with a new role to play. She embraced the responsibility of caring for their son, Erator. Varisa's initial mission as a ranger didn't align with her expectations. Instead of hunting orcs on Azeroth, she found herself tasked with escorting a human wizard named Ronan to Hasek, an eastern port of Lordaeron. To her surprise, their journey took an unexpected turn when they reached Hasek. Despite completing their assignment, they faced a dilemma. There were no ships available to transport Ronan to his intended destination, Khazad-dûm. Ronan, insisting on the importance of his mission, sought unconventional means to reach Khazad-dûm. Despite initial reluctance from a group of Wildhammer dwarves, Varisa's trust in Ronan's cause led her to persuade them to aid their journey. With the dwarves' assistance, they embarked on a daring flight to Khazad-dûm. As their journey unfolded, Varisa's intuition told her that Ronan's mission held more significance than he let on. Although they became separated during the flight, Varisa tracked Ronan's trail to Grim Batal, a horde stronghold led by the formidable Necros Skullcrusher. In this unexpected twist of fate, Varisa's loyalty and determination propelled her into the heart of danger, revealing the true depths of her courage. Necros wielded the Demon Soul to enslave Alexstrasza and much of the Red Dragonflight. In case you don't know, the Demon Soul was an artifact of great power created by Deathwing a little before the War of the Ancients. It's a talisman with immense power that could destroy or enslave other dragons. To counter this dark threat, Corial Strauss devised a daring plan. Disguised as the mage Krasis, he decided to send Ronan to Grim Batal. While he hoped that the horde would be deceived into believing a full-scale invasion was coming, that was not his true aim. His true goal was to free Alexstrasza. Now I'm guessing that Corial Strauss is going to tell Ronan to tell the horde that there was some invasion coming, but otherwise I don't exactly know why the horde would think an invasion is coming with just one human going to Grim Batal. I don't have the book, so I can't really look through it, but I'm guessing if the Horde saw just one human, they might assume that there were more coming, is kind of my best guess. But either way, let's continue. As the Horde evacuated Grim Batal, Deathwing made an unexpected entrance. His sinister agenda was to seize Alexstrasza's eggs and strengthen his own failing flight. Unbeknownst to all, Deathwing had aided Ronan's journey for this very purpose. Yet the tide turned when the other dragon aspects intervened. With the help of Varisa and a band of dwarves, Ronan seized the demon soul from Necros, shattering its dark power. Empowered anew, Alexstrasza and her kin confronted Deathwing, forcing him to retreat into the shadows. In the aftermath of this epic adventure, Varisa and Ronan found love's embrace, sealing their bond in marriage. After the success of the Grim Batal mission, Varisa received a special summons from King Tyrannus and the Kirin Tor. They entrusted her with the crucial role to serve as an Alliance ambassador. Joined by Ronan, they embarked on a journey across the Alliance lands, reminding everyone of all the looming threats other than just the Orcish menace. With the good news of becoming Alliance ambassadors, there was bad news. The Scourge had ravaged Lordaeron, Dalaran, and Quel'Thalas, with Prince Arthas leading the charge. The shadows cast by the fall of Thalorian Dawnseeker and Anasterian Sunstrider marked a dark chapter in Varisa's life. Now, while Anasterian was the leader of Quel'Thalas, and his loss would be a big blow to Varisa, who had known him as she grew up, it doesn't say specifically why losing Thalorian was a big blow to Varisa. He could have been a great warrior, and so she could have been friends with him, but at the end of the quest line to put together the sword Quel'Dalar, she mentioned that losing those two was a big loss for her. Also, Thalorian was actually the original wielder of Quel'Dalar. So I'm just not exactly sure what made it such a big loss for losing Thalorian to her, other than the fact that she had lost so many of her people, and knowing another personally could have just hit harder, especially after losing Sylvanas, who they thought was dead for some time. Now, as I just mentioned, tragedy struck other members of Varisa's family with brutal force during the Scourge invasion of Quel'Thalas. Among the hardest hit was her sister, Sylvanas. Sylvanas fell victim to the blade of Arthas Menethil and was resurrected as a Banshee in his dreadful service, ultimately becoming the Banshee Queen of the Forsaken. But the sorrow didn't end there. Their grandfather faced a heart-wrenching ordeal as he was forced to confront his own son, the girl's uncle, who had been twisted into an undead abomination by the Scourge's vile touch. In the wake of such tragic losses, Varisa found herself navigating the turbulent waters of grief and resilience, her spirit tested by the unforgiving tides of fate. As Varisa and Ronan eagerly anticipated the arrival of their twin children, Gurimar and Galadin, fate intervened once more as Ronan was being summoned by Krasis for aid. They had to travel back in time to the first invasion of the Burning Legion after a rift in time was discovered. However, in a stroke of fortune, Nozdormu granted Ronan a special gift. He ensured that Ronan would be present at Varisa's side the moment she went into labor, ensuring he wouldn't miss a single precious moment of their children's lives. In a gesture of friendship, Nozdormu extended an offer for the twins to befriend the Bronze Dragonflight, adding a touch of magic to their lives from the very start. At one point in time, Varisa shared a close bond with her cousin Zendarin Windrunner. Both struggled to conform to the rigid standards of High Elven society, finding solace in their shared sense of otherness. However, as the Blood Elves emerged and sought refuge in the teachings of Kael'thas Sunstrider, Zendarin found himself drawn to their cause. The agony of his withdrawal from the Sunwell's power mirrored Varisa's own struggles with magic's grip. In moments of reflection, Varisa pondered whether she too might have succumbed to the allure of the Blood Elves if not for Ronan's unwavering support, which guided her through the darkest hours. The birth of her sons ushered in a new chapter filled with love and devotion, serving as a beacon of light amidst the shadows of addiction and sorrow. Through the joys of motherhood, Varisa found strength to withstand the allure of temptation and the pain of loss. Zendarin, now transformed into a Blood Elf and harboring a deep-seated disdain for humans, hatched a sinister plan to seize Varisa's children. Believing that the offspring of a High Elf and a human mage would wield immense magical power, he set out to kidnap them. However, his nefarious scheme ended in failure. In the novel Night of the Dragon, Varisa resurfaces with vengeance burning in her heart. Venturing into the treacherous depths of Grim Batal, she seeks retribution against Zendarin. His latest ambition is to lay his hands on the Demon Soul, a vile creation of Deathwings, as a possible alternative magic source for his craving. But Varisa's courage and determination foil his plans, culminating in the destruction of the Demon Soul and Zendarin himself when the stolen staff of the Naru touched the artifact. Now, I have a couple of questions for this part, because it seems like the phrasing is off, or I would just need to have the books Day of the Dragon and Night of the Dragon to really get what happened and honestly understand more. But they say that the demon soul is destroyed in Day of the Dragon when they first left Grim Batal. At least that's what I saw. But it sounds more like it just lost all or most of its power, so it could still be used, but would need a boost of some sort from an outside source. Now during the fight, the staff of the Naru touched the demon soul, which from what I found normally shouldn't be possible, because the demon soul was shielded from all Azerothian magic. But the staff had been from Outland, and when the staff touched the demon soul, it expelled all of its energy when Zendaren used it. Now that's what I understood. But the very quick rundown is that Zendaren died and Varisa was able to get her revenge for Zendaren trying to kidnap her sons. And that the demon soul was finally actually destroyed this time. I'd have to do a full video on the book or something to really get what is going on, because there seems to be a lot happening that I'm missing from just these little bits I'm seeing. But let's move on to the next section. Now Varisa doesn't have a big section for Wrath, but that's because she was involved with what the Silver Covenant was doing. And I figured I would do a small chat about the Silver Covenant, but also talk about what they were up to during Wrath, and in turn talk about Varisa at the same time. The Silver Covenant is a faction of High Elves which is led by Varisa and Dalaran. Now there isn't a big difference between the High Elves and Blood Elves, as they are physiologically the same race, and the difference between them is really only political. I'll definitely have to do a full video on them in the future, but that's the main difference between them. When Quel'Thalas parted ways with the Alliance of Lordran, a group of High Elves made a bold decision. Despite their kingdom's departure, they remained steadfast in their loyalty to their allies. Even now, they stand firm in their support of the Alliance, a testament to their unwavering commitment to friendship and unity. Refusing to accept the Blood Elves into the Kirin Tor, they've chosen to stand apart. Instead, they've shouldered the responsibility of acting as military deterrent against any political threats from the Horde. Their counterparts within the Horde are known as the Sunreavers, mirroring their commitment to safeguarding their interests and maintaining peace amidst the ever-shifting tides of conflict. Now during Wrath of the Lich King, the Covenant held sway over the Silver Enclave, a district exclusive to the Alliance within the city of Dalaran. Safeguarding their domain were the vigilant Silver Covenant Guardian Mages. Their duty was to ward off any Horde adventurers who dared to approach too near to the Enclave's outer walls, ensuring the Alliance's security within their stronghold. The Silver Covenant harbored deep reservations about the Horde's presence in Dalaran, especially with Garrosh Hellscream leading the charge in Northrend. In response, they forged a partnership with the Alliance and became part of the Alliance Vanguard. Varisa Windrunner, the leader of the Silver Covenant, played a pivotal role in fueling this feud. Despite lacking political authority in the city, her disapproval of the Blood Elves was clear. However, it's worth noting that several influential figures within the city, including Archmage Modera, advocated for the readmission of the Blood Elves, highlighting the complex dynamics to play within Dalaran's walls. Some of the Silver Covenant's members enlisted as battle mages with the 7th Legion, now stationed at Winterguard Keep in the Dragonblight. Notably, they operated within the fortress's arcane sanctum, with Vast the Unstable serving as their representative. Later, they established the Silver Covenant Pavilion as their base during the Ardent Tournament, where representatives from each race of the Alliance coordinated operations. As champions of the Silver Covenant, they played a crucial role in combating the Scourge Force within the Frozen Walls and their Sunreaver counterparts in Dalaran. Their mission was to reclaim the magical blade Quel'Dalar from the clutches of corruption by the Blood Queen Lanathel, who also appears as a raid boss within Icecrown Citadel. Venturing into the Sea Reaver's Run, the strait between Northrend and the island of Hrothgar's Landing, the Silver Covenant sailed their mighty ships, the Silver Blade and the Wavecrest. Alongside the Sunreavers, who sailed the Crimson Dawn and the Firehawk, they bravely battled the Kavaldir and their summoned Kraken, defending Icecrown's shores with the aid of intrepid adventurers. Now between Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm, Varisa did attend the wedding of Malfurion and Tyrande, but nothing noteworthy happened other than that. So we move on to the events for Varisa and Cataclysm. When the Call of Duty beckons, Varisa finds herself summoned by the Ranger General Silvermoon, Haldoran Brightwing, to address the looming threat of a resurgent troll empire gathering strength within Zul'Aman. Setting foot in Quel'Thalas, she finds herself in the company of the Darkspear chieftain Vol'jin, alongside Brightwing. However, Varisa's arrival is met with skepticism from the higher ranks of Silvermoon City. Lorthamar Theron, the city's leader, sends a messenger to question her presence in Quel'Thalas. Undeterred, Varisa passionately defends her right to stand on the soil of her homeland, vowing not to let it succumb to the ancient enemy.
Haldoran steps in, revealing that he personally invited Varisa to bolster his Farstriders, recognizing the need for additional reinforcements in the face of the looming threat. With tensions eased, the two Ranger generals, along with Vol'jin, convene to strategize and prepare for the impending battle ahead. After they strategize, the Horde Alliance enters Zul'Aman to counter the threat within. When Jaina Proudmoore unearths treachery within Dalaran's walls, Varisa swiftly mobilized the Silver Covenant to aid the Kirin Tor and Alliance forces in purging the Horde from the city. Their mission was to root out the Sunreaver involvement in Garrosh Hellscream's schemes, including the theft of the Divine Bell using Dalaran portals to infiltrate Darnassus. At the forefront of the action, Varisa and the Silver Covenant played a pivotal role in preventing Sunreaver escape attempts and quelling any Horde resistance within Dalaran. They ensured that no sympathizers slipped through the cracks, neutralizing any threats to the city's security. Now this event is known as the Purge of Dalaran for an obvious reason, but Jaina had the wrong guy. She believed that Archmage Aethys Sunreaver stole the Divine Bell, which was kept under lock and key within Darnassus. But in reality, it was Garrosh who orchestrated it, and Aethys didn't know anything about it. While it was a Sunreaver agent, the agent was acting on orders from Garrosh. Now with the idea that Aethys was behind it, there was a quest to purge Dalaran of all Blood Elves from the city. But it wasn't just capturing them. You did capture some, but not all. You would kill those who were also just fleeing and not fighting from what I've read on it. I'll have to do the full quest to get the whole story of it, and I would like to do a video on it at some point. It's just another topic that I think deserves its own video. Now while serving as a secondary leader of the Kirin Tor offensive near Shadowpan Garrison, Varisa's concerns extended beyond the immediate threat of Lei Shen's return. With her husband's death weighing heavily on her heart, she remained wary of the Horde's presence on the Isle of Thunder. Fearful of the havoc they could wreak if they gained access to Lei Shen's powers, Varisa was driven by a dual purpose: to protect the world from potential catastrophe, and to seek vengeance for Ronan's demise. As events unfolded, Varisa found herself alongside Jaina at the Bloodied Crossing, facing the fierce Mogu forces in battle. Together they emerged victorious against Shanbu, witnessing the tense confrontation between Jaina and Lorthamar. Despite Varisa's reluctance to retreat, Jaina's words struck a chord, reminded that vengeance wouldn't bring back her husband. She reluctantly retreated after that realization and got to safety with Jaina. Continuing her courageous journey, Varisa joined King Varian Wryn's forces in the fight to seize Bladefist Bay from Hellscream's grip. Amidst the chaos of battle, she played a crucial role in the Galakras encounter, standing firm alongside her allies in the face of adversity. Now we move on to the events within the book War Crimes, which showed the trial of Garrosh for his crimes during Pandaria. Varisa stood by Jaina's side as they faced the trial of Garrosh Hellscream, her heart heavy with grief and fury over the loss of her husband. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, Varisa yearned for justice to be served swiftly and decisively. However, as the trial unfolded, Varisa's hopes began to wane. It seemed increasingly likely that Garrosh might escape with lesser punishment or even walk free. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, Varisa turned to Sylvanas, seeking a more permanent solution. Sending her ruby necklace as a token of trust, which was originally sent to Varisa from Illyria, Illyria sent a necklace to her sisters as a way to ensure they knew that she was thinking of them. Within the locket, Illyria inscribed, "To Varisa, with love, Illyria." And within Sylvanas' locket, it reads, "To Sylvanas, love always, Illyria." Varisa arranged a clandestine meeting at Windrunner Spire. There, she implored Sylvanas for a potent poison, hoping to end Garrosh's life once and for all. Despite their initial wariness, the sisters found common ground as they reminisced about their pasts, their shared losses, and the paths they had each chosen. Through their unexpected bond, Varisa found solace and strength, knowing that even in the darkest of times, family could offer a glimmer of light and understanding. As Varisa and Sylvanas forged their unlikely alliance, Varisa began to question her allegiance to the alliance. Sensing her sister's uncertainty, Sylvanas extended a tempting offer. Varisa could join her ranks in the Forsaken and share in ruling power. Together they could wield unparalleled influence, shaping their own destiny as Windrunners. Impressed by the effectiveness of their plan to eliminate Garrosh, a feat neither the Horde nor the Alliance had achieved, Varisa found herself drawn to Sylvanas' proposition. Though hesitant at first, she agreed to entertain the idea, intrigued by the prospect of a new path and the promise of wielding significant influence alongside her sister.
On the solemn day in court, Verisa was confronted with the heart-wrenching sight of Ronan's final moments in Theramore, revealed through the haunting vision of time. She saw how Ronan sacrificed himself to ensure that the mana bomb coming for Theramore was going to stay more localized within Jaina's tower, which had protective magic in and out of it. He couldn't escape because he had to keep casting the spell to ensure that the bomb got into the tower to try and reduce casualties and ensure the blast radius wouldn't reach to Verisa. Along with that, he made sure that Jaina made it out alive so she could lead the Kirin Tor. Overwhelmed by sorrow and rage at her husband's sacrifice, she sought solace in the dark embrace of Tirisfal Glades. It was there that she met with Sylvanas, who had provided the means to end Garrosh's life, a poison of superior potency. Verisa, drawn to the eerie beauty of the glades, found herself growing fond of the place that would soon become her new home. Little did she know, Sylvanas harbored a hidden agenda. Unbeknownst to Verisa, her sister planned to end her life and resurrect her as a powerful banshee, ensuring their eternal rule over the Forsaken. While Verisa's affinity for Tirisfal Glades pleased Sylvanas, the full extent of her sister's intention remained veiled in darkness. Immersing herself in the bustling kitchens of the temple, Verisa seized the opportunity to access Garrosh's meal. Setting aside any hesitation, she skillfully laced his food with the deadly poison, marking a pivotal step in her mission. As the weight of her actions settled upon her, Verisa found herself torn between her allegiance with Sylvanas and her responsibilities as a mother. While the allure of ruling alongside her sister and reclaiming her place in Silvermoon beckoned, unexpected encounters with the cook, Mulam Shao, and a poignant meeting with Anduin Wrynn stirred feelings of longing for her sons back in Dalaran. Realizing that her children had no place in the Forsaken's realm, Verisa made the difficult choice to return to Dalaran, vowing never to abandon her boys again. With a heavy heart, she penned a letter to Sylvanas, informing her of her decision. For Sylvanas, Verisa's departure dealt a devastating blow. Having trusted her sister deeply, she had let her guard down, unaware of the imminent fracture in their alliance. Before departing, Verisa confided in Anduin about her plan to poison Garrosh, entrusting the fate of the war chief to the young prince. In that moment, Anduin faced a weighty decision, whether to intervene and save Garrosh, or to let events unfold as Verisa intended. In an act of mercy and compassion, Anduin chose to spare Garrosh's life, electing to rescue him from the brink of death. Despite this decision, he remained loyal to Verisa, honoring her trust by keeping her secret safe. Upon receiving the intel about Illyria's location, Verisa wasted no time. At this point, Illyria was still with the Army of Light, so no one really knew where she was or even if she was actually alive. Journeying to the Darkstone Isle on the Broken Shore, she united with the Farstriders to strategize a daring rescue mission, seeking aid from the mysterious leader-to-be of the Unseen Pack, which is the player character. Verisa faced a daunting challenge, trusting a demon's word. Despite her reservations, Verisa chose to gamble on the demon's claim that Illyria and her legendary bow were held captive on the Legion-infested world of Niskara. While Ranger Orestes voiced concern over the deeply personal nature of the mission, Verisa insisted it was solely to recover a vital asset. Determined to proceed cautiously, she barred Orestes from joining until Illyria's presence was confirmed. However, he defied her orders, risking his life to forge ahead. As Verisa navigated the treacherous terrain of Niskara, she encountered fierce resistance. Tragically, Orestes fell in battle, urging Verisa to press on and rescue Illyria.
It's so cold.
Orestes! Try to... Orestes!
Good luck, friends. Save Illyria.
Rest in the light, Orestes.
Despite a harrowing encounter with a demonic inquisitor, Illyria remained elusive, leaving behind only her bow as a tantalizing lure.
I felt those eyes peering into my soul. Had you not freed me, Enough. I must know if Illyria was truly held captive here, or if this was all a ruse to trap us. Illyria was here. Her bow's presence is the proof. Doubtless she escaped, and the Inquisitor sought to use me to lure her back.
Verisa resolved to inform Haldoran Brightwing of Orestes' sacrifice. Through the shadows of loss and uncertainty, she recognized the Hunter Champion as a beacon of hope and valor, honoring them as a hero worthy of standing alongside her legendary sister. After her daring mission, Varisa returned to True Shot Lodge, where she shared the details of her journey with Haldoran, proudly representing the Silver Covenant within the ranks of the Unseen Path, a coalition of hunters from across Azeroth. Varisa pledged her order's support to the newly appointed leader. Embracing her role as a member of the Unseen Path, Varisa joined forces with her fellow hunters in a pivotal battle against Hakar the Houndmaster within the confines of the Violet Hold. Together, they fought valiantly to secure victory and safeguard their world from the threat he posed. Varisa, alongside Tyrande and her Vigilant Sentinels, embarks on a crucial mission to Suramar. Leading a contingent of Silver Covenant war mages, they rally to support the Nightfallen rebels in their valiant struggle to reclaim their city from the clutches of the Burning Legion. Driven by a burning desire for vengeance following the loss of Ronan and King Varian, Varisa remains wary of the nearby Horde forces under Lady Liadrin and Grandmaster Romoth. Despite her reservations, a fragile truce is forged between the opposing armies, albeit with tension simmering beneath the surface. An uneasy alliance takes shape. Kirantor guards observe Varisa's fiery confrontations with Romoth, with Khadgar forced to intervene to prevent bloodshed on more than one occasion. Amidst the turmoil, Varisa grapples with the surreal reality of sharing a camp with the Kaldarai, acknowledging the dire circumstances that have brought them together. Now in the wiki, it says that Varisa was surprised to be sharing a camp with the Kaldarai, but as far as I know and from what I was able to research, the Kaldarai are just the Night Elves, and so I don't exactly get why she's surprised to be sharing a camp with the Night Elves since she is on the Alliance side, and she's worked with the Alliance and the Night Elves multiple times. But I could be missing something for why she is surprised. But I didn't see a specific quest for when she mentions that, so I couldn't really confirm it or get the full context. But in the future, I plan to play through all of Legion so I can hopefully get the full story of what's going on there. And maybe she wasn't specifically talking about the Kaldarai, but maybe the Blood Elves or the Highborn, possibly. But it just says Kaldarai, so from what I saw in the wiki, the Kaldarai is just the Night Elves. Unless they're talking about Ajara, which is also possible she turned into Naga. So, I'm not exactly sure, but let's continue. With the fate of Suramar hanging in the balance, Varisa navigates the delicate balance of trust and treachery, knowing that the impending battle will test the limits of their resolve and unity. In the heat of the battle, Varisa joins forces with the Elven army as they launch a daring assault on Suramar. Together, they bravely press forward, facing relentless opposition until they stand at the very gates of the imposing Nighthold itself. As tensions reach a boiling point, Grand Magistrix Elisanda emerges to confront the rebels, her disdain for Varisa and her kin evident in her cutting words. With cruel mockery, she belittles the Quel'Darai, which is another name for the High Elves, as mere peasants, masquerading as nobility, dismissing their proud heritage and condemning their mingling with other races. With a flick of her hand, Elisanda unleashes the full force of her time-warping magic, ensnaring the entire Elven army, Varisa included, in a relentless temporal prison. Trapped in a frozen moment, they are left powerless to resist, their valiant efforts thwarted by the sinister machinations of the Grand Magistrix. Later on, when she's accompanied by her nephew Eretor, Varisa embarks on a journey to Argus aboard the remarkable dimensional ship, the Vindicar. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, she bears witness to a heartfelt reunion, the long-awaited return of her sister Illyria and Illyria's beloved husband, Turalyon. As the family gathers, Eretor broaches the difficult topic with Varisa, pondering the fate of Sylvanas and the delicate matter of which to disclose that to their mother. With a heavy heart, Varisa confides in Eretor, expressing her apprehension at the prospect of revealing the painful truth to Illyria, knowing all too well the anguish it will bring. When Varisa shared the news with Illyria that Sylvanas had become the war chief of the Horde, Illyria struggled to accept the revelation, grappling with the Horde's turbulent history with their people. Uncertain of how to broach the sensitive topic of Sylvanas' undead status, Varisa hesitated, questioning whether the timing and setting were appropriate. As Illyria sought clarity, Varisa recognized the need for a private conversation to address her sister's concerns. Varisa resolved to find the right moment to reveal the unsettling truth. But right now was not the time. Following Sargeras' imprisonment by the Pantheon at the seat of the Pantheon, Varisa observed the profound transformation in Illyria as she grappled with newfound void powers beyond her comprehension. Despite the changes, Varisa cherished the unwavering bond with her sister, acknowledging Illyria's evolution while holding on to the essence of who she truly was. Finally, Varisa was able to tell the truth about what happened to Sylvanas. Understanding the weight of Sylvanas' revelation on Illyria, Varisa recognized the importance of addressing the matter directly, acknowledging that certain issues demanded a personal confrontation. With resolve in her heart, Varisa knew that the Windrunner sisters needed to come together, and there was only one place suitable for such a pivotal encounter. They had to meet together at their home, Windrunner Spire. In the heart of the Silver Enclave, Varisa gathered her sons to discuss the imminent reunion of the Windrunner sisters. As they pondered the prospect of healing old wounds, Gurimar expressed hope that their family could come back together and fix the problems from the past. However, Galadin's skepticism prevailed as he condemned Aunt Sylvanas for her alliance with the Horde, the very faction that had taken their father's life. Amidst the debate, Gurimar urged for empathy, suggesting that branding others as evil might only provoke them to embrace darkness further. On the contrary, Galadin remained steadfast in his distrust of the undead, skeptical of any potential goodness within them. Varisa intervened, reminding her sons of the unbreakable bond they shared as brothers, hinting at the strength they might find in each other in times of need, a sentiment echoed in her own memories of past times with her sisters. With a final embrace, Varisa bid her sons farewell, their agreement to her wisdom resonating in the air. As she stepped into the shimmering embrace of a Silver Covenant portal, Varisa carried with her the hope of reconciliation and the echoes of familial resilience. Arriving in the serene embrace of Eversong Woods, Varisa and Illyria reunited in their cherished sanctuary. With tender affection, Illyria greeted her sister as Little Moon, evoking fond memories of their shared past. Varisa, with her radiant locks, reciprocated by playfully calling Illyria Lady Sun, as she did when they were growing up. Though with Illyria's recent entanglement with the Void, she felt she could no longer carry that name. Curious about Illyria's experience with the Void, Varisa sought reassurance from her sister. Illyria affirmed her resilience against the darkness, crediting her unwavering love for her family as her guiding light. As they delved into their shared history, they reminisced about the tumultuous events that unfolded during Illyria's absence. From the Alliance-Horde conflict ignited by Garrosh Hellscream to the tragic loss of Ronan and the devastation of Theramore. Their conversation turned to Sylvanas, whose mysterious nature troubled Varisa. Despite a brief collaboration to seek retribution against Garrosh, Varisa's growing unease led her to warn Anduin Wrynn, thwarting the plot to poison the former warchief. Illyria, however, found solace in returning to their homeland, finding hope in the prospect of a fresh start amidst cherished memories of their shared past and their beloved brother, Lyrith Windrunner. Their nostalgic reflection was interrupted by Sylvanas, whose unexpected presence stirred a mix of emotions. Despite initial surprise, Illyria extended a warm greeting to Sylvanas, reverting to an old nickname, Lady Moon. In the shadowed realm of the Ghostlands, Sylvanas recounted the tragic tale of Arthas Menethel's ruthless assault on Quel'Thalas to Illyria. Equipped with skeletal steeds, the Windrunner siblings embarked on a mission to cleanse their ancestral lands of the undead scourge. Amidst their journey, they engaged in a playful game of One is a Lie, sharing anecdotes and secrets along the way. Their path led them to Golden Mist Village, where spectral echoes of their past haunted the landscape. As they battled the haunting shades, tension simmered between the sisters. Illyria accused Sylvanas of orchestrating Varisa's involvement in Garrosh Hellscream's demise, sparking a heated exchange. Sylvanas in turn defended her actions, revealing that it was Varisa's plan to poison Garrosh, and that she is to blame for Garrosh's action afterwards. Garrosh was able to escape to an alternate Draenor that was set 35 years in the past, which from what I was able to find, seems like how he ends up in the Warlords of Draenor. Now back to the sisters. Fueled by rage, Sylvanas unleashed her banshee powers upon the Shades, revealing a darker side of her nature. Horrified by her sister's brutality, Illyria succumbed to the whispers of the Void, denouncing Sylvanas as irredeemable. Sylvanas retorted that she was forced into undeath, while Illyria chose to become a Void abomination. As tensions flared between the sisters, Varisa intervened, expressing her own grievances. "Stop it! Neither of you was there when I needed you. You both let me think you were dead. Do you know what that did to me? You were my heroes. We've all lost so much. Must we lose everything, again?" Attempting to defuse the situation, Varisa urged them to focus on their shared goal of reclaiming their homeland from the undead. In a moment of vulnerability, Varisa shared her deepest truths, her hopes for reconciliation with the Blood Elves, her lingering grief over Ronan's death, and her envy of Illyria's bond with Turalyon. Illyria, in turn, confided her doubts about her relationship with Turalyon and the fractures within their family. Sylvanas' answers were, there are times she wished she was still alive. She is proud to be the war chief of the Horde, and the last one was she would never betray her sisters. However, when it came time for Sylvanas to reveal her truths, she remained silent, refusing to participate. Accepting the fractures within their family, Illyria created a void portal to return Varisa to Dalaran, symbolically dropping their necklaces from the spire. Before departing, Varisa tearfully apologized to Sylvanas for her change of heart regarding their plot with Garrosh, expressing hope for forgiveness. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her sisters and returned to her sons in Dalaran. After the two sisters departed, it was revealed which of Sylvanas' statements was actually a lie. She had rangers waiting in the trees for Sylvanas to give a signal to kill her sisters, but she changed her mind, stating that, in the end, they will serve death. They will serve me. In a strategic move to thwart Sylvanas and address the looming threat of N'Zoth, Varrock, Saurfang, and the Alliance prepared to confront her forces in Orgrimmar. Their camp set in Razor Hill, they readied for battle. However, their plans took an unexpected turn when Varisa and Illyria approached Varrock and Anduin with a proposition. Illyria, aware of the grave danger posed by N'Zoth, suggested that Sylvanas might hold the key to defeating the Old God with her formidable army. She proposed that the Alliance and Horde revolutionaries step aside and allow Sylvanas to tackle this greater threat. Yet Anduin, mindful of Sylvanas' treachery and her role in the catastrophe at Queen Ajara's hands, countered Illyria's proposal. He stressed that Sylvanas couldn't be trusted, and that defeating her was imperative before they faced further calamity. Acknowledging the necessity of dealing with Sylvanas first, Illyria conceded. She and Varisa pledged to scout Sylvanas' defenses, seeking out weaknesses in preparation for the impending battle. With this agreement, the Alliance and Horde revolutionaries united in their resolve to confront Sylvanas and ensure the safety of Azeroth. As Varisa braced herself to confront Sylvanas' formidable forces, Varrock Saurfang, torn between loyalty to the Horde and his disdain for Sylvanas' tyranny, took a bold stand. Recognizing the need to end the bloodshed among the Horde, Saurfang issued a challenge to Sylvanas, a duel known as Mat Gara. In a tense confrontation, Saurfang's words struck a chord with Sylvanas, leading her to confess her true feelings about the Horde.
The Horde is nothing! If you could see yourselves as I see you. Toy soldiers in tin plate. Beasts who howl for honor. Standing as one. Savor it. Nothing lasts.
In a swift and decisive move, she struck down Saurfang, revealing her disregard for the very faction she once led. Sylvanas' defection shook the foundations of the Horde, prompting her former loyalists to rally behind Saurfang's cause. With Sylvanas gone and Saurfang's revolution gaining momentum, the Horde found unity once more. In the wake of Saurfang's sacrifice and Sylvanas' departure, Varisa and the Alliance forces chose to withdraw from Durotar, their mission to confront Sylvanas' forces now altered by an unexpected turn of events. As the events in Shadowlands drew to a close, Sylvanas experienced a profound reunion with a fragment of her soul that had long been absent. With the jailer defeated, Varisa and Illyria journeyed to Oribos to witness Sylvanas' trial, presided over by none other than her longtime adversary, Tyrande Whisperwind. Tyrande's verdict was swift. Sylvanas was tasked with a daunting penance, to venture into the Maw and liberate the souls trapped within, particularly those of the Night Elves she had condemned. Without hesitation, Sylvanas accepted her fate, sharing a final glance with Varisa and Illyria before plunging into the abyss. Remaining in the Ring of Transference, Varisa and Illyria reflected on their profound losses in the hope that one day Sylvanas would complete her redemption. They held on to that belief. Perhaps then, they could reunite with the sister they once knew. Once a valiant soldier of Lordaeron, Thessarion embarked on a chilling quest with Arthas to Northrend during the Third War, ultimately unraveling a tale of betrayal, sacrifice, and enduring camaraderie. His encounter with Frostmourne Cavern embarked the tragic turn of events, leading to his untimely demise and rebirth as a Death Knight. Before the Scourge cast its chilling shadow, Thessarion led a simple life as a farm boy under the guidance of his father, a farmer and soldier,
The invaluable lesson imparted by his father echoed throughout his existence. If soldiers don't follow orders, defeat is sure to follow. When tragedy struck and his father fell, presumably to the orcs during the Second War, Thessarion became the man of the house and watched over the farm, his mother Vivienne, and his sister Larissa. As rumors of the plague spread, Thessarion became the vigilant protector of his home, keeping watch through the night while his sister Larissa dismissed the threat as mere gossip. Eventually, fueled by a desire to fulfill his father's legacy, Thessarion enlisted in a nearby barracks, training under family friend William Allerton and the seasoned Sergeant Yaval. His determination for success led him into a melee competition where promotion was promised for the victor, and he wanted that promotion badly. After overcoming 3 opponents, a dagger narrowly missed Thessarion's head in the final round. Though denied the promotion, Sergeant Yaval reminded him of the pride in being a skilled soldier who wins battles, wisdom echoing his father's teachings. The plot thickened when Prince Arthas urgently called for all available soldiers to join him in a hunt. Thessarion accepted the call, aware this might be the last time he'd see his family. The narrative painted a poignant picture of a young farm boy evolving into a soldier, fueled by the wisdom of his father and the love of his family. Before he set off to Northrend with Arthas, his mother Vivienne gave him an amulet that belonged to his father as a blessing, a heartfelt blessing for the challenging path he had chosen. But sadly, that wouldn't be enough to protect Thessarion from his fate. Within Frostmourne Cavern, he found Falric, who was a member of the King's Guard and served as the right-hand man of Prince Arthas. He had already been converted into a Death Knight by Arthas. Falric slayed Thessarion, and then Arthas raised him as a Death Knight, serving as a lieutenant to Arthas. He returned to Lordaeron with Arthas, where he was compelled to commit unspeakable acts, including the heartbreaking slaying of his own mother. She pleaded with him to not do it, but he couldn't resist and obeyed his master's commands, striking her down where she stood. After killing her, he tossed the amulet that she had given him, which was retrieved by William Allerton, who was a family friend and had a crush on Thessarion's sister. This gruesome chapter clung to him, a saddening reminder of the humanity slipping away. The narrative unfolded further amidst the conflict in Quothalas, where Thessarion's encounter with High Elves, Koltira, and Faltora revealed glimpses of compassion amid the chaos. His pivotal choice to spare Faltora, influenced by the memory of his mother, showcased a fragile thread of humanity in the face of darkness. Later on, Koltira confronted and questioned Thessarion about him not killing Faltora, in an attempt to bring his humanity back. But this attempt failed, and Thessarion ended up killing Koltira, who was raised into undeath by another Death Knight. Despite this incident, they have developed a friendship that lasts to this day. As the years passed, the Lich King's orders thrust Thessarion into a dire battle at Light's Hope Chapel, where many family members of the Death Knights were buried, where familial bonds and spirits intervened. Convinced by his father's spirit, Killerin, to stand down, Thessarion played a pivotal role in the Declaration of Independence for the Knights of the Ebon Blade. His journey led him to Stormwind, forging alliances and restoring hope as the Knights found acceptance within the folds of the Alliance under the leadership of King Varian Wrynn. His next adventure would see him embarking on an extraordinary journey with the Alliance, which led him to the icy realms of Northrend. Enlisting with the Valiant's expedition, he rose through the ranks to become the leader of Unit S, a group entrusted with a perilous mission against the Lich King. As they marched towards the ominous Wailing Ziggurat, the narrative took a dark turn. Unleashing Scourge technology against their common enemy, the expedition faced unexpected adversaries, ferocious beasts threatening their very survival. Amidst the chaos, Thessarion raised a skeletal warrior named Lurid to aid in the battle. The plot thickened as suspicions arose. Was their mission a noble cause, or were they unwittingly walking into a trap? The revelation that a spy from the Cult of the Damned lurked within Unit S added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding drama. Only 2 survived the treacherous encounter, Thessarion and his skeletal companion Lurid. In the climax of his expedition to uncover the mysterious cult in Borean Tundra, a startling revelation awaited Thessarion. The seemingly trustworthy Counselor Talbot was unmasked as none other than Prince Valinar. The plot thickened atop Naxanar, where Thessarion stumbled upon a shocking scene, a confrontation between Valinar and the eerie projection of the Lich King. The stakes were high as Valinar was going to turn over General Arlos and Larissa to the menacing figure. A fierce battle ensued, with Thessarion pitted against the deceptive prince. In a display of skill and determination, Thessarion emerged victorious, rescuing his sister and the general. As the dust settled, a heartfelt farewell was exchanged with his sister, accompanied by a solemn promise to return once his mission reached its conclusion. In the aftermath, the story transitioned to Thessarion's relentless pursuit of justice in Icecrown Citadel. Armed with intricate knowledge of the Scourge, his quest involved dispatching soldiers to gather intelligence, neutralizing plague cauldrons, and eliminating key Scourge figures. Collaborating with Kultira Deathweaver, their combined efforts shattered the seemingly impenetrable gates made of Saronite, enabling the Alliance and Horde to invade the heart of the Scourge's power. The climax unfolded in the Cathedral of Darkness, where Thessarian, alongside Kultira and their Ebon Blade brethren, faced the malevolent Arthas Menethil. Their timely intervention relieved the surrounded Argent Crusaders, and the showdown against the Lich King commenced. Despite Tyrion's destruction of the Lich King's heart, Thessarian grappled with the decision to let the weakened adversary live. But there was no time to finish off Arthas, as he was casting a spell that would kill all in the room, so they had to leave then or die, and it was better to live today to take on the Lich King later. Amidst victories and regrets, the saga of Thessarian and Northrend painted a vivid picture of heroism, betrayal, and the enduring struggle against the ever-looming shadow of the Lich King. In the struggle for Anderhall's fate, Anderhall is where the plague was initially distributed from. Thessarian leads the Alliance, claiming the west, while Kultira Deathweaver and the Forsaken hold the east. Amid the battle for Anderhall, Alliance heroes at Thessarian's command confront the lingering Scourge menace. After defeating the undead leaders, a truce emerges between Thessarian and Kultira. Yet peace is short-lived. Sometime later, human farmers formed a militia and launched a sneak attack on Kultira's Forsaken forces. With his hand forced by their action, he resumed the war with the Forsaken. With victory almost in Alliance's grasp, the Forsaken started raising the dead using the Valkyr. The Alliance was forced to retreat due to being overwhelmed. Everyone retreats to Chillwind Camp, but in the chaos, Thessarian left behind his loyal minion Lurid, who meets a tragic end. It is unknown why he didn't resurrect Lurid, but the best guess is that with the battle going on, there was no time to run back and resurrect him. The Battle of Anderhall concludes, but Thessarian's quest for answers propels him to Tirisfal Glades. There, he sets out to unravel the mystery surrounding Kultira, venturing into the unknown to confront Sylvanas and unveil the fate of his friend. Now in Legion, Thessarian embarks on a unique quest, joining forces with the Deathlord, or the player character, to assemble the new Four Horsemen. Their journey took them to Durotar, where Nazgrim was resurrected with a summons to battle. In Stromgarde, a confrontation unfolded with remnants of the Witherbark tribe, revealing a resilient Galen Trollbane determined to defend his kingdom. Faced with treachery and accusations, Thessarian, losing his patience, urges the Dreadlord to use a family heirloom to open a tomb. Raising Galen's father Thor's Trollbane stirred a haunting revelation of loss and destruction. Despite the ruins of Stromgarde, Thessarian conveyed a message of hope, insisting that Azeroth still held a chance for redemption. The Scarlet Monastery became the stage for the resurrection of the Third Horseman, High Inquisitor Whitemane. Thessarian believed in her potential atonement, acknowledging the high price to be paid, yet resolved to face it alongside his allies. The narrative took a turn during the battle for the Exodar, where Thessarian and Nazgrim clashed with High General Rakish. Doubts crept in as Thessarian questioned Nazgrim's strategy, especially when the orc insisted on pausing repeatedly to cast a powerful spell against each individual demon invader. The journey unfolded with a mix of intricate alliances, personal sacrifices, and the ever-present struggle for redemption in the face of adversity. Eventually, the Fourth Horseman would turn out to be Darian Mograine, after the Deathlord and him would go to try and resurrect Tyrion Fordring, who fell during the Legion invasion, into being the Fourth Horseman. Darian got badly wounded and was brought back by Bolvar and made the leader of the Four Horsemen. In Oribos, Thessarian and Kultira gaze upon the ominous maw. Reflecting on his own journey, Thessarian shares the memory of being resurrected into undeath after valiantly defending Lordaeron. As they stand at the precipice, he muses on the seemingly insignificant wars between the Alliance and Horde, realizing that the true horrors lie beyond the Shattered Veil. With a hint of regret, Thessarian observes that it takes a profound moment, like the revelation of the Shattered Veil, for the living citizens of the Alliance to recognize the weight of their struggles. He laments, "Such is the curse of living. They grasp the importance only when their time is at hand." The scene unfolds as a touching reminder of the fleeting nature of understanding and the profound impact of confronting realities beyond the known conflicts. Now let's talk about Kultira. In the heart of Quel'Thalas, amidst the chaos of a Scourge invasion, Kultira's destiny intertwined with that of Thessarian. Anowin, the battlefield where fate played its hand, witnessed the valiant defense led by Kultira alongside his brother Faltora and the High Elf Mariel. However, tragedy struck swiftly as Mariel fell in battle, and Faltora faced the relentless Thessarian, meeting a swift defeat. Remarkably, Kultira observed a momentary hesitation in Thessarian's actions, as Faltora attempted to escape,
he met his demise at the hands of an abomination. Yet Koltira managed to evade the clutches of death. Hours later, Koltira, driven by a blend of vengeance and uncertainty, ambushed the Thessarian. Recognizing the internal struggle within the Death Knight, Koltira extended an unexpected offer, a chance to break free from the Scourge's grip. The Thessarian rebuffed the offer but spared Koltira's life. The following day, as the Scourge breached Silvermoon, Koltira and Thessarian resumed their duel. In a bitter twist of fate, Thessarian emerged victorious, claiming Koltira's life. From death, Koltira rose anew as a Death Knight, another pawn in the Scourge's sinister game. Surprisingly, despite their bloody history, Thessarian and Koltira found an unconventional brotherhood in their shared service under Arthas. Years passed and the Lich King commanded them to join High Lord Darian Mograin's forces, unleashing their might upon the Argent Dawn at Light's Hope Chapel. Assigned to Acheris the Ebonhold, Koltira, Thessarian, and Orbaz Bloodbane embarked on a mission to infiltrate enemy lines and gather intelligence on the mysterious Crimson Dawn. Amidst the peril, Koltira faced capture, and Thessarian, defying Scourge doctrine, risked all to secure his comrade's freedom. In the climactic battle for Light's Hope Chapel, Tyrion Fordring's intervention with the Ashbringer shattered the Lich King's control, liberating the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Koltira and Thessarian, once bound by servitude, now stood at a crossroads. They parted ways, Thessarian aligning with the Alliance, while Koltira grappled with allegiance, torn between his Blood Elf kin in the Horde and the allure of the Alliance with Thessarian. Guided by Thessarian's counsel to stay with his people, Koltira pledged himself to the Horde, enlisting under Overlord Agmar at Agmar's Hammer. Yet beneath the surface of newfound belonging, shadows of pursuit loomed over Koltira's existence. Despite the parting of their ways, the bond of brotherhood endured between Koltira and Thessarian. In the quiet promise of Thessarian's willingness to aid Koltira if ever called upon, the echoes of their shared history resonated through the shifting landscapes of Azeroth. In the midst of the Lich King's reign of terror, Koltira found himself at Agmar's Hammer, a formidable Horde fortress in Dragonblight. He led strikes against local Scourge threats, determined to crush the enemy forces. Later, aboard Orgrim's Hammer, he joined the fight against the Lich King's power bases in the region, dispensing missions to undermine the undead menace. As a former minion of the Scourge, Koltira possessed valuable insights. Utilizing this knowledge, he dispatched random soldiers on daring missions to gather intelligence on the cult, procure flesh giant spines, neutralize plague cauldrons, and eliminate key Scourge figures. While collaborating with Thessarian, he and adventurers were able to take down the 3 main gates to get into the courtyard of the Citadel. From there, they had a chance to take on the Lich King in the Cathedral of Darkness, but had to retreat after destroying his heart due to Arthas casting a spell that would kill them had they stayed. In the turbulent aftermath of the Cataclysm, a fierce conflict erupted between the Alliance and the Forsaken over the strategic stronghold of Anderhall in the Western Plaguelands. Thessarian, leading the Alliance forces, seized control of the town's western part, while Koltira, at the helm of the Horde, claimed domination over the eastern section. In the heat of the battle for Anderhall, Koltira strategically deployed Horde heroes to eliminate lingering Scourge threats. Following the successful eradication of the undead menace, an unexpected truce emerged between Thessarian and Koltira. However, the fleeting peace was shattered when human farmers, harboring a grudge, organized a clandestine assault on Koltira's Forsaken forces. Facing the sudden aggression, Koltira valiantly defended against the Alliance onslaught and tasked the player with seeking out Lindsay Ravensun, a figure he had previously underestimated. Surprisingly, upon meeting with Ravensun, her true identity was unveiled. She was none other than the elusive Dark Lady, Sylvanas. In a strategic maneuver, she dispatched Horde agents and powerful Valkyr to overturn the tides of the battle, swiftly defeating the Alliance forces. With victory achieved, Sylvanas confronted Koltira about his truce with Thessarian, expressing dissatisfaction, labeling him as weak. A portal to the Undercity materialized, and Koltira found himself forcefully pulled through by a hooked chain. In the depths of the Undercity, Sylvanas sought to cleanse Koltira of any lingering compassion for Thessarian, molding him into a dedicated servant not just for the Horde, but specifically of Sylvanas and the Forsaken cause. During the long years of Koltira's imprisonment, the Ebon Blade tirelessly attempted negotiations with Sylvanas for his freedom, but every plea fell on deaf ears. Whether aware or not of these efforts, Koltira clung to hope, believing that his order persisted in trying to secure his release. As the ominous Third Invasion of the Burning Legion loomed over Azeroth, Thessarian, fueled by a personal mission, approached the new Death Lord of the Ebon Blade. His plea was straightforward: aid him in rescuing Koltira from the clutches of the Undercity. Through collaborative efforts, the Death Lord and Thessarian navigated the treacherous path, successfully liberating Koltira from the confines of the Apothecarium. Post-liberation, Koltira, preferring to keep the details of his captivity shrouded, redirected his focus to the impending invasion, declining to dwell on the past. He expressed a desire to concentrate on the pressing challenges that lay ahead. The narrative unfolded with a blend of persistence, camaraderie, and a newfound determination to face the imminent threats on Azeroth. Later on, when Sylvanas had broken the barrier between Azeroth and the Shadowlands, him and Thessarian made it to Oribos, where they stand gazing at the Maw, talking with Thessarian about life and death, along with patrolling the area to protect it from the Mawsworn. And that's going to do it for this video, but I hope you enjoyed it and learned something about these two characters as I did. But before we end off for the day, I wanted to say that if you're going through a tough time, it is good to take a lesson from Kultira. Just as he did with not wanting to dwell on his past, you shouldn't either. Easier said than done, I know. But just remember to learn from your past, but don't live there. Learn from your mistakes and keep pushing on and be a better person. Keep it up, you're doing great.
In the veiled histories of Azeroth, amidst the sinister tapestry woven by the old god's Black Empire, there exists a relic from ancient times, Xal'atath. Born from the primordial chaos of that bygone era, this mysterious artifact transcends mere mortal understanding. One thing to know is that Xal'atath is a sentient void entity that became bound in the dagger we find in Legion, and then went on to possess a high elf body, but back to her beginning. Within the darkened corridors of power, when the Black Empire held sway over existence itself, there emerged a figure of profound dread, Dementius the All-Devouring. It was he who, in a gesture of dark communion, bestowed upon Xal'atath a weapon of unparalleled age and potency, the Voidsong Staff. There isn't much known about the Voidsong Staff, but you can get a little insight to its past when you visit an orc known as the Twilight Hermit within Silithus, who knows of the weapon and says, "Do you have any idea how ancient that weapon you wield is? There was a time when this whole world was ruled by the Black Empire. It was beautiful. The masters bestowed gifts upon their faithful. That stave was one such instrument. It was given to the Harbinger, so that one day she might... What? No, I was not going to tell them. The orc goes silent as if chastised by some unseen presence. In the hands of Xal'atath, the Void Song became an instrument of chaos, a conduit through which the will of the old gods reverberated across the cosmos. Its very existence bore witness to the depths of depravity that defined an empire built upon whispers of madness and tyranny. So while it is evident that it was powerful and used for unknown purposes other than obviously to further the Black Empire's goals, I don't see anything talking about it being used by Xal'atath or anything more important than the fact that Dementius gave it to her way back when. Whispers dance in the shadows of lore, weaving tales as diverse as the stars above. Some weave a tapestry where the blade, Xal'atath, is a vestige of an ancient old god, devoured by its own kind in a primordial clash. Others dare to suggest it bears the essence of Y'Shaaraj's very claw. Yet amidst the cacophony of speculation, one truth remains unquestionable. The blade is suffused with the dread power of the gods. Legends, like threads spun from the loom of time, speak of its uncanny ability to unveil the secrets of the Black Empire, unfurling visions that ravage the minds of those who dare to peer too deeply. Xal'atath, a wanderer through the ages, has whispered seductive promises of dominion and destruction into the ears of mortals, leaving chaos in its wake. It found purpose in the hands of the jungle troll Xandu, breathing life into the fallen Cathrax general Kithix, and in the grip of sorcerer Thane Tharasen's wife, Madgood, it cast a bitter curse upon Grim Batal. Through the ages it danced through the fingers of human priestess Natalie Celine, a conduit to the abyssal depths of the void, where secrets darker than midnight awaited her examining. Thus the saga of Xal'atath unfolds, a saga of power coveted and wielded, of destinies twisted and fates entwined, and in its silent, the chilling reminder that some relics are best left untouched. For the abyss stares back with eyes of infinite hunger. In the grand theater of fate, the knife known as Xal'atath embarked in yet another chapter of its dark odyssey. A relic of otherworldly power, it fell into the clutches of the Twilight's Hammer, disciples of chaos and heralds of Twilight's embrace. Their nefarious aim was to resurrect Zakaj the Corruptor, a being entwined in the scrolls of ancient lore, felled by the hand of Tyr in the distant past. Yet fate's threads are seldom predictable. For the High Priest of the Netherlight Temple emerged as a startling presence in this dark narrative. By the way, the High Priest is the player character. With a will tempered in the crucible of divine resolve, they wrestled the blade from the grasp of the Twilight's Hammer, claiming it as their own. In a conflict that reverberated across the cosmos, the High Priest wielded Xal'atath as a scythe against the encroaching tide of the Burning Legion. During battle amidst the sands of Silithus, they harnessed its potent energies to cleanse the sword of Sargeras, that accursed blade whose very touch dripped with corruption. Thus, in a convergence of destinies, the blade that once whispered malevolent promises found itself wielded as a force for redemption, and in the fight of its wielder's resolve, it shed the vestiges of its dark past, becoming a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows of oblivion. Now at the end where we drained the power of the Legion weapons, while the majority of the power was drained from the weapons to cleanse the sword, Xal'atath was very much still alive within the dagger and wanting to be set free. Now we jump forward in time to the Battle for Azeroth expansion, and with N'Zoth waking up and coming into the fold. In the wake of the chaos brought on by demonic hordes, Xal'atath, still within the blade, found himself adrift in the currents of fate. Lost or perhaps forsaken by the high priest who once wielded it, it became a coveted prize for the Naga. As the Naga's sinister plans were revealed, casting shadows upon the lands of Kul Tiras and Zandalar, the blade became a harbinger of dread. The blade was stumbled upon by chance, discovered near a makeshift altar amidst the verdant expanse of Stormsong Valley. Adventurers, drawn by whispers of intrigue and danger, sought to harness the blade's arcane insights. Xal'atath, with its whispering voice of ancient wisdom, revealed the Naga's nefarious plot, a cataclysmic storm intended to cleanse Azeroth of life's touch. To achieve this apocalyptic vision, the Naga coveted 3 relics: the Voidstone, the Trident of Deep Ocean, and the Tempest Collar. Empowered by the blade's haunting influence, the adventurer journeyed into the depths of Drustvar, where the tendrils of darkness intertwined with the ancient magic of elvenkind. There, they confronted the High Elf Inannis, who was trying to take control of the Voidstone, but at the behest of Xal'atath, the adventurer is told to kill her. In a clash of wills and steel, the adventurer prevailed, but Xal'atath's thirst for dominion remained unquenched. Drawing upon the raw energies of the Voidstone, Xal'atath ensnared Inannis' lifeless form. While she finally had a mortal form, she was still bound to the dagger that once imprisoned her. She had to find a way to become free of the dagger, so she helped the adventurer find the final 2 relics. After acquiring the relics, their odyssey led them to the foreboding Crucible of Storms, nestled beneath the towering precipice of oblivion. Yet instead of thwarting the Naga's dark designs, Xal'atath made a change to the original plan. With a voice tinged with ancient allure, she offered the relics and the adventurer as tribute to the slumbering titan, N'Zoth, in exchange for her own liberation from servitude. In a shadowy pact sealed with the essence of the void, N'Zoth accepted the bargain, severing Xal'atath from her mortal vessel and claiming the blade as his own. As the tendril of darkness receded, Xal'atath vanished through a shimmering portal, her parting words laden with cryptic certainty, promising a reunion with the adventurer in the midst of an uncertain future. Amidst the shifting sands of fate, Xal'atath emerges, her dark silhouette cloaked in the ominous aura of the Darkheart. The Darkheart is a mysterious artifact found by Iridikron. In the past, he harnessed the Darkheart to gain Galakrond's power. However, his plans were almost thwarted by Chromie and a brave group of heroes. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain as they had to divert their attention to stop Chronolord Dios. Seizing the opportunity, Iridikron escaped with the Darkheart through a mysterious void portal. The artifact is then given to Xal'atath, leading to more adventures in the World Soul Saga trilogy. Once a mere pawn in the grand schemes of the Black Empire, she now harbors ambitions of her own, a harbinger of a new era veiled in shadow. No longer content to dwell in the ashes of a fallen empire, Xal'atath's gaze falls upon the Nerubians of Azj-Kahet, those ancient arachnoid beings whose legacy is woven into the very fabric of history. With whispered promises of empowerment and dominion, she ensnares the Nerubian queen Ansarek in her web of dark intrigue. Xal'atath offers the Nerubians a tantalizing vision, a future where they shall reclaim their rightful place as masters of the realm. In exchange for their fealty, she bestows upon them the dark gift of evolution, transforming them into formidable warriors, poised to carve their destiny with fangs bared and claws sharpened. Yet, a lone figure emerges from the depths of the void, Alleria Windrunner, her resolve unyielding as she vows to track down Xal'atath, her bow drawn taut with purpose. In ancient times, as the dragon aspects embraced the Titan's gift, the primal incarnates chose a different path, rejecting it altogether. This decision sparked growing tensions between the dragonflights and the primalists, who were determined to rid the world of what they saw as a Titan's blemish. At the heart of this seismic divide stood Iridikron, a figure shrouded in mystery. Dwelling within the shadowed recesses of Harrow's Deep, a cavern in northern Kalimdor, he made his home. His kinship with Neltharion, once as close as brothers, now a distant memory. Where once camaraderie flourished, now festered rivalry. Their intellects sharpened with an equal blend of cunning, deceit, and sheer power. It was Iridikron who unraveled the arcane veil concealing the path to elemental ascendance, discovering the elusive means by which proto-dragons could transcend their mortal bounds. Yet his ambition knew no bounds, for he sought not only to master this transformation, but to wield it as a force of dominion over his brethren. With Farak as his unwitting guinea pig, only when survival was assured did Iridikron dare tread the path himself. Thus the stage was set for betrayal and upheaval. In a clash of wills and desires, Iridikron seized the mantle of leadership, casting aside the bonds of kinship and trust. Even his own sister, Icronia, who became a member of the Black Dragonflight, got ensnared within the web of his schemes. She found herself twisted into a puppet of his grand design. With calculated precision, she became the unwitting harbinger of chaos. Her once noble purpose corrupted into a tool of propaganda against the Dragonflights. Through her hands, mortal settlements crumbled, their destruction a grim testament to the depths of Iridikron's depravity. Yet behind the veil of chaos, Raszagath moved unseen, weaving shadows to cloak her true intentions. Approximately 20,000 years ago, the conflict between the Primalists and the Dragonflights escalated into a full-blown war. It all began when Raszagath initiated an attack on Neltharion and his Drakthir army in the Reach, which marked the beginning of the War of the Scaleborn. However, Raszagath was subsequently imprisoned within Froststone Vault. In response to this, Iridikron and Farak demanded Raszagath's release, but when the Aspects refused, they declared war on the Dragonflights. The capture of Raszagath and the revelation that the Dragonflights had been taking proto-dragon eggs from the wild provided Iridikron with the opportunity to persuade Viranoth to become an incarnate as well. Throughout most of the war, Iridikron strategized from his lair in Harrow's Deep, while Farak and Viranoth led the Primalist forces in the field. However, Farak and Viranoth were eventually captured, leaving Iridikron as the sole remaining incarnate. As the Primalists began to lose ground, Iridikron grew increasingly desperate and sought new allies. Despite his attempts to create new incarnates to replace his imprisoned comrades, none of them survived the process. Over the following decades, the Primalists continued to lose territory, and the Aspects' forces closed in on Harrow's Deep. In a last-ditch effort to turn the tide, Iridikron approached Agira and formed a fragile alliance with the Jarden tribes. During the intense battle between Dragonflights and Primalists near Harrow's Deep, Iridikron unleashed volcanic eruptions throughout the valley, showering the draconic armies with molten lava and rocks. However, Neltharion, utilizing his own mastery over Earth, managed to subdue the eruptions. Although all 5 dragon aspects initially entered Harrow's Deep together, they were separated by the ever-shifting stone passages, leading Neltharion to confront Iridikron alone in the deepest cavern of Harrow's Deep. In this treacherous encounter, Iridikron utilized the power of the Earth to overpower Neltharion, pushing him to the brink of defeat. Faced with imminent loss, Neltharion succumbed to the influence of the Old Gods in order to vanquish the Incarnate. Overwhelmed by the immense power of the Void, yet recognizing that this was the same method Neltharion used to defeat Raszagath, Iridikron taunted him, claiming that one day Alexstrasza would realize that Neltharion posed the greatest threat to dragonkind. Enraged, Neltharion unleashed a surging force of the Void into Iridikron's body, rendering him unconscious and subsequently imprisoning him within the Vault of the Incarnates. 20,000 years had passed when Kurag Grimtotem freed Raszagath the Storm Eater, who then plotted to release her kin from the vault. Even though Raszagath perished, she achieved her goal in setting free Iridikron, Farak, and Viranoth. Witnessing Raszagath's downfall due to haste, Alexstrasza predicted that the Incarnates would take their time to gather strength, with Iridikron's Earth Mastery providing shelter in the meantime. Farak was eager for revenge, but Iridikron insisted on balancing the scales with the Aspects first. The Incarnate's journey to the Forbidden Reach as Raszagath's storm faded, breaching Neltharion's ancient vault to uncover a device revealing the location of Zarlek Cavern, the Earth Warden's hidden domain. While the Incarnates had no interest in Aberrus's laboratory, Iridikron saw potential in the molten fire within. Scale Commander Sarkareth and the Sundered Flame followed the Incarnates in secret, aiming to claim Neltharion's legacy. In a stunning turn of events, Iridikron made a sinister pact with the Infinite Dragonflight, seeking to obtain the very essence of Galakrond. As the adventurers in Chromie confronted the Incarnate at the site where Galakron's remains lay, a fierce battle ensued. While the heroes fought valiantly, their main objective was to provide opportunity for Chromie to destroy the artifact known as the Dark Heart, which Iridikron was using to drain Galakrond's power. However, their plans took an unexpected twist when Chronolord Dios intervened and transformed the young Nozdormu into Murozond. This turn of events forced Chromie to make a difficult decision. Instead of stopping the Incarnate, she had to travel back in time to confront Dios and prevent him from altering the course of history. This unfortunate turn of events allowed Iridikron to successfully complete his mission and escape through a mysterious void portal, carrying his coveted prize with him. After the demise of Farak and the flourishing of Amirdrasil, Iridikron reached out to Viranoth, seeking a private meeting with her. Agreeing to his request, they rendezvoused amidst the icy peaks of Aldraken, where he reproached her for abandoning the Primalist cause. However, Viranoth swiftly retorted that it was Iridikron who had forsaken the war and left Farak to perish, all for a mere trinket that Neltharion had left behind. Iridikron vehemently argued that the Darkheart was no ordinary trinket, emphasizing that it now resided in the hands of the Harbinger. He justified his actions by placing his trust in the Void's insatiable hunger to cleanse the world of the Titan's corruption. Nevertheless, Viranoth firmly refused to partake in his war any longer. Iridikron was left utterly disheartened and infuriated. He declared that the bond between the Incarnates had come to an end. Before bidding farewell, Iridikron warned Viranoth that she would not see him again until the Titans faced their reckoning, cautioning her to steer clear of his path. So one thing I wasn't totally sure about, I need to read the book to really understand what happens, but it says that Iridikron's sister was essentially the scapegoat and would make everyone think that the Dragonflight was responsible for the destruction since she was part of the Black Dragonflight. However, it doesn't really explain why she did it. I don't know if it was like mind control or she was maybe trying to protect someone, but it was only that she could see it. But the other thing was that Razagath was the one causing extra destruction than what Icronia was doing. And so I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but I'll have to read the book and figure out the exact circumstances. Garrosh, son of Grommash, Hellscream, and Golka of the Warsong clan, was born on Draenor. During his youth, he contracted the Red Pox and was sent to live in Garadar. The Red Pox is a disease created by Imperator Moloch of Goria. Under constant siege by the Orcs, Moloch needed a way to break the siege to restore his land-based trade routes, as sea trade alone could not sustain them. Moloch sought out Apexis crystals, hoping they would provide a solution. The crystals revealed the Curse of Seath, a dreadful affliction that tormented the Arakoa with visions of darkness and intense pain, searing their flesh and tearing at their minds. This curse stripped the Arakoa of their ability to fly, often leading to death or insanity, with only the strongest being able to resist its effects. Inspired by this, Moloch aimed to create a similar reaction to the Orcs, resulting in the Red Pox. The Orcs of Garadar, who proudly called themselves Maghar, meaning uncorrupted in the Orcish tongue, embraced Garrosh. However, he was haunted by tales of his father's legacy. The stories of Grommash's tumultuous past tormented him, instilling a deep fear that he might one day lead the Maghar down a similarly dark path. A side note on the Red Pox. It was later modified by the Shadow Council and mixed with their fell energies, which they released into Shatroth City. The fell plague was loaded into bombs and lobbed at Shatroth. When the vapors from the plague reached the Draenei, they immediately began choking. The exposure caused the surviving Draenei to be cut off from the light, transforming them into the Broken, and eventually the Lost Ones. The most well-known survivors are Nabundo and Akama. Garrosh vividly recalled his first visit to Orgrimmar. As the first Maghar to set foot in the city, he drew curious and odd gazes. An old soldier from the First War who remembered serving alongside his father approached him. The retired warrior expressed pride in seeing Grom's legacy continue and declared he would gladly serve under Garrosh if given the chance, assuring him that he would make their people proud. However, not everyone welcomed Grom's heir. An orc woman named Grenna openly dismissed his lineage, blaming Grom for cursing their people with bloodlust. She had little regard for Garrosh himself. From Krenna, Garrosh learned about the harsh realities facing the orcs. Life in Durotar was a constant struggle. The arid desert made farming impossible, and while the markets were well stocked, they relied heavily on imports from distant lands. Though Ashenvale Forest could meet their needs, War Chief Thrall had prohibited settlement there, and night elves frequently ambushed their lumber caravans. Compounding their woes, humans from Northwatch Hold and dwarves from Baal Modan contested their sovereignty in the Barrens, and remnants of Admiral Proudmoore's Kultiris forces raided Razor Hill unchecked. Their challenges bred bitterness and frustration among orcs like Krenna, who grew increasingly disillusioned with their leadership. This exposure to the stark challenges of his people deepened Garrosh's understanding of the burdens he would bear as a leader. Garrosh, infuriated by Krenna's disdainful attitude towards Thrall and Grom, threatened to assault her if she continued her treasonous talk. Before the situation could escalate, Krenna's sister Gorgana stepped in to diffuse the tension, urging Krenna to walk away. Reluctantly, Krenna complied, leaving Gorgana to apologize on her behalf. Gorgana explained to Garrosh that her sister failed to understand that their people lived in Durotar as a way to atone for the crimes committed during the First War. Garrosh, equally frustrated, argued that the orcs had done what was necessary to survive, and questioned why the children, who had nothing to do with the war, should suffer for their parents' sins. In response, Gorgana revealed her green skin, a lasting mark of their people's legacy. She expressed her willingness to atone in whatever way their war chief saw fit, emphasizing that Garrosh, being a Maghar, was free from such burdens and couldn't fully grasp their struggle. This conversation deepened Garrosh's understanding of the complex legacy and challenges faced by his people in Azeroth. Garrosh was stunned that Thrall could be so seemingly unreasonable. Krenna's words gnawed at him, and the more he reflected on them, the more his frustration and impatience grew. He found himself increasingly irritated by Thrall's lack of decisive action against the Alliance and the Scourge. It infuriated him to see Orcish resources and forces being divided to address the problems of other Horde races, while their own people suffered. The Scourge's relentless attacks, infecting their food supplies with plague and raining death upon them, left Garrosh seething with anger. Thrall's refusal to unleash the full might of the Horde in retaliation was a source of constant frustration. Determined to preserve Orgrimmar and restore the Orcs' former glory, Garrosh resolved to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant challenging Thrall's leadership to do so. Thrall brought Garrosh back to Azeroth, appointing him as one of his advisors. Later, the retired gladiator master Rhaegar Earthfury also joined Thrall's council. From the beginning, Rhaegar and Garrosh clashed. Garrosh, harboring deep resentment towards the Alliance, sought to destroy them and claim Azeroth for the Horde. In contrast, Rhaegar favored diplomacy, advocating for the preservation of the non-aggressive treaty with Theramore. When Thrall decided to meet with the human king Varian, he chose to bring both Rhaegar and Garrosh, along with some Kor'kron guards. Rhaegar advised against bringing Garrosh, fearing his aggressive tendencies would be counterproductive. However, Thrall believed that exposing Garrosh to diplomatic efforts might help him reconsider his hostile stance towards the humans. Garrosh, accompanying Thrall, traveled by Zeppelin to Theramore for a meeting with Varian. While Thrall and Varian engaged in a peaceful discussion focused on mutual gain, Garrosh believed it would be better for the Horde to take what they needed by force rather than negotiate resources. The meeting was abruptly cut short when Varian received news of simultaneous Scourge attacks on Goldshire and South Shore. As they were leaving Theramore, the Twilight's Hammer Cult launched an invasion on the city. Amidst the chaos, Varian caught a glimpse of Garona and recalled his father's assassination by the Shadow Council, suspected Thrall of sending her to kill him. Garrosh in turn accused the Alliance of orchestrating the attack to trap him and Thrall, while Varian accused the Horde, and specifically Garrosh, of attempted assassination. Though tempers flared and accusations flew, Thrall managed to ensure their departure from Theramore remained peaceful. Despite leaving without further conflict, Garrosh felt that Varian's accusations had insulted the Orcs' honor, and that their peaceful exit had caused the Orcs to lose face at the summit. Garrosh attended a crucial meeting in Orgrimmar with Thrall, Lady Sylvanas Windrunner, High Overlord Sourfang, Grand Apothecary Putris, and Rhaegar Earthfury to discuss their strategy against the Scourge. Thrall, after consulting Sourfang and the spirits, advocated for a cautious approach, sending an advanced scouting party to the frozen continent before committing troops, and meeting with Jaina Proudmoore to gauge the Alliance's plans regarding the Lich King. Garrosh, however, was vehemently opposed to dealing with the Alliance. He argued that such dealings would endanger the Horde and instead proposed a bold plan: to conquer the humans first and then march to Northrend to crush the Scourge, asserting that the Horde should rule all of Azeroth. Thrall was frustrated by Garrosh's recklessness and constant challenges to his authority. He retorted that the humans were not a threat, and that underestimating the Lich King by blindly marching into a Scourge trap would be a grave mistake. Tensions peaked when Thrall, provoked by Garrosh's defiance, insinuated that he would not repeat the mistakes of Garrosh's father. Enraged by the perceived insult to his father's legacy and Thrall's perceived inaction, Garrosh challenged Thrall to a duel in the Ring of Valor to settle their differences once and for all. The two orcs clashed fiercely in the Ring of Valor, with Garrosh gradually gaining the upper hand. As he began to taunt Thrall, their battle was abruptly interrupted by a herald of the Lich King, who threatened Orgrimmar with destruction. In response, Thrall struck Garrosh with a chain lightning spell, halting the duel. He told the younger Hellscream that their dispute would be settled later, as they both left the ring to face the imminent threat. The city came under attack by a horde of abominations, frostworms, and a few Death Knights. Thrall and Garrosh, alongside Sourfang, Sylvanas, Rhaegar, city defenders, and adventurers, led the horde forces in repelling the Scourge assault. Once the Scourge were driven back, Garrosh again requested to be sent to Northrend. This time, Thrall agreed and instructed Sourfang to begin preparations for war. Before constructing Warsong Hold, the Horde established Garrosh's Landing, named in honor of Garrosh Hellscream, who led the fleet of Orcish destroyers that landed on Northrend's western coast. This site served as their main port until they decided to build their fortress inland. Garrosh was then appointed Overlord of the Warsong Offensive, the primary force of the Horde expedition, and he set up his command post at Warsong Hold. In stark contrast to his downtrodden and apathetic demeanor in Nagrand, Garrosh became hot-blooded and reckless as a Horde commander in Northrend. His chief advisor, High Overlord Sourfang, who had once drank from the same chalice that corrupted Grom Hellscream, cautioned against Garrosh's brutal tactics, fearing a resurgence of the bloodlust that had plagued the Horde before Manaroth's death. The two frequently clashed over tactical decisions, especially concerning the supply lines between Warsong Hold and the Forsaken forces in Howling Fjord. Despite their disagreements, Garrosh held a grudging respect for the seasoned warrior. There is a conversation between the two that you can witness within Warsong Hold that I think is worth covering. It starts with Sourfang discussing their military tactics they need to do, but Garrosh loses his temper. Your father's blood runs strong in you, Hellscream, impatient as always, impatient and reckless. You rush headlong into all-out war without a thought of the consequences. Garrosh responds, "Do not speak to me of consequences, old one." Sourfang says, "I drank the same blood your father did, Garrosh. Manaroth's cursed venom pumped through my veins as well. I drove my weapons into the bodies and minds of my enemies. And while Grom died a glorious death freeing us all from the blood curse, he could not wipe away the terrible memory of our past. His act could not erase the horrors we committed. The winter after the curse was lifted, hundreds of veteran orcs like me were lost to despair. Our minds were finally free, yes. Free to relive all the unthinkable acts we had performed under the Legion's influence. I think it was the sounds of the Draenei children that unnerved most of them. You never forget. Have you ever been to Jagged Swine Farm? When the swine are of age for the slaughter, it's that sound. The sound of the swine being killed. It resonates the loudest. Those are hard times for us older veterans." Garrosh speaks up. "But surely you cannot think that those children were born into innocence. They would have grown up and taken arms against us." Sourfang shakes his head. "I am not speaking solely of the children of our enemies. I won't let you take us down that dark path again, young Hellscream. I'll kill you myself before that day comes." Garrosh asks, "How have you managed to survive for so long, Sourfang? Not fallen victim to your memories?" Sourfang turns around for a moment to answer, "I don't eat pork." Their dynamic was a constant push and pull between Garrosh's aggressive ambition and Sourfang's seasoned caution. Despite Sourfang's cautionary advice, Garrosh appointed commanders who mirrored his aggressive stance, directing the war effort primarily against the Alliance. Among these was Conqueror Krenna, the head of Conquest Hold in the Grizzly Hills, who prioritized combat with the Alliance over the battle against the Scourge. Her hot-blooded recklessness was so extreme that her own sister Gorgana had to depose her to restore balance. Similarly, the commander of Orgrim's Hammer above Icecrown was more focused on defeating the Alliance than contending with the Scourge. Even within the treacherous confines of Icecrown's citadel, the Horde clashed with the Alliance as the Skybreaker and Orgrim's Hammer engaged in fierce battles. Garrosh staunchly advocated for honorable combat. He detested the tactics employed at the Broken Front, viewing them as dishonorable. While he endorsed conflict with the Alliance whenever possible, he insisted that it be conducted in a way that fairly tested the martial prowess of the Horde. For Garrosh, using underhanded methods like poison and mind control was deemed cowardly, unworthy of the Horde's true strength. Thrall and Garrosh were urgently summoned to Dalaran to meet with Ronan, the city's leader. Arriving before King Varian Wrynn had departed, Garrosh and the Human King quickly clashed, sparring in the Violet Citadel. However, Ronan intervened with a magical shield, preventing any harm from coming to either combatant. Ronan proposed that the Horde and Alliance join forces to confront the looming threat of Yogg-Saron and Ulduar. Despite the severity of the situation, Garrosh and Varian were both staunchly opposed to cooperation. Varian was swiftly teleported away, and Garrosh, bristling with disdain, remarked that a true war chief would never ally with cowards. After the events in Dalaran, Garrosh and Thrall made their way back to Warsong Hold. During their journey, Garrosh reflected on the past, recalling when Thrall first brought him to Orgrimmar. Upon arrival at Warsong Hold, they were immediately thrust in defending it from a Scourge attack. Amidst the chaos, a report came in from Icecrown detailing how Horde forces had flanked the Alliance during their assault. Thrall watched intently as Garrosh addressed the situation, firmly telling the general from Icecrown that the Horde would fight with honor or not fight at all. Observing Garrosh's commitment to honorable combat, Thrall felt a surge of pride in the young leader's decision. Cairn Bloodhoof traveled to Warsong Hold to meet with Garrosh and Varrock. Impressed by the fortifications, he couldn't help but compare them to the architecture of previous wars. With the war in Northrend nearing its end, Garrosh was summoned back to Orgrimmar for a hero's celebration, honoring the Horde's victories under his leadership. On their way to the ship, Garrosh and Cairn were ambushed by Kavaldir. Garrosh revealed hidden weapons, which they used to fend off the attackers. During their journey, they encountered an Alliance carrier wrecked at sea. Garrosh, declaring it was in Horde waters, eliminated most of the crew, despite Kair's distressed pleas for mercy. Garrosh then provided the survivors with supplies and rations, telling them they had witnessed both the Horde's might and its mercy. While Garrosh and his crew were satisfied with the outcome, Cairn showed signs of concern. Back in Orgrimmar, Garrosh and the Northrend veterans received a warm welcome from War Chief Thrall. Encouraging all veterans to join the celebration, Garrosh was honored with a grand festivity. During the event, Thrall bestowed upon him Gorhau, the mighty axe of Grom Hellscream. Garrosh wielded the weapon with a natural affinity, just like his father before him. However, the land of Durotar was naturally harsh, and recently elemental disturbances has further weakened it. With unreliable supply routes and the Night Elves of Ashenvale refusing trade after the Wrathgate incident, Orgrimmar faced the brink of famine. Thrall, Cairn, and Hamul Runetotem sought to negotiate peacefully with the Night Elves, leveraging Hamul's high standing within the Cenarian Circle, which included both Tauren and Night Elves. Garrosh, however, was outraged at the notion of negotiation, viewing the Wrathgate as a tragedy for both factions. He argued that the Night Elves had no right to impede the Orcs' survival. He insisted that the Orcs should take what they needed by force. Cairn disagreed with him, leading to a heated exchange before Garrosh excused himself. Despite the celebration of the Northrend victory, the Horde faced a difficult road ahead, prompting Thrall to call a crucial meeting to address the looming challenges. Garrosh was summoned to Grommash Hold, where Thrall officially named him the acting war chief. Stunned, Garrosh immediately protested, insisting that his place was on the battlefield. He knew much of war and tactics, but little of politics. Thrall reassured him that he would not be alone in this endeavor and that Cairn, Eitrig, and Vol'jin would be there to advise him. With this support, Garrosh accepted the role. As the highest authority within the Horde, Garrosh set to work repairing the damage caused by the elemental upheaval, starting with the remodeling of Orgrimmar. What had once been a village of huts was transformed into a formidable bastion, reinforced with the metals used in Warsong Hold. Garrosh believed this would prevent future fires from spreading, and for a moment, he and Cairn found common ground. However, events beyond Garrosh's control soon unfolded. A peaceful meeting between the Tauren and the Night Elves was sabotaged by agents of the Twilight's Hammer clan, who posed as Horde members and brutally murdered the entire gathering, leaving Hamul as the sole survivor. Hamul, noting the aggressor's attitude was reminiscent of Garrosh's, informed Cairn of the tragedy. This incident set off a chain of events that would further test Garrosh's leadership and the unity of the Horde. As Garrosh finished being ritually tattooed, bearing the same distinctive jaw tattoo his father had received, Cairn stormed in, furious over the recent events. He accused Garrosh of orchestrating the unprovoked attack on the Druids. Garrosh, however, vehemently denied it, stating that he had not been responsible. He would have announced it to the world. Their fierce exchange escalated, breaking down their alliance. Cairn concluded that Garrosh was unfit to lead the glorious Horde and must be dethroned for its sake. Cairn challenged Garrosh to a mock Garrosh for the title of War Chief, and Garrosh raised the stakes, making it a battle to the death to deter Cairn. However, Cairn accepted without hesitation, informing Garrosh of the traditional rules, including the dress code and the shaman's blessing on their chosen weapons. In an earlier encounter, Magatha Grimtotem had offered her assistance, and now she offered to bless Gorhal for Garrosh. The duel began in the Orgrimmar arena, with Garrosh and Cairn initially matching each other blow for blow. As Cairn started to land serious hits, Garrosh found himself backed into a corner. In a desperate move, he struck Cairn's chest, shattering his weapon, the Rune Spear. The blow seemed serious but not fatal, until Cairn inexplicably collapsed. Surprised but quick to seize the opportunity, Garrosh delivered the final fatal blow to Cairn. Unbeknownst to Garrosh, Magatha had poisoned his weapon, ensuring Cairn's demise. Though Garrosh had won, the victory was tainted, and the fallout from this duel would ripple through the Horde for years to come. Unbeknownst to Garrosh, Magatha had used him as a pawn in her treacherous scheme against Cairn. She had laced Gorhal with poison, ensuring that even the slightest wound would be fatal to the High Chieftain. Elated by her success, Magatha began the next phase of her plan, the hostile takeover of Thunderbluff, and the assassination of Kair's son and successor, Bane Bloodhoof. Garrosh was left grappling with a maelstrom of emotions. Though confused by Cairn's accusations, he took some solace in believing their duel had been fair. However, this illusion was shattered when Eitrig pointed out traces of poison on Gorhal. Realizing the truth, Garrosh was both enraged and distraught. He had unwittingly denied Cairn a fair fight, and Magatha had stolen his honor. Consumed by fury, Garrosh vowed to confront the treacherous Grimtotem matriarch and reclaim his tarnished honor. Magatha, having seized control of Thunderbluff, sought assistance from the new war chief. In response, Garrosh sent a scathing letter, wishing her a violent demise and ensuring no aid would come from him. He declared that her fate was now in the hands of the Earth Mother. Believing she had found an ally in Garrosh, Magatha was infuriated by his cold response. Left without support, Magatha and her loyal Grimtotem were eventually defeated by Bane Bloodhoof and his followers. Later, Garrosh and Bane met in Thousand Needles. Garrosh, expecting a challenge similar to the one Cairn had issued, was taken back when Bane refused. Instead, Bane exposed Magatha as the true traitor and offered Garrosh the loyalty of the Tauren people. Impressed by Bane's integrity and leadership, Garrosh gladly accepted his offer, forging a new alliance. While Garrosh and Bane had managed to put their lingering animosity behind them for the good of the Horde, new conflicts emerged on the onset of the Cataclysm. The industrious goblins, exploiting Ajara for the Horde's military needs, inadvertently tainted Orgrimmar's water supply, rendering it undrinkable. Frustrated, Garrosh traveled to Thunderbluff to discuss the issue with Bane and Archdruid Hamul Runetotem, seeking shipments of water from Mulgore to rectify the problem. Although Bane and Hamul were initially reluctant to agree to Garrosh's demands, a tense exchange ensued. Ultimately, Bane agreed, acknowledging the necessity. Garrosh emphasized his duty as war chief to ensure the safety and well-being of the Horde's people before departing. The water shipments from Mulgore alleviated the immediate crisis, providing the people of Durotar with fresh water. However, Garrosh's demanding attitude alienated many Tauren, with some even contemplating leaving the Horde due to their chieftain's apparent passivity and Garrosh's increasing impositions. During this time, Bane learned of Quillbore raiding parties attacking the water supplies and killing Tauren. Upon discovering this, Garrosh returned to Thunderbluff to confront Bane. Despite Bane's insistence on finding a peaceful resolution, Garrosh was outraged. He argued that the Quillbore were attacking Horde lands and killing Horde citizens, and such actions could not be tolerated. Garrosh assured Bane that decisive measures would be taken to eliminate the Quillbore threat once and for all, reinforcing his commitment to protecting the Horde. Garrosh, accompanied by a small regiment of 15 Kor'kron, stormed the Quillbore tunnels, cutting down waves of the beast with ruthless efficiency. As victory seemed within reach, the Quillbore launched a massive ambush, overwhelming the Kor'kron with sheer numbers. Backed into a corner, Garrosh managed to fell many more Quillbore but eventually lost hold of Gorehowl, his situation growing increasingly dire. Just as the tide turned against him, Bane, Hamul, and several Sunwalkers arrived to relieve the beleaguered regiment. Bane helped Garrosh retrieve Gorehowl from the tunnel wall, and together they fought off the Quillbore, managing to escape and reach the surface safely. While Garrosh fumed in silent fury, Bane explained that the Quillbore had also been suffering from a lack of water. In response, Hamul created a river for the Quillbore, negotiating a truce to prevent further attacks on the Tauren. The Quillbore retreated, and the Horde forces emerged triumphant. Bane assured Garrosh that the Tauren would seek his aid if necessary, and then led his people back to Thunderbluff. Humiliated and enraged by his own misjudgment, which had cost the lives of 15 elite soldiers and resulted in a tactical embarrassment, Garrosh returned to Orgrimmar via Zeppelin without uttering a word. Despite the incident, Bane later reaffirmed his loyalty to the Horde, honoring the legacy his father helped shape. Shortly after the Cataclysm, Garrosh personally led his troops into the neighboring borders of Ashenvale. While the Warsong clan had made considerable progress under Warchief Thrall, it fell far short of the grand ambitions Garrosh Hellscream harbored. He envisioned creating a massive city in the heart of the forest, rivaling Orgrimmar in size and power. With rich minerals ripe for the taking and all the necessary resources to foster his people's growth, Garrosh launched a ferocious assault through the Kauderai ranks, carving a path of destruction straight to the Silverwing outpost. Garrosh's forces included tame proto-drakes and Magnetar captives from Northrend, domesticated by holding their young hostage. His plan was to see his dream of expansion realized at any cost. The attack on the outpost resulted in a decisive victory for the Horde. As he surveyed the fallen forest, once a formidable resistance against his father, Garrosh wondered what the mighty Grom would have thought of this triumph. Confident in his prowess, he concluded that even Thrall could not deny his achievements and would hail him as the champion of the Orcish race and the entire Horde. Garrosh's plan was twofold. He had learned of a meeting between the Alliance leaders and aimed to lure out Tyrande Whisperwind by striking at this precise moment. As expected, the priestess arrived to aid the struggling sentinels, but the Horde unleashed their mighty Magnetar upon the Alliance ranks. Amidst the chaos, Tyrande was struck down and wounded by Orc archers. Confident in their impending victory, Garrosh joined the fray. The battle was dramatically interrupted by the arrival of Worgen reinforcements led by Varian Wrynn and Gen Greymane, who swiftly fought back several Magnetar. Garrosh and Varian clashed repeatedly, their duels fierce and intense, each matching the other's attacks blow for blow, slaying any who dared interfere. Initially evenly matched, Varian began to gain the upper hand, fighting with unwavering focus and relentless vigor. Varian showed no signs of tiring, while Garrosh's stamina waned. This allowed Varian to press his advantage, eventually wounding Garrosh and disarming him of Gorehowl. A dying Magnetar crashed between them, forcing a brief separation. Garrosh, seething and composed, prepared to charge at Varian once more. However, several Kor'kron held him back, urging him to retreat. Reluctantly, Garrosh complied, vowing to kill Varian himself. The encounter left a bitter taste, but Garrosh's resolve only hardened with the promise of future retribution. Following the Cataclysm, Garrosh adopted an increasingly aggressive stance in his war with the Alliance, leading his forces in a ruthless rampage through Ashenvale. He sought to secure the much-needed supplies to sustain his people. His actions effectively staved off the famine that had threatened Durotar before his rise to power. Garrosh firmly believed that if the blood of the Selfish Alliance was the price of his people's survival, it was a necessary sacrifice. Hellscream's ascension was widely applauded by most orcs, who saw his brash warrior instincts and refusal to negotiate for resources as embodying the true orcish way. Under his leadership, the Horde's aggressive tactics were seen as a return to their roots, prioritizing strength and survival above all else. Garrosh, believing that only orcs had the strength to truly defend Orgrimmar, evicted the majority of non-orc races from the city's center. Shortly after the Shattering, he formed a new army called Garrotkra to address the Horde's centaur incursion problems. Garrosh paid little heed to opinions outside his own race and were not inclined towards diplomacy, either with the Alliance or within the Horde itself. Already distrustful of the other Horde factions, Garrosh quickly realized that their leaders were more powerful than he had initially estimated. This realization led to a significant conflict with Vol'jin, the Darkspear chieftain. Their relationship deteriorated, much like Garrosh's with Cairn, culminating in Vol'jin threatening to kill Garrosh due to his relentless thirst for war. The fallout between them led to the mass exodus of the Darkspear trolls from Orgrimmar, led by a disillusioned Vol'jin. This rift spread the Horde's military thin, weakening their once concentrated might. Following the defeat of Trade Prince Gallywix, Thrall sent goblin agents to Garrosh, inviting them to join the Horde. When Garrosh was shown an SI-7 emblem, he immediately recognized its significance. Understanding the underlying message it conveyed, these events set the stage for the ongoing tension and power struggles within the Horde, as Garrosh's aggressive politics and actions continue to shape their fate. Just a side note here, SI-7 is the secretive military force of Stormwind. Garrosh's tenuous tolerance for the Forsaken was pushed to its limits after he ordered them to invade Gilneas, seeking a strategic port in the Eastern Kingdoms for the Horde. Although Gilneas was initially conquered, the Gilneas mounted a successful counterattack, forcing the Forsaken out of the city. Frustrated by the setback, Garrosh deployed his own forces to support the Forsaken, resulting in a stalemate. Later, Garrosh met with Lady Sylvanas Windrunner in Silverpine Forest and witnessed her demonstration of the Valkyr's powerful necromantic abilities. While this solution appeased the Forsaken, Garrosh was disgusted. He assigned High Overlord Cromosh to quote-unquote guard Lady Sylvanas, and after a sharp, insulting exchange, he left. Garrosh explicitly banned the use of the Forsaken Blight, allowing only weaker versions to be used. Despite this decree, most of the Forsaken ignored the ban, and the more potent strains were deployed multiple times. In response, Garrosh sent General Warhowl to remind Sylvanas of the prohibition, emphasizing his disapproval and asserting his authority. During the events in Ashenvale, a demon named Duroc attempted to lure the orcs back into the reliance on fell power. Outraged by this transgression, Garrosh demanded Duroc's head. Additionally, Garrosh recruited the Shatterspear tribe into the Horde to launch an attack on the Night Elves from Darkshore. In the Stone Talon Mountains, following Overlord Kromgar's brutal campaign, Kromgar's corrupt general orchestrated the murder of several neutral druids studying in Thaldara Grove. Using a massive bomb, Kromgar obliterated the grove. Enraged by this atrocity, Garrosh confronted Gromgar, quoting a lesson from a wise old war hero. Garrosh seized Gromgar by the neck and hurled him off the ledge of Cliffwater Post, sending him to his death. Humbled by High Chieftain Cliffwalker's teachings on mercy, Garrosh expressed his gratitude for the valuable lesson. To address the aftermaths of these events, Garrosh dispatched Warlord Bloodhilt to salvage the situation in the Southern Barrens, demonstrating his commitment to correcting the course of the Horde's actions. Garrosh personally spearheaded the assault on the Twilight Highlands, orchestrating an impressive air fleet to obliterate the Twilight's Hammer Cult and claim the land for the Horde. After delivering an inspiring speech, he was informed of an Alliance fleet hidden below, and immediately ordered his air support to destroy them. However, this plan backfired due to treachery from within. The Horde fleet was ambushed by Deathwing and his Twilight Drakes, leaving them undefended. Garrosh managed to fend off one of the Drakes personally, but his ship sustained massive damage and plummeted into the ocean. The rest of the fleet met a similar fate, crashing into the sea. Garrosh himself was declared missing in action, leaving the Horde in a state of uncertainty and turmoil. In Garrosh's absence, the Horde turned to the neighboring Dragonmaw clan to forge an alliance. After unsuccessful negotiations with their leader, Overlord Morgahar, the Horde forces joined a Dragonmaw rebellion led by Warlord Zayla. Together, they successfully overthrew Morgahar and his fellow orcs. Garrosh, having survived the crash, arrived at Dragonmaw Port and officially welcomed Zayla and the Dragonmaw into the Horde. With the assault on the Twilight Highlands progressing well, Garrosh turned his attention inward and discovered that the earlier ambush had been orchestrated by Saranac the Mystic, a traitor who had aligned himself with the Twilight's Hammer. With the player's assistance, Garrosh swiftly dealt with Saranac, eliminating the threat and securing the loyalty of his forces. Garrosh granted amnesty to any members of the Blackrock clan willing to swear allegiance to him. Among these, a former warrior named Malkaruk became Garrosh's personal bodyguard. Malkaruk silenced dissent through intimidation, abduction, and outright murder, actions that received Garrosh's approval. Garrosh also successfully blockaded Kalimdor, securing a strategic advantage at sea for the Horde. Most notably, his enhanced military strength allowed him to keep a tight leash on critical allies like the Darkspear and the Tauren, whose people and lands were more at risk should Bane or Vol'jin oppose him. This essentially held the Western Horde hostage to ensure their compliance. With the Cataclysm over and the threat of Deathwing subsided, Garrosh reinvigorated his plans for conquest. He aimed to forcefully expel the Alliance from Kalimdor and claim the continent for the Horde. In a meeting with other Horde leaders, Bane Bloodhoof, Vol'jin, Sylvanas Windrunner, Lor'themar Theron, and Trade Prince Gallywix, along with Malkaruk and Eitrig, the only advisor remaining from Thrall's reign, Garrosh expressed a desire to purge Theramore from the continent and diminish the Alliance's military presence. His ultimate goal was to seize the Night Elves' land, much to the chagrin of Bane, Vol'jin, and Sylvanas. This ambitious plan marked the beginning of a new, aggressive chapter for the Horde under Garrosh's rule. Sylvanas objected to Garrosh's plan, arguing that the Alliance would retaliate against the Forsaken and Sin'dorei in vengeance for Theramore. Garrosh dismissed her concerns, assuring her that any Alliance retaliation would be swiftly dealt with. Among his fellow leaders, only Lor'themar chose not to question Garrosh's goals or motives, while Gallywix's interests extended only as far as profit. Garrosh, noting Lor'themar's lack of sympathy towards Sylvanas, developed a grudging respect for him. Nonetheless, he ordered all the leaders to be watched, focusing particularly on Theron, after a pointed discussion about loyalty. Garrosh craved acknowledgement, believing that his conquest of Theramore would earn him the respect of Bane and Vol'jin, who he planned to reward for their eventual support. His ambitions for the Isle extended beyond common knowledge. His agents had discovered the focusing iris, and Garrosh ordered the blue dragon protecting it to be slain and the iris delivered to him. Additionally, he commanded the creation of another mana bomb, the formidable Blood Elf invention originally created by the Sun Fury in Outland. This weapon would serve as a critical component in his plans for domination. The war chief spearheaded the assault on Northwatch, using it as a strategic stepping stone to Theramore and an opportunity for the gathered Horde warriors to revel in a glorious battle. Accompanied by Malkaruk, Vol'jin, Bane, and Gallywix, Garrosh noted the Trade Prince's eagerness but was irritated by the absence of Sylvanas and Lor'themar. Representing Sylvanas, Captain Frandris Farley and a regiment of Forsaken arrived, while Kelantur Bloodblade and 2 ships of Blood Elven warriors were sent by Lor'themar Theron and Haldoran Brightwing. With each race of the Horde represented, Garrosh swiftly conquered Northwatch and marched onward to Theramore. Despite their military success, Garrosh's allies grew increasingly concerned about the direction the Horde was taking. While Garrosh secluded himself to reflect on the impending victory, Bane convened a small council to address the unspoken worries within the more moderate ranks of the Horde. Informed of the meeting, Garrosh stormed in, angrily lashing out at his allies for questioning him. He assured Bane and Hamul that he was not Thrall, whom he dismissed as weak, pacifist, blaming his predecessor for the Horde's problems. When Kelantur attempted to interject, Garrosh struck her but quickly composed himself, warning that they were fortunate their war chief was willing to overlook their deceit. Later, Bane and Vol'jin urged Garrosh to move the army, but they were stunned when Garrosh ordered the Horde ships to pull back. Garrosh dispatched Malkaruk to the front lines, where he led the Horde forces in skirmishes around Theramore Island. Meanwhile, Garrosh's spy, a Sun Reaver mage named Thaylen Songweaver, who had pretended to be neutral, betrayed Theramore's defenders and aided the Horde in breaching the city's defenses. After being captured, Thaylen was rescued by Horde soldiers, revealing the full extent of Garrosh's plan. Garrosh then commanded a full retreat, drawing the Alliance forces into the center of Theramore. At this crucial moment, a mana bomb, enhanced by the stolen focusing iris, was dropped directly over the city. The entire isle was obliterated, with such devastating force that not even an insect survived. The casualties were immense, wiping out many of the Alliance's top generals, including Ronan. Jaina Proudmoore narrowly escaped the catastrophe, but the loss was staggering, and the brutal efficiency of Garrosh's strategy was laid bare. Having achieved a total victory, Garrosh was elated. He boasted about the foolishness of his enemies, proclaiming how he had stolen the iris right under the noses of the Kirin Tor and left nothing of Theramore to oppose his conquest. While many of his soldiers shared in the triumph, others were repulsed by the destruction. Bane, horrified by the carnage, fled into the swamp, while Malkaruk laughed in his face. Bane couldn't help but reflect on the bitter irony that Garrosh had committed a far worse atrocity than the one for which he had executed Overlord Cromgar. This victory, however, came with severe consequences. Jaina Proudmoore, having survived the attack, was deeply scarred by the traumatic experience and twisted by the residual energies of the mana bomb, swearing to destroy Garrosh. She embarked on a quest for vengeance that led her to Orgrimmar itself. Though she initially intended to annihilate its population in retribution, she ultimately stayed her hand. Instead, she directed her fury toward Garrosh's fleet, engaging it alongside Varian Wryn's forces in a fierce battle. Garrosh faced Varian once more, marking their third duel. This time, Garrosh held his ground far better than he had in their previous clash in Ashenvale, though the battle was again cut short. The Alliance retreated from Durotar, seizing Northwatch in the process. With Orgrimmar narrowly avoiding catastrophe and Northwatch retaken, Garrosh ordered his coastal blockade of Kalimdor to fall back. Bane saw this as a sign of Garrosh abandoning his conquest and felt a glimmer of hope. However, his relief turned to horror when Garrosh revealed his true intentions. Instead of merely expelling the Alliance from Kalimdor, he now aimed to wage a war of total genocide. Bane warned Garrosh that he would withdraw his support if another atrocity like Theramore occurred. Garrosh responded with a smug smile, dismissively noting that the information was duly noted. The chilling exchange left Bane deeply troubled about the future of the Horde under Garrosh's ruthless leadership. Garrosh's brutal reign has had lasting effects on both his allies and enemies. Vol'jin, the most geographically vulnerable to Garrosh's wrath, had privately given up all hope for reconciliation and retreated to the Echo Isles to plan his next move. Bane, horrified by Garrosh's genocidal ambitions, has similarly withdrawn to Mulgore. Meanwhile, Jaina Proudmoore, now the leader of the Kirin Tor after Garrosh's actions indirectly led to Ronan's death, is in a far better state of mind, but remains resolute with her determination to see Garrosh removed from power. Varian Wryn, aware of the growing discontent within Garrosh's ranks, devised a plan to support these Horde rebels in eventually overthrowing Garrosh. Garrosh made a chilling proclamation. Every man, woman, and child was to contribute to the war effort against the Alliance, and any found shirking their duties would face the brutal consequences issued out by the Kor'kron. This decree further solidified his ruthless grip on power, spreading fear and oppression throughout the Horde. The destruction of Theramore had an unexpected outcome. Rather than being crushed, the Alliance was galvanized to intensify their war efforts. While being briefed on the various naval battles by the newly promoted General Nazgrim, Garrosh was shocked to learn that during a skirmish in the south, Alliance forces had run aground on an uncharted island. Infuriated that the Alliance had discovered this new territory first, Garrosh immediately ordered Nazgrim to assemble his best warriors to secure the land for the Horde. Sometime later, Garrosh welcomed a group of Pandaren who had sworn allegiance to the Horde, led by G. Firepaw. He laid out his expectations and tested their martial prowess by unleashing captured beasts on them in the Ring of Valor. This trial was a harsh introduction to Garrosh's brutal leadership and his relentless drive for supremacy. Roughly 2 months after the initial entrance into Pandaria, Garrosh invaded with the bulk of the Horde fleet, swiftly eliminating the local alliance presence along the shores of Krasarang. At the newly constructed Domination Point, Garrosh and Vol'jin clashed once again over Garrosh's relentless warmongering. This time, fed up with the Darkspear chieftain's constant criticism, Garrosh ordered Vol'jin's assassination, disguising it as a mission with the Kor'kron. Vol'jin survived the attempt on his life and soon discovered that Garrosh had placed the Darkspear Isles under martial law. In response, members of the Horde, disillusioned with Garrosh's tyrannical rule, joined forces with former war chief Thrall to liberate the Isles and confront Garrosh's forces. Thrall himself assumed leadership of the Isles in Vol'jin's absence, acting as a deterrent against further aggression. Horde heroes were instructed to report Vol'jin's death to Garrosh, remaining close to the war chief while covertly gathering like-minded members of the Horde. Their goal was to build a coalition strong enough to resist and eventually overthrow Garrosh before his destructive rule could irreparably harm their faction. Garrosh then journeyed to the Shrine of Two Moons, accompanied by Malkaruk, Ishi, and the Regent Lord of Quel'Thalas, Lor'themar Therin. While there, he listened intently as Malkaruk informed him about the Mogu race, fascinated by the iron-fisted rule of the Mogu and their advanced technology. Garrosh remarked to Malkaruk there was much to learn from them. He was particularly intrigued by their ability to create new warriors and manipulate emotions to heighten battle prowess. Garrosh had dispatched an expedition led by Fanlir Silverthorn to Ancestral Rise and eagerly awaited results. He was pleased when Fanlir revealed information about the Divine Bell, a powerful artifact. Later, Garrosh traveled to Fire Camp Batar, which he had converted into a Horde camp. There, he investigated further mentions of the Divine Bell with Delia Sunseeker. During this time, Agent Connolly and an Alliance adventurer spied on him, also learning about the bell. Garrosh's interest in the Divine Bell hinted at his relentless pursuit of power and dominance, setting the stage for future conflicts. Later, Lor'themar Therin and his battalion were sent out to Mogu'jah, where they were overpowered by the Mogu. This led to a clash between Garrosh and Therin, as Garrosh had failed to mention the strong Mogu presence, resulting in several Blood Elven casualties. Despite the tension, Garrosh observed Therin and his elves at the Mogu ruins in Kun Lai, where the Blood Elves planned to capture Mogu leader, Shan Qian. Therin dispatched a Horde hero along with a Farstrider and a Blood Knight to defeat the Mogu warlord. During the battle, Garrosh arrived and hurled Gorehowl at Shan Qian, nearly killing him. Demanding information about the Divine Bell, Garrosh was met with a mocking defiance from Shan Qian. As Garrosh prepared to deliver the final blow, Fanlir intervened, insisting that the Mogu was their only key to the Divine Bell, and the Blood Elves would make him talk. Garrosh reluctantly agreed, but not before warning Fanlir that any further disrespect would result in his head being placed atop a pike in Orgrimmar. This tense exchange underscored Garrosh's ruthless pursuit of power and the fragile alliances within the Horde. Shan Qian was captured and brought to Garroshar Advance. Meanwhile, at the Shrine of Two Moons, Bane Bloodhoof arrived in Pandaria and worked to undo the chaos Garrosh had left in his wake, such as curing Shah corrupted warriors. Garrosh, eager to harness the Shah's power, discussed its potential with Lor'themar and Bane, insisting that the Horde could control it. Skeptical of Garrosh's ambition, Lor'themar Therin departed for Silvermoon with a Shah artifact to examine it further. Garrosh then dispatched a Horde adventurer to Silvermoon to gather information. Much like Vol'jin before him, Lor'themar grew increasingly wary of Garrosh's rule. Multiple instances of Garrosh disregarding his people's welfare, including a disastrous demand that led to a Shah being released in Silvermoon, made Lor'themar consider withdrawing Quel'Thalas from the Horde and re-evaluating old alliances. Garrosh and Bane traveled to Garroshar Advance, where Garrosh interrogated Shan Qian to uncover the location of the Divine Bell. Bane suggested a more peaceful method, which ultimately proved successful. Shan Qian revealed the bell's location in a tomb. Unbeknownst to the Horde, the Alliance was spying on the interaction and also learned the location. Garrosh sent Ishi to retrieve the bell, only to discover that the Kaldorei had reached the tomb first and taken the bell to Darnassus. Determined to reclaim it, Garrosh dispatched Fanlir and several Horde champions to Darnassus, successfully recovering the bell. Jaina Proudmoore discovered the Sunreaver's involvement in the theft and purged them from Dalaran. Many fleeing Blood Elves, including Aethys Sunreaver, were rescued by Grand Magister Romoth. In the aftermath, the Sunreavers blamed Garrosh as much as Jaina for their expulsion. This incident thwarted Lorthamar's consideration of rejoining the Alliance. By orchestrating the heist in Darnassus and focusing the blame on the Blood Elves, Garrosh effectively sabotaged any notion of the Cinderai leaving the Horde. Later, Garrosh gathered Horde forces at Emperor's Reach, bringing the Divine Bell with him. He delivered a speech about the Horde's grand destiny, declaring his intention to use the Divine Bell to eliminate weakness from his orcs and create a stronger Horde. When Garrosh rang the Divine Bell, it transformed his Kor'kron into Shaw-infested warriors. After the adventurer dispatched them, Prince Anduin arrived, attempting to dissuade Garrosh from using the bell. Ignoring Anduin's pleas, Garrosh used the bell to infuse his champion Ishi with Shaw energy, forcing the adventurer to fight him. Despite Garrosh's encouragement, none of his champions were able to master the Shaw energy. In the aftermath, Anduin used the harmonic mallet to transform the bell's chaotic energy into pure harmony. This temporarily stunned Garrosh, but he quickly retaliated by striking the bell, causing it to shatter and collapse onto Anduin. The impact shattered Anduin's bones, and believing the prince to be dead, Garrosh allowed the Alliance champion to live to relay the grim news to King Varian, illustrating the dire consequences of continued defiance. Garrosh then flew off, maniacally laughing at the thought of the Alliance's suffering, especially that of King Varian. Though the Divine Bell was destroyed, Garrosh remained determined to master the Shaw energy, intent on using its power to further his ruthless vision for the Horde. As is evident by different leaders attempting to turn on Garrosh, not everyone approved of his ways of leading. The Horde is his army, but we are not his people. Garrosh demands loyalty, but to him that just means dying at his command. He doesn't know what loyalty is. Thrall inspired loyalty. What Garrosh wants is obedience. Garrosh was deeply engrossed in his machinations at Domination Point, paying little attention to the unfolding events on the Isle of Thunder. Seizing the opportunity, Lorthamar Theron led a coalition predominantly composed of Sunreavers against the resurrected Thunder King. His goal was to claim the Thunder King's formidable weaponry, using it as leverage against Garrosh in the event of an uprising. This strategic move showcased Theron's foresight and determination to challenge Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for potential rebellion within the Horde. This strategic move showcased Lorthamar's foresight and determination to challenge Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for potential rebellion within the Horde. Fed up with Garrosh's relentless warmongering, significant portions of the Horde rose up against him. In response, Garrosh branded the entire Darkspear tribe as traitors, forcibly seizing their holdings and brutally oppressing and executing their members. This exacerbated the already fragile racial divisions within Orgrimmar. The Valley of Spirits fell under Kor'kron control, and non-orc residents, particularly Tauren, were rounded up and persecuted. These events disrupted Lorthamar and Vol'jin's collaborative plan to overthrow Garrosh. With his people in immediate danger and Lorthamar still occupied on the Isle of Thunder, Vol'jin was compelled to declare an open rebellion and return to Durotar. Known as the Darkspear Rebellion, this initial uprising saw the rebels reclaim the Echo Isles and advance as far as Razor Hill. Thrall, Bane Bloodhoof, and Chen Stormstout also lent their support to the rebellion, fighting their way ever closer to Orgrimmar. Their united front marked a pivotal moment in the struggle against Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for an epic confrontation in the heart of the Horde's capital. Simultaneously, Garrosh faced the looming threat of an Alliance invasion. SI-7 agents were dispatched to gather intelligence on Garrosh's movements and facilitate the arrival of the Alliance's main force. They also learned about the burgeoning rebellion within the Horde, and in an effort to further destabilize Garrosh's regime, the Alliance lent their support to the rebels. Undeterred by his mounting adversaries, Garrosh pursued his ambition to wield Pandarian artifacts. He sent a goblin excavation team to unearth dark powers buried beneath the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, which were then shipped back to Orgrimmar and stored in Ragefire Chasm. Horde agents speculated that Garrosh was preparing for yet another invasion, though his intended target remained unclear. To quell the rebellion, Garrosh called upon Warlord Zayla and General Nazgrim, enlisting their aid to crush the dissenters. He also conscripted mercenaries to bolster his Kor'kron forces. Despite the combined threats of internal rebellion and external invasion, Garrosh remained resolute in his quest for power, setting the stage for an epic confrontation that would determine the fate of the Horde. After the Goblin excavation team in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms unearthed the sealed heart of the deceased old god Yasharj, Garrosh traveled to inspect his formidable prize. Realizing the heart was dormant, he fought his way through the Shadowpan to submerge the heart in the Vale's sacred pools. Terran Zu, the Shadowpan's leader, confronted Garrosh in a desperate attempt to halt his rampage across the continent. However, Garrosh overpowered him, choking him with dismantled rails and impaling him upon Gorehowl. As Terran Zu lay defeated, Garrosh declared that the other races of the world would undoubtedly try to stop him, and he welcomed the challenge. He confidently proclaimed that no matter what the world threw at him, his newly unearthed power would prevail, and his enemies would find themselves impaled upon Orgrimmar's spires. Garrosh hurled the dormant heart into the pools, triggering a chaotic surge of Sha energy that corrupted the surrounding area. He then retreated to his underground fortress, abandoning even his father's weapon in favor of a new, old god-forged weapon, Xal'atath. After moving the heart to Orgrimmar, Garrosh's behavior grew increasingly erratic and xenophobic. Despite his descent into madness, he remained uncorrupted by the old gods, driven solely by his own twisted ambitions. Garrosh relocated the heart of Yasharaj to his personal sanctum within the Underhold, a vast underground complex deep within Ragefire Chasm beneath Orgrimmar. With the entire city under martial law, Garrosh issued commands from within the fortified compound, plotting to conquer the world for his true horde using his newfound powers. He also allowed the Paragons of the Calaxy into his compound to act as guardians of the heart and gifted some of its power to his loyal enforcer, Malkaruk. In response to Garrosh's growing threat, the Alliance and the Darkspear Rebellion formed a coalition to stop the tyrannical dictator. They were joined by adventurers who had just finished containing the destruction Garrosh had wrought upon the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Together, they laid siege to Orgrimmar, successfully fighting their way into the Underhold, overcoming numerous traps and lieutenants. The coalition finally reached Garrosh's inner sanctum, where they found Thrall confronting Garrosh and pleading with him to end his genocidal campaign. Garrosh refused to cooperate, calling Thrall weak and sadistically stating he would take pleasure in destroying everything the Horde and the Alliance had built. He even physically tortured his former mentor, as his Dark Shaman had tortured the Elementals, causing them to lash out at Thrall when he attempted to call upon them. Despite this, Thrall overcame the attack and faced Garrosh in melee combat, only to be swiftly defeated. Turning his attention to the adventurers, Garrosh engaged them in battle. Supported by the true Horde, the Iron Stars, and the power of Yasharaj itself, the conflict raged not only in the Underhold, but also in Yasharaj's twisted pocket dimension, a nightmarish realm resembling sites of immense Sha outbreaks in Pandaria. The adventurers held their ground, and in a final desperate move, Garrosh absorbed all of the heart's remaining power, becoming an avatar of the old god. Despite his newfound might, it wasn't enough. The malevolent war chief ultimately collapsed from his wounds, the power of Yasharaj dissipating from his exhausted body. As Garrosh lay defeated, the leaders of the Alliance, Horde, and the Pandaren arrived to take him into custody and decide his fate, bringing an end to his tyrannical reign.
You disappoint me, Garrosh. You are not worthy of your father's legacy.
His punishment is not for you alone to decide.
I won't let you take him.
We have all suffered from his atrocities. My people, more than any other. Let him stand trial in Pandaria. There, we will mete out justice for all.
Look at them. Already they plot against us. Seize this moment, Varian. Dismantle the Horde.
Guardsmen!
father. What are you doing?
What a king must do. I will speak to your war chief.
I speak for the Horde.
Very well. The Horde has committed heinous crimes, Vol'jin. But some among you fought against Garrosh's tyranny. For that, I am willing to end this bloodshed. But know this. If your Horde fails to uphold honor as Garrosh did, we will end you.
In one of the most devastating possible outcomes, depicted by the Vision of Time, Garrosh lays waste to Stormwind City, leaving the entire harbor in ruins and corrupted by Y'Shaaraj's dark power. He gruesomely impales the corpses of all rebel Horde leaders, along with the Rin family, Jaina Proudmoore, Tyrande Whisperwind, and Terran Zu. These macabre trophies adorn a ruined stairway leading into the city, serving as a dire warning to anyone who might oppose his new order. This chilling vision is encountered during the heroic mode fight against Garrosh. Another vision shows a defeated Garrosh lying on the ground surrounded by all the leaders of the Horde and Alliance. The final vision reveals Garrosh imprisoned in the Temple of the White Tiger, where Anduin Wrynn visits him, possibly referencing a scene from the War Crimes novel. In the aftermath of Garrosh's fall, the Warsong clan was left shattered, reeling from the consequences of what their leader had become. The once proud clan struggled to come to terms with the legacy of destruction and betrayal left in Garrosh's wake. After his defeat, Garrosh was transferred to the Temple of the White Tiger to stand trial. Caged below the temple, he dreamt of his father and his homeland Draenor, wondering if his father would be proud of him. When all parties had arrived, Garrosh was brought before Terran Zu, the jury, and numerous witnesses. He listened to the charges against him, but instead of showing remorse, Garrosh clapped and mocked the trial, comparing it to the Darkmoon Fair and causing a great commotion. Once order was restored, Bane Bloodhoof was appointed as his defender from the Horde. Despite Bane's efforts, Garrosh did little to aid his own case. Bane urged him to open up to someone, suggesting that his silence was akin to a death wish. Reluctantly, Garrosh decided he would only speak to Anduin Wrynn. Initially cautious, Anduin accepted the role, opening a dialogue with the disgraced warchief. Garrosh and Anduin had many conversations, discussing a wide range of topics. Anduin consistently urged Garrosh to repent and admit wrongdoings, but Garrosh would always deflect, challenging Anduin's beliefs and making him question what he held dear. On the eve of the trial's verdict, Garrosh became increasingly agitated, doing everything he could to provoke Anduin. His taunts eventually succeeded, nearly driving Anduin to attack him. Instead, Anduin angrily slapped the food from Garrosh's hands. Garrosh seized Anduin's arm and twisted it, but Anduin calmly informed him that the food was poisoned and he had saved his life. Garrosh, surprised, released his grip. Before leaving, Anduin asked the guards to remove the shackles from Garrosh's legs so he could walk like a true warrior once more. When the time came for the verdict, Garrosh was given a chance to speak. He acknowledged the strong arguments presented by Tyrande Whisperwind and Bane Bloodhoof. He even addressed Anduin, expressing a belief in the possibility of change. Just as it seemed Garrosh might admit his regrets, he stunned the room by declaring he regretted nothing and would do it all over again. At that moment, Karaz Dormu, who had been secretly working with the Vision of Time, activated a portal that allowed him and Garrosh to escape to an alternate Draenor, set 35 years in the past. Garrosh and Karaz eventually made their way to Nagrand, the homeland of the Warsong clan. Their plan was to locate the alternate version of Garrosh's father, Grom Hellscream, and rally the Orc clans into forming a different kind of horde. However, Karaz had grander ambitions. He intended to use the shards of the Vision of Time to traverse multiple worlds, gathering other hordes to send back to Azeroth, thereby gaining infinite power. Garrosh, upon learning that one of the shards could take him back to his original time in Azeroth, turned on Karaz, In a decisive moment, he seized the shard and fatally stabbed Karaz with it, declaring that orcs would never again be used as pawns. This act marked a pivotal shift in Garrosh's journey, as he took control of his destiny and aimed to reshape the fate of the orc clans on his own terms. Traveling to a nearby Warsong encampment, Garrosh introduced himself as a stranger with no clan, but claimed his heart belonged to the Warsong. Speaking boldly, he declared that he had come to prevent the Warsongs from becoming slaves and accused Grom of leading them willingly to such a fate. This insult led to Garrosh being challenged to a Mock Rogan, a duel of will, to prove his honor. He fought against 4 members of the Warsong clan who had failed to spot him on guard duty. Garrosh defeated his opponents, and the spectators remarked that he fought like Hellscream. Following Grom into his tent, Garrosh spoke cryptically about the grim fate awaiting the Orcish people, warning that Gul'dan would enslave their race to unseen masters by offering them a gift, and that Grom would be the first to accept it due to his intolerance of others taking it first. Garrosh revealed a shard from the Vision of Time and described the weapons he had wielded as warchief of the Horde on Azeroth, including mana bombs and iron stars. He urged Grom to rally the other Orcish clans against their true enemy and suggested taking the shard to the Stones of Prophecy to reveal the truth. Grom cautiously agreed, threatening to take Garrosh's head if he was lying. Garrosh replied that if he could not convince Grom, his life meant nothing. Garrosh watched as Grom took the shard to the elemental spirits, who showed him and the shaman the truth of Garrosh's words. Gul'dan's pact with Kil'jaeden, the drinking of demon blood, revealing that Grom had indeed been the first to do so, the first and second wars against the humans, their defeat by the Alliance, and the withdrawal from demon magic that left the Orcish people broken. However, Garrosh intentionally concealed the truth of Grom's redemption at Demonfall Canyon by killing the Elder Shaman who had seen ahead and interrupting the vision before Grom could witness it. When Grom emerged from the vision, he vowed that he would not allow his people to be enslaved and sent runners to the other clans to share what he had learned. He called on Garrosh to stand by his side and fight with the Warsong, acknowledging the long road ahead. Garrosh proudly declared that he would fight to the death. Gul'dan sent a message to the orcs promising them untold power. In response, Grommash Hellscream dispatched Garrosh, disguised as a messenger, to uncover more about the sinister orcs' intentions. Gul'dan revealed that he had seen a vision, a legion seeking the orcs as their vanguard. Much to Gul'dan's surprise, Garrosh knew that serving this legion meant drinking the blood of Manaroth and enslaving the orcs to demonic masters. Enraged by Garrosh's accusations of slavery and proclaiming himself a god, Gul'dan ordered the guards to remove the messenger. Garrosh swiftly slew the guards. Undeterred, Gul'dan declared that in 3 days, the orcs would drink Manaroth's blood on the mountaintop and march to victory. At this, Garrosh lowered his hood, revealing his true identity. He told Gul'dan that in 3 days, Grommash would also stand on that mountain, but he would lead the orcs to embrace their true fate instead. On the fateful day when the orcs were poised to drink the blood of Manaroth and become slaves to the Legion, Garrosh stood alongside his father Grommash Hellscream to confront Gul'dan and deliver the Warsong clan's answer to his offer of power. In this alternate universe, Grommash rejected Gul'dan's enticement to drink the blood, and Garrosh orchestrated an ambush on the Warlock and Manaroth using the orcs' advanced technology. As the pivotal moment arrived, Garrosh's Iron Star was launched at Manaroth, creating a crucial distraction. This gave Grommash the opportunity to execute the demon. When Manaroth's dying explosion threatened to take Grommash's life, Garrosh heroically pushed his father out of harm's way, saving him from the fate that had befallen him in the Prime timeline. With Manaroth defeated and the threat averted, Garrosh pulled a stunned Gul'dan to his feet. He then drew a fell-bloodied Gorehowl from the demon's corpse and tossed it to his father. Grommash proclaimed their victory and independence to the gathered orcs, declaring that they were conquerors, never slaves. This triumphant moment was the culmination of Garrosh's interference in the timeline, leading to the formation of the formidable Iron Horde. Garrosh provided Blackhand with schematics for advanced machinery, rising to prominence as one of the warlords of the Iron Horde, and the leader of the Warsong clan, while his father served as warchief over all the clans. Garrosh also enlisted Poly Rocket Spark and the Black Fuse Company to develop the technology essential for the Iron Horde's infrastructure within Grimrail Depot, and issued orders for the capture of Gruul. He was present when Grommash quote-unquote convinced Ner'zhul and his Shadow Moon clan to join the Iron Horde. Khadgar and Chromie witnessed Garrosh's ambitious vision in Nagrand's mountains, where he suggested naming the new citadel in the heart of Tanaan, Hellfire. Garrosh was personally responsible for orchestrating the Iron March's invasion of Azeroth. He ordered Zayla to seize Upper Blackrock Spire as the forward base for the invading force, where a doomsday weapon capable of making Blackrock Mountain erupt and obliterate large swaths of the continent, including Stormwind, was to be constructed. This aggressive strategy highlighted Garrosh's relentless pursuit of power and his determination to reshape the world according to his vision. The Draenei, under the leadership of Yrel, blamed Garrosh for the fall of Talar, referring to him as the son of Hellscream. Garrosh was located in Gramashar when the Horde Alliance launched an attack on the settlement. He engaged in combat with the adventurers Duratan and Yrel, but was interrupted by Thrall, who challenged him to a mock Garah. Their duel took place at the Stones of Prophecy, the site where Garrosh had first learned of his father's redemption. As they clashed, Garrosh insisted that everything he did was for the Horde. Thrall retorted that Garrosh had failed the Horde. Enraged, Garrosh attacked Thrall with his bare hands, shouting that Thrall had made him Warchief. "You left me to pick up your pieces. You failed me," he bellowed. With the upper hand, Garrosh taunted that Thrall never had the strength of a true warrior. Thrall countered that his strength lay not in being a warrior, but in being a shaman, and he called upon the elements to bind Garrosh. As Garrosh struggled against the elemental forces, he roared that Thrall had made him what he was. Thrall, resolute, responded that Garrosh had chosen his own destiny. With a final decisive bolt of lightning, Thrall ended Garrosh's life. After Garrosh's death, his soul was confined to the realm of Revendreth to atone for his many crimes. Due to his immense reservoir of anima, the Venthyr utilized him as one of their reliable workhorses, continually extracting his vital energy even as the Shadowlands began to suffer from an anima drought. Eventually, Garrosh's soul was cast into the Maw and imprisoned in the Sanctum of Domination, where Soul Renderer Dormazane continued the relentless extraction of his anima to fuel the Maw Swarm armies. Despite Dormazane's best efforts, Garrosh proved remarkably resistant to the usual torture methods. Nonetheless, the Soul Renderer looked forward to spending millennia discovering his weakness, taking perverse pleasure in the challenge Garrosh presented. The heroes of Azeroth eventually confronted Dormazane, who continued to torment Garrosh to unleash waves of anima against his enemies. When the Soul Renderer was defeated, Garrosh broke free from his chains.
They said I must answer for my crimes, repent for my sins. But every choice I made, I would proudly make again. You will submit. I submit to no one. Not you. Not the jailer. And not that coward Thrall. For the Horde!
Later, Thrall confided in the spirit of his mother, Draka, expressing his lingering guilt over Garrosh's actions. Draka reassured him that Garrosh had chosen his own path. Thrall insisted it was he who had set Garrosh on that path, but Draka disagreed, saying that all Thrall had done was offer him a choice. While Garrosh's path had ended in destruction, Thrall's journey continued forward, carrying the lessons and burdens of the past. During Azeroth's first Kosharg festival at Razor Hill, the spirit of Grommash Hellscream manifested, sharing a poignant revelation. He expressed his deep regret at not being alive to guide his son down a better path. Grommash hoped that Garrosh's tragic fate would serve as a stark warning to the rest of the orcs, emphasizing the importance of wise leadership and the consequences of unchecked ambition.
Somewhere in the great dark beyond, essentially space or the universe, there are planets that hold a soul, a world soul. These aren't common and conform into planet-sized cosmic beings known as Titans.
Titans are deeply intertwined with the cosmic force called Arcane, representing the essence of order itself. Arcane is not just a power source for them, it is their life force. For instance, the original Well of Eternity, a massive reservoir of arcane energy, was akin to the lifeblood of Azeroth's world soul. Titans also exhibit a curious vulnerability to fell magic, their polar opposite. Despite this susceptibility, mature Titans remain impervious to the corrupting influences of the Void Lords. When a Titan is born, what happens to the planet that contained this colossal being? Well, the quote from Chronicles describes it as cosmic winds howled across their gigantic forms. Bodies shrouded in a cloak of stardust, skin crisscrossed with silvery mountain peaks, and oceans shimmering with latent magic. One theory suggests that perhaps the planet's continents end up resting on the Titan itself, as proposed by a Reddit user named Solaris. Another option is that the planet has the continents floating in space, similar to Outland. Alternatively, the Titan could fix the planet to how it was while it was living within it, using their power and the spirit energy from the planet itself to put it back together before departing. Although I'm not totally sure if that would be possible, but that's just a theory that I have. But let's go to the Pantheon's origins. The first Titan to awaken for reasons unknown was Aman'Thul. He believed other Titans were slumbering in the Great Dark and set out to explore the cosmos, finding and nurturing emerging world souls until they awoke and joined him. After some time, he had awoken his siblings, forming the Pantheon, which consisted of Aman'Thul, High Father of the Pantheon, Ionar the Lifebinder, Norgannon, Keeper of Celestial Magics and Lore, Galganeth, Lord of the Skies and Roaring Seas, Khaz'goroth, Shaper and Forger of Worlds, Agrimar, Lieutenant of the Great Sargeras, and Sargeras the Defender. In the ancient ages of the universe, the Pantheon tirelessly molded and arranged various worlds, hoping to discover other Titans. Yet their quest remained fruitless. While no other Titans were found, they summoned beings known as the Constellar to observe and watch over the ordered worlds. The Constellar were tasked with monitoring worlds for signs of instability. When needed, they could activate a failsafe to cleanse a planet of life, resetting its evolutionary path. This process mirrored the actions of Algalon the Observer within Ulduar. While the rest of the Pantheon explored the universe and other planets, they sent Sargeras to deal with demons spawning from the Twisting Nether, as they threatened the order the Pantheon was bringing to worlds. Sargeras realized the demons were wielding the powers of the Void, suggesting that more powerful beings sought to influence the physical universe hidden behind the veil of the Void. Now, since the Void is such a big part of the Titan's lore, I figured I should talk about what it is. In the dawn of time before the cosmos, only the light and the Void existed. At first, the light was all there was, a boundless, ever-shifting sea of life energy. Yet as some of its radiance faded, empty pockets of cold nothingness emerged. From these pockets of nothingness, the Void emerged, a dark, devouring force craving to twist creation inward and consume all energy. As the Void expanded, it clashed with the light, sparking explosions that brought about the physical universe. The most unstable energies formed the Twisting Nether, where the light and the Void collided, plunging it into chaos. The Void Lords and their minions have been engaged in an endless power struggle with the other cosmic forces for ages. The light and the Void as opposing forces have clashed since the beginning of time, waging their epic battle across countless worlds and affecting countless lives. The Void sees the light as insatiable and stagnant, offering only fleeting peace in exchange for absolute obedience. The Void has also attacked the Shadowlands in the distant past with nearly limitless forces, causing immense damage to Bastion. Only the Kyrian's heroic efforts prevented the complete destruction of the Shadowlands. Now, the old gods were created to corrupt Titan worlds, including Azeroth, with the ultimate goal of allowing the Void Lords to manifest in the physical cosmos. The Pantheon and Sargeras have both tried to oppose the Void, with the Pantheon destroying the Black Empire and Sargeras launching the Burning Crusade against them. It was believed that a Void-corrupted Titan would be unstoppable, even by the Pantheon. At one point, the Void attacked and destroyed every demon on a Legion prison world, a fate described as worse than enslavement by Lothroxian. The Naru, likely Zira, warned Illidan that the Void was a greater threat than the Burning Legion. Harbinger Skris claimed that not even the Legion could make the countless servants of the Void submit.
Xal'atath suggested that the Legion's invasion was futile, as the Void could corrupt dreams and demons, and not even the extinction of all things would really save the Legion from the Void. In the realm of reality, order is often seen as arcane magic, while disorder takes the form of destructive fel magic. Fel energy born from the collision of light and void in the twisting nether is not only destructive but also highly addictive. It sustains itself by draining life from living beings and consuming their souls, leaving nothing behind. Surprisingly, even a small sacrifice like a couple of fish or a few strands of seaweed can fuel this powerful magic. Fel energy and arcane energy are opposites, with Fel being naturally harmful to Titans. Fel behaves much like radiation, spreading through an area and corrupting anything nearby over time. Its presence is often accompanied by a distinct smell of sulfur and brimstone. When in physical form, Fel can take the shape of a green, gooey substance, such as the blood of pit lords, which causes mutations in those who consume it, leading to the growth of spikes, horns, scales, and wings. Felfire, another manifestation of Fel magic, is a flame that is not only deadly to the touch but also burns much hotter than regular fire. Unlike normal fires, Felfire cannot be extinguished by conventional means. However, the water from enchanted water elementals has shown some effectiveness against it. Fel Reavers, powerful constructs of the Legion, are powered by a scalding core of Felfire. While Sargeras suspected that more powerful beings were trying to influence the physical universe, he faced another problem. The demons he defeated didn't actually die. They were merely sent to the Twisting Nether to be reborn into new bodies, returning to torment the worlds within the Great Dark. With the increased demon activity, the Pantheon grew concerned and sent Agrimar to assist Sargeras. Despite Agrimar's inexperience, he quickly learned and the two easily defeated their enemies. Fighting alongside Agrimar allowed Sargeras to study the nature of the Twisting Nether, learning to manipulate its chaotic energies. He created a prison world known as Mardoom to contain the defeated demons. Now let's delve into the Twisting Nether. In simple terms, it's a dimension of chaotic magics that connects the various worlds of the universe. It is a realm of infinite perception, where every traveler sees it differently based on their circumstances, form, and state of mind. Illidan, projecting his spirit into the Nether, perceived it as a dark void dotted with countless stars, with his homeworld blazing behind him. He saw a snake-like energy representing the portals used by the Burning Legion. Duralian, on the other hand, viewed the Nether as a chaotic realm where the energies of light and shadow clashed, creating a sky of pitch blackness filled with conflicting powers. He saw countless worlds on the horizon, appearing close yet impossibly distant. Here, the forces of chaos and order, life and death, mingled and clashed. Despite being separate from the physical universe, the Twisting Nether contains physical objects, including planets, and transcends all realities. Time flows differently in the Nether, making it impossible to gauge how much time has passed. For Turalian and Ilaria, their battles in the Nether spanned 1,000 years from their perspective, while only a few decades passed on Azeroth. Time in the Nether is fluid and unpredictable, with a week on Azeroth potentially equating to months, years, or even centuries in the Nether. Now returning to Sargeras. After his adventures with Agrimar, there was a noticeable peace thanks to their actions in imprisoning the demons. They decided to split up to cover more of the universe, parting ways. During his travels, Sargeras learned of the Void and the monstrous aberrations known as Old Gods when he encountered a Void-infested world. He ruthlessly interrogated demons known as Nathrazim for information on the Void, learning that Void Lords sent Old Gods into the cosmos to infect worlds that house Titans, creating a being so powerful that even the Pantheon couldn't stop it. This information enraged Sargeras, and he destroyed the planet, killing the world soul within with a single swing of his blade. When he returned to the Pantheon and told them of the Void and its plans to corrupt a Titan, they disagreed with his decision to destroy the planet. They believed there was a way to save the planet from total corruption, but Sargeras couldn't be swayed. After enough debate, he knew they wouldn't see it his way. He argued that a lifeless world was better than one dominated by the Void, suggesting that life could take root again in the Great Dark. The Pantheon disagreed, and Sargeras decided to leave, storming off and never returning. Following Sargeras' departure, Agrimar took up his mantle as a protector and set out to keep watch over the worlds. During one of his long journeys, Agrimar sensed the tranquil dreams of a powerful world soul emanating from the distant reaches of the Great Dark.
However, upon reaching the planet, he was horrified to find that the old gods had already infested the world, shrouding its skies in void energies. Realizing that Sargeras had been right about the plans of the old gods and their Void Lord masters, Aggramar immediately returned to the Pantheon to inform them of his discovery. He urged the other Titans to take immediate action to save the nascent world soul, which would later be known as Azeroth. Eonar the Lifebinder quickly sided with Aggramar and managed to convince the rest of the Pantheon to save this lost sibling of theirs. Due to their colossal size, Aggramar feared that direct action from the Pantheon could irreparably damage or even kill the World Soul. Instead, he proposed the creation of the Titan Forge to do battle in their stead. As the members of the Pantheon imbued part of their powers into the Keepers, the greatest of the Titan Forge. Aggramar imparted his courage and strength to Tyr, who would become the greatest warrior of the Titan Forged. The Keepers were made from Titan steel, with the ingots used in their construction forged by Aggramar himself. Along with Tyr, there were other Keepers who were picked to be empowered by the Titans to keep Azeroth safe, and those were Khaz'goroth empowered Arquidus, Eonar empowered Freya, Golganeth empowered Hodor and Thorim, Norgannon empowered Loken and Mimiron, Aman'Thul empowered Ra and Odin, and Aggramar empowered Tyr. While the Titan Forge achieved considerable success against the forces of the old gods, the Pantheon became increasingly worried about Yasha-Ra, the most powerful of these malevolent beings. Yasha-Ra began poisoning the minds of the Titan Forge, drawing out their fears and darkening their thoughts. Fearing that the old god would prove too much for the Titan Forged, Aman'Thul took matters into his own hands. He reached down through the stormy skies and forcefully tore Yasha-Ra from the crust of the world. But by doing so, he tore a wound within Azeroth herself. Yasha-Ra wasn't just on the surface. Its tendrils had bored more deeply through Azeroth than the Pantheon ever imagined. Horrified by this, even the Pantheon realized that they couldn't risk killing the other old gods in such a manner. So they did the only other thing they could do, and imprisoned the old gods and hoped to contain their evil forever. Before they left Azeroth in the care of the Titan Forged, Aman'Thul commissioned the Consular Algalon to watch over the planet. I'll go over more of what the Keepers did in their own video, but in this one I'd like to keep it more focused on the Titans, as much as possible. After Sargeras stormed away from the Pantheon, Aggramar embarked on a solitary quest that eventually led him near Draenor, a world yet to be discovered by the Titans. Despite not sensing the presence of a world soul, Aggramar found himself captivated by Draenor's unique qualities. The planet boasted a rich tapestry of vibrant plant life and untamed wilderness unlike anything he had encountered before. However, amidst the beauty of Draenor lay a looming threat, the Evergrowth, a colossal botanical hive mind. Aggramar foresaw a grim fate for Draenor if the Evergrowth continued its unchecked expansion. This ferocious entity threatened to consume everything in its path, including the very essence of the world itself. Driven by his inherent desire for order, Aggramar sought to preserve Draenor's life while curbing the Evergrowth's destructive advance. His solution lay in neutralizing the Spore Mounds, the core of the Evergrowth's power. Recognizing the danger and his own immense power posed to Draenor, Aggramar opted to create a powerful servant in his likeness to confront the Spore Mounds, thus ensuring the world's delicate balance remained intact. Aggramar's colossal hand swept over the world, weaving its elemental energies into a massive storm. With a mighty gesture, he unleashed this tempest into Draenor's largest mountain, the energy surging through the crust and reverberating across the globe. The mountain stirred to life, rising on colossal legs. Thus, Grond was born, serving as Aggramar's instrument on Draenor. Commanded by Aggramar, Grond embarked on a mission to conquer the rampant plant life. As he traversed the land, Grond reshaped the terrain, carving pathways and separating the Evergrowth. Upon encountering the nearest spore mound, Grond vanquished the creature effortlessly, showcasing his formidable power. As Grond clashed with the spore mounds, his body fragments sprang to life, imbued with the essence of life. Though Grond eventually fell to Batan, the final spore mound, Aggramar found solace in the resilient Colossals. Though not as formidable as Grond individually, their sheer numbers cast imposing shadows over the land. Crafting colossal discs inscribed with Titan runes from Grond's remains, Aggramar fortified the Colossals, granting them enhanced strength and resilience. Meanwhile, the Evergrowth began to reclaim the lands that Grond had liberated. As Aggramar unleashed the Colossals against Batan and the Genesaur, he sensed a Consular's death in the Great Dark Beyond. He departed to investigate, leaving behind a promise to return. However, he never fulfilled that promise. While the Titans diligently shaped the cosmos, Sargeras secluded himself, consumed by contemplation on the universe's plight. Overwhelmed by fear, doubt, and despair, he concluded that the only salvation from the encroaching Void Lords lay in purging all life from the flawed cosmos. Thus, the Burning Crusade was born. Realizing the need for a formidable army, Sargeras journeyed to Mardoom, a world saturated with fell energies. With a single devastating blow, he shattered the prison world, unleashing its demonic denizens and triggering an explosion of fell energy. The cataclysmic event twisted Sargeras into a being of seething hatred, his form contorted beyond recognition. Here's a quote from Chronicles Volume 1 that describes what happened to Sargeras when he destroyed Mardoom, and I thought it was just a great descriptor. Violent energies enveloped Sargeras, surging through his veins and searing his very soul. His eyes burst in gouts of emerald fire. Fell volcanoes ignited across his once noble form, splitting his skin apart and revealing an endless furnace of blistering hate. Yet despite these horrific changes, his mind had not changed. He was locked on the idea that life itself had to be extinguished to protect it from the Void Lords. The destruction of Mardoom not only released its demonic horde, but also tore a rift between the Twisting Nether and the Great Dark, creating a blazing emerald scar, a permanent testament to Sargeras' betrayal and the cataclysmic events that unfolded. Sargeras empowered the demon horde before him, augmenting their size or intelligence with his own might. He presented them with a stark choice: join his cause or face annihilation. While the majority agreed, a defiant minority rallied under the banner of the Dreadlord Uthalesh. In response to this challenge, Sargeras forged a mighty scythe from the blazing fires of Mardoom's demise. With this weapon, he harvested the souls of the rebellious demons, imprisoning them anew. Uthalesh, displaying unmatched will, was the final soul to be consumed. Sargeras christened the scythe, later known as Uthalesh the Deadwind Harvester, in honor of the Nathrazim who had dared to oppose him. Over the ages, Sargeras bestowed the weapon upon Nathrazim, Doomlords, and even demigods, only to witness their spirits consumed by the scythe upon their defeat. With the rebellious demons crushed, Sargeras forged his Burning Legion. This new army descended upon its first world, eradicating several mortal civilizations and sentient species. Sargeras himself struck down the constellar assigned to watch over the planet, leaving devastation in his wake. Agramar was the first to discover the fallen constellar's demise. Confronting his former mentor, Agramar demanded an explanation. Realizing his words could not sway Sargeras, Agramar challenged him to single combat. The battle raged fiercely until both warriors' blades shattered in an explosion of fell and arcane power. Badly injured, Agramar withdrew and alerted the Pantheon of Sargeras' treachery. The Pantheon and the Legion, poised for battle, clashed near the planet Nihilum. Aman'Thul implored Sargeras to abandon his destructive path, revealing the existence of Azeroth, a distant world soul with the potential to challenge the Void Lords. Despite the High Father's plea, Sargeras remained steadfast in his belief that all life must be purged. Having fought alongside Sargeras in the past, Agramar made a final effort to reason with his former mentor. Approaching unarmed, he recounted their glorious battles, hoping to stir memories of their shared past. In his unyielding resolve, Sargeras let out a howl of both fury and sorrow as he swung his blade, nearly cleaving Agramar in two. But while his body was destroyed, Sargeras would capture Agramar's soul and corrupt it to do his bidding in the future. The Pantheon, infuriated by this act of betrayal, unleashed a relentless assault on Sargeras. However, they were no match for the overwhelming fell might of the fallen Titan and soon fell in battle, unable to withstand his power. Sargeras declared victory and continued his burning crusade, seeking to corrupt Azeroth, which he saw as a threat to the universe if corrupted. Unbeknownst to Sargeras, Norgannon, the Titan of Magic, had cast a final spell. The spell preserved the souls of the Pantheon as their bodies perished, sending their souls hurtling through the cosmos where they all reached Azeroth, where they collided with and entered the bodies of the Keepers. Aman'Thul's spirit eventually collided with Ra, his most devoted Keeper on Azeroth. Ra, unlike the other Keepers, recognized the significance of the powerful surge that accompanies Aman'Thul's arrival. He carefully extracted the Titan's soul fragment and safeguarded it in a mountain vault near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Years later, the ambitious Mogu warlord Lei Shen stumbled upon Aman'Thul's stored essence. Absorbing its power, Lei Shen used it to forge the mighty Mogu Empire, shaping the course of Azeroth's history. Now, as mentioned before, all the Titan's souls arrived back on Azeroth and entered the bodies of the Keepers. But eventually Sargeras would capture the spirits of the Pantheon. It doesn't say how he did it or anything, but the wiki just says that he was able to capture their spirits except for Eonar, who escaped. The rest of the Pantheon, consisting of Aman'Thul, Khaz'garath, Norgannon, and Golganeth, were tortured by the Coven of Shavara on the planet Argus with the goal of breaking them. But we'll get more to them when we get to the Legion part of this. After vanquishing the Pantheon, Sargeras faced a dilemma. His Legion had suffered considerable loss in the Battle of Nihilum, revealing a flaw in his demon ranks. While fearsome, many demons lack strategic acumen, hindering Sargeras' ability to coordinate his forces effectively. Seeking a solution, he turned his gaze to Argus, a world inhabited by the Eridar, a race known for their intellect and mastery of magic. Appearing before the Eridar's leaders, Kil'jaeden, Archimonde, and Velen, in a guise of radiant splendor, Sargeras offered them a compelling bargain: unimaginable power, status, and the chance to shape worlds into paradises in exchange for their loyalty. While Velen hesitated, troubled by doubts, Kil'jaeden and Archimonde eagerly accepted the offer. However, a vision from the Naru and the Adamal crystal granted Velen insight into the true nature of Sargeras' offer. Realizing the impending doom, Velen and a faction of followers fled, becoming the Draenei. Meanwhile, the remaining Eridar succumbed to Sargeras' corrupting influence, transforming into monstrous demons. Their minds clouded by fell whispers, and their once peaceful world plunged into chaos. Sargeras charged Kil'jaeden the Deceiver with a dark mission: to seek out the most malevolent races in the universe and enlist them into the Legion's dreaded ranks. Meanwhile, Archimonde the Defiler stood poised to lead Sargeras' colossal armies into battle against any who dared defy the Titan's will. With his forces amassed and obedient, Sargeras unleashed his raging hordes into the boundless expanse of the Great Dark. To this day, the full extent of the worlds consumed and ravaged by his burning legion on their unholy crusade remains shrouded in mystery. After the Legion's formation, Sargeras entrusted an Uranasi named Brood Queen Tirana with the Sargerite keystone, appointing her as ruler of the shattered realm of Mardum. Additionally, Sargeras extended an offer to the formidable Aldrich people to join his burning legion. However, the Aldrich remained steadfast and incorruptible, slaying countless demons before their eventual extinction. Sargeras, through an avatar, personally confronted and killed their greatest champion, claiming his legendary weapons, the Aldrich Warblades. These blades would later find their way into the hands of Kil'jaeden and his loyal demon hunter. During one conquest, the Legion corrupted the leaders of a world, slaying its heroes. Yet a lone child, ablaze with righteous fury, sneaked into the Legion's stronghold. There, amidst the resting Eridar guards, the child slew several, including Gorma. When Sargeras discovered his hound slain, his wrath knew no bounds. The world and its inhabitants were reduced to ash, scattered across the vastness of the Great Dark. Mephistroth, a cunning dreadlord, saw potential in Gorma even after its demise. He extracted the Fellhound's fangs and carried them to a demon forge on Argus. There, he crafted two legendary daggers, the Fangs of the Devourer, imbued with the power to manipulate air and light, granting their wielders unparalleled stealth. Sargeras, impressed by Mephistroth's creation, eagerly awaited a worthy bearer for these potent weapons. Finding the right wielder was no easy task. Loyalty was paramount, and the risk of betrayal loomed over the Legion's choice. Skilled assassins, though invaluable, were known for their cunning and potential for treachery. Sargeras could not risk Gorma's legacy falling into enemy hands. After much deliberation, Sargeras identified a candidate worthy of the Fangs: Akari, an Eridar tracker whose exploits in Legion invasions had earned her renown. Summoned to Argus, Akari was presented with the opportunity to wield the Fangs of the Devourer. Sargeras promised her unparalleled power and skill in exchange for her unwavering loyalty. Akari, recognizing the grim bargain, accepted. She would become a living weapon, a harbinger of death, forever bound to the will of the Legion. Sargeras set his sights on a small, fiercely independent world, anticipating their stubborn resistance to a direct Legion assault. Recognizing their potential susceptibility to fear and paranoia, he saw an opportunity. This world became Akari's inaugural mission, her first test with the fangs of the Devourer. Infiltrating the planet's defenses alone, she sowed discord and terror, ensuring its eventual fall to the Legion. Having proven her loyalty and effectiveness, Akari became an invaluable asset to Sargeras. Though her will was now bound to his, her cunning and deception remained. Seizing an opportunity, she requested permission to traverse the Twisting Nether, a realm of chaos and unpredictability. Intrigued by her request, Sargeras granted her leave, eager to witness the havoc she would wreak in his name. Upon her return to Sargeras, Akari bore not just new skills, but a profound revelation: fear. While a potent weapon was not always the most effective. She advocated for a new approach, one that favored subtlety over sheer terror. An assassin who struck unseen instilled fear, but one who remained entirely unknown bred complacency. A hidden threat, after all, was one that could not be anticipated or prepared for.
In the ancient past of Azeroth, a pivotal moment unfolded 10,000 years before the Dark Portal opened. Queen Azara, reigning over the Elven Highborn, wielded magic with unrivaled mastery, treating it as a mere plaything. In this era of splendor, Sargeras finally pinpointed the planet's location, drawn by the immense arcane power emanating from the Well of Eternity. To pave the way for his invasion, Sargeras called upon Azara, recognizing her as a key to his machinations. The Queen, awestruck by Sargeras' immense power, fell sway to his subtle manipulations, believing him to be a deity deserving of worship. Seduced by promises of knowledge and power, Azara consented to grant Sargeras entry into her world, harboring hopes of a divine union. Thus the stage was set for the first cataclysmic invasion of Azeroth. Through the savage onslaught led by Archimonde and the Pit Lord Manaroth, Kalimdor quaked under the relentless assault, its very essence drained by the insatiable hunger of the demonic horde. Meanwhile, Sargeras, the mastermind behind the invasion, lurked in the ethereal shadows of the Twisting Nether, biding his time as Azara labored to fortify the portal for his grand entrance. During this interlude, Sargeras orchestrated a series of dark deeds. He twisted the noble Xavius into the first of the Satyr, a grotesque fusion of man and demon. To Illidan's Stormrage, he bestowed the gift of dark sorcery, searing the Night Elf's eyes and adorning him with arcane markings, marking him forevermore. Additionally, he bestowed the malevolent Scythe of Uthalesh upon Setail, commanding her to harvest the souls of Azeroth's defiant inhabitants, commencing in the region that would later be known as Deadwind Pass. At the pivotal moment of Sargeras' impending arrival on Azeroth, the Night Elves, bolstered by Cenarius' woodland allies and Alexstras's mighty dragons, rallied their forces and revolted against the Highborn in a cataclysmic clash. This epic battle not only obliterated the Well of Eternity, but also shattered much of the continent into ruins. The defenders of Azeroth paid a heavy toll to banish the demons back to the Twisting Nether, yet they achieved a historic victory, the first time Sargeras had ever been thwarted. As the portal rift to the Twisting Nether collapsed in a dazzling surge of arcane energy, the very fabric of reality was torn asunder. This cataclysmic event caused a colossal portion of Kalimdor to plummet into the sea, leaving in its wake a massive swirling vortex of water, an eternal testament to the well's demise, known thereafter as the Maelstrom. In the novel War of the Ancients, Krasis, Ronan, and Brox find themselves thrust back in time, where they joined forces with the demigod Cenarius and the dragon aspects to battle the Burning Legion. In this altered timeline, Sargeras' initial invasion of Azeroth once again meets failure. As the war reaches its climax, Broxigar takes a daring leap through the portal, wielding the axe of Cenarius forged by Malfurion Stormrage. He valiantly slays many demons, drawing the attention of Sargeras himself. In a final desperate act to stall the Titan and protect his allies, Broxigar charges at Sargeras, managing to wound the seemingly invincible being in the leg, a remarkable achievement for any warrior. Although Sargeras ultimately kills Broxigar, the Orc's courageous act leaves a crucial mark. Seizing the momentary distraction caused by Krasis' power, Malfurion exploits an opening in the portal's defenses, launching an assault that destabilizes it. Defiant to the end, Sargeras, refusing to accept defeat,
steps into the collapsing portal in a futile bid to reconstruct it. Instead, he is cast into the Nether as the gateway implodes around him. After his defeat at the Well of Eternity, Sargeras wasted no time in devising a new strategy to infiltrate Azeroth. He understood that a static portal was no longer viable. Maintaining such a gateway required an immense amount of power, and the most promising source had been destroyed in his previous attempt. Furthermore, the elaborate preparations and spellcasting of the Highborn had alerted the defenders, leading to his downfall. To overcome Azeroth's guardians, Sargeras needed a method of entry that would catch them off guard. Hence, he ordered the Eridar to craft a device capable of tearing open temporary rifts between worlds, allowing a fraction of his essence to pass through. While this meant he couldn't manifest in Azeroth in his full destructive might, it would pave the way for his avatar to spearhead the Legion's invasion or enact more subtle schemes. The device also posed a threat to the stability of the physical universe, potentially leading to its collapse, but Sargeras viewed these risks as mere side effects. In a grand and sinister endeavor, legions of magi performed dark rites, channeling numerous portals into a single staff. This empowered artifact was then projected across the vast cosmos, intricately woven into the fabric of reality, like a thread waiting to unravel the seams of the physical universe on command. To fuel this monumental task, 100 warlocks sacrificed 100 demons, carefully chosen from the Legion's ranks that had partaken in the failed invasion of Azeroth. Thus, the malevolent jeweled scepter of Sargeras was forged. After the chaos of the War of the Ancients settled, Sargeras was visited by a vision. The Well of Eternity once again collapsed, this time dragging him down to the heart of Azeroth. In that fleeting moment, he beheld the slumbering world soul of Azeroth, and to his astonishment, the world soul opened one eye and fixed its gaze upon the Dark Titan. This encounter captivated Sargeras deeply. Since then, thoughts of Azeroth's world soul have seldom left his mind. Driven by his obsession, Sargeras commanded the Eridar who crafted the scepter to crown it with a representation of that singular mesmerizing orb. Adjacent to it, the Eridar placed 2 Nathrezim wings, symbolizing Sargeras' vision for the world soul, twisted, demonic, and above all, under his dominion. In the millennia following the Well of Eternity's collapse, Setail, still on Azeroth, grew increasingly ambitious, strong-willed, and supremely confident. Her initial mission to prove herself to Sargeras had evolved into a quest for unparalleled power, witnessing the heights she could achieve with Uthalesh. She questioned whether her goals had been too modest. Setail left a trail of destruction in her wake, massacring thousands, transforming Deadwind Pass into a tomb, and unraveling a magical nexus of immense power. Her future seemed limitless, and she no longer relied on anyone's favor to fulfill her ambitions. The whispers of the dread Lord Uthalesh from within the scythe clouded Setail's judgment. She decided to claim the magical nexus for herself, erecting powerful wars to shield it from prying eyes. Secluding herself, she severed ties with the Legion, patiently awaiting the day when she and Uthalesh would be strong enough to challenge the Dark Titan. When Sargeras uncovered her deceit, rage consumed him. The wellspring of power rightfully belonged to him, yet Setail dared to withhold it. Worse still, reports from his spies on Azeroth suggested she harbored delusions of grandeur, conspiring with the spirit of Uthalesh to end Sargeras himself. Such audacity demanded retribution. The errant Eridar's ambitions needed to be crushed. Sargeras found his instrument of justice in Skavel, the guardian of Tirisfal. Through visions, he revealed a perilous threat lurking in Deadwind Pass, a demon poised to unleash havoc upon the world in the name of the Burning Legion. Fearless, Skavel embraced the challenge, tracking down Setail and engaging her in a titanic struggle that shook the land. In a final decisive confrontation, Skavel triumphed, using Setail's own weapon to end her life. Her anguished soul was then imprisoned within the very scythe she had wielded, forever silenced in defeat. Some 9,000 years following the War of the Ancients, Magna Aegwyn, the guardian of Tirisfal, stood as a vigilant protector of Azeroth, relentlessly purging demons from the world. Recognizing her as a significant threat, Sargeras devised a cunning scheme to exploit her strengths. The Dark Titan orchestrated a demonic onslaught on the mighty dragons, knowing Aegwyn would intervene to aid the imperiled creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Sargeras manifested his own avatar through the formidable power of the Scepter of Sargeras, engaging the Guardian in a fierce battle. Despite Egwin's eventual triumph, Sargeras had orchestrated her victory from the start. Under the guise of defeat, his spirit entered her body and lay in wait for centuries until the time was right for him to make his return to attack Azeroth. After Egwin vanquished Sargeras' avatar, she entombed his body within the ancient ruins of Suramar, along with the potent artifacts he wielded. The Scepter of Sargeras, imbued with incredible power, lay hidden beneath the sea, guarded by ancient highborn enchantments that shielded its formidable might for ages. Despite Sargeras' attempts to manipulate Egwin and reclaim control of the staff, he found her resolve unyielding. While he could influence the Guardian in many ways, he could not compel her to retrieve the scepter from its aquatic resting place. Egwin's hesitation stemmed from an innate understanding of the scepter's perilous nature. She sensed a primal warning, a whisper louder than Sargeras' insidious suggestions. She knew the artifact's potential for catastrophic destruction and would not be swayed, even under the Dark Titan's influence. Years passed, and the Order of Tirisfal approached Egwin, informing her that her tenure as Guardian had concluded and that she should travel to Dalaran to select her successor. Defying their directive, Egwin determined that only her bloodline could wield the responsibility. However, unbeknownst to her, Sargeras' influence seeped into her thoughts, subtly warping her decisions. As Sargeras' whispers grew stronger, Egwin distanced herself from the Council, rarely appearing before them. The Dark Titan magnified her existing suspicions about the Council's plans. She saw their attempts to manipulate Eastern Kingdom's politics as a dangerous path, believing their actions would ultimately lead to catastrophe. Fearing that the Council might appoint a pliable guardian, Egwin clung to her role, refusing to step down. Egwin's resolve found an ally in Nihilus Aaron of the Tiris Guard, whom she would eventually fall in love with. Sharing her distrust of the Council's intentions, they bore a child, Medivh, with the intention of passing on the Guardian powers. However, unbeknownst to them, Sargeras' corruption began to seep into Medivh, setting the stage for the Dark Titan's grand scheme to reclaim his jeweled scepter. When Medivh turned 14, his latent Guardian powers erupted, plunging him into a coma which lasted for 10 years. However, during this time, his father tragically met his demise. Medivh's awakening powers led him to fevered dreams, where he sought out his father. Tragically, just a mere touch was enough to release a backlash of energies exploded from Medivh, resulting in his father's death. His father's spirit would go on to be trapped within Karazhan, known as the Shade of Aran. Upon awakening, he presented a facade of normalcy, reassuring the clerics and court of his well-being. Little did they know, the Dark Titan had begun to subtly manipulate Medivh's thoughts and emotions, steering him toward a dark purpose. Driven by a newfound determination to thwart the Burning Legion at any cost, Medivh, under Sargeras' influence, stumbled upon Draenor and its formidable horde. Discovering that the orcs had been abandoned by the Legion, Medivh saw an opportunity for ironic retribution. From the confines of his tower in Karazhan, he struck a bargain with the warlock Gul'dan. In exchange for the horde's assistance, Medivh promised to reveal the location of the tomb of Sargeras. With Gul'dan's Shadow Council aiding him, Medivh ventured to the remote Black Morass in Azeroth's southern reaches. There, he tore open the Dark Portal, establishing a permanent gateway between Azeroth and Draenor. This fateful act heralded the dawn of the Age of Chaos, as the orcs poured into Azeroth, setting the stage for a chaotic era of conflict and upheaval. When the Dark Portal crackled to life, its arcane energies rippled across Azeroth, sending shivers through every creature attuned to magic. Among those who felt its ominous pulse was Egwin. Sensing the unmistakable taint of fell magic, she knew that her son had forged a dark alliance with the Legion. Determined to confront Medivh and uncover the truth, Egwin journeyed to Karazhan accompanied by the blue dragon Arcanagos. As she entered the towering spire, bustling with nobles gathered for a gala, Egwin hoped to reason with her son and convince him to renounce his newfound power peacefully. But her hopes were dashed when Medivh revealed a chilling truth. During their final battle, Sargeras had cunningly infused his essence into Egwin's own body, lying dormant until she bore a child. Thus, Medivh was born with the Dark Titan's insidious presence lurking within him, waiting to awaken and seize control of the Guardian's formidable powers, tainted by demonic heritage. Egwin's mind reeled with the revelation, but instead of succumbing to despair, she ignited with a fierce determination. She vowed to confront Sargeras, even if it meant battling her own flesh and blood. The clash that ensued was cataclysmic, shaking Karazhan to its very core and scattering the assembled guests in terror. In a desperate bid to aid Aegwynn, Arcanagos joined the fray. Despite his formidable powers as a blue dragon, he was no match for the malevolent might of Sargeras. The Dark Titan's wrath consumed Arcanagos, leaving only charred bones in his wake. The loss of her friend fueled Aegwynn's fury, driving her to fight with even greater ferocity. Though Sargeras wielded the potent energies of a guardian, Aegwynn's centuries of experience and unwavering resolve proved formidable. As the battle raged on, Medivh's original self began to resurface, torn between his loyalty to his mother and the demonic influence that gripped him. Unable to strike her down, Medivh banished Aegwynn from his sight, ending the confrontation but leaving a bitter rift between them. It was during this tumultuous period that the mages of Dalaran dispatched a young apprentice, Khadgar, to study under Medivh. Little did they know Khadgar would uncover the dark truth. Medivh was the architect behind the Orcish invasion of Azeroth. As this revelation unfolded, Khadgar, alongside the puzzling assassin Garona, saw an audience with King Lane and the valiant knight Sir Anduin Lothar. Despite being one of Medivh's closest friends, Lothar harbored suspicions about the Guardian's actions. With resolve, he led a band of warriors including Khadgar and Garona to confront the corrupted Guardian. In a desperate struggle, Khadgar, aged prematurely by Medivh's magic, held Lothar's blade to the Guardian's chest, ending the battle by driving it through Medivh's heart. As Medivh fell, the demon within him stirred to life, but before it could fully manifest, Lothar swiftly decapitated the fallen Guardian, severing the tie to the malevolent Sargeras and banishing him to the Nether. Meanwhile, Gul'dan, intent on extracting the location of the tomb of Sargeras from Medivh's mind, found himself trapped in the Guardian's rapidly fading thoughts, his own fate sealed by Khadgar and Lothar's decisive actions. Sargeras burned with a thirst for vengeance against the mortal realm of Azeroth, hoping the Orcish horde would march through the portal he orchestrated, laying waste to the lands and people he despised. Despite the Orcs' subsequent invasion and the havoc they wrought upon the Eastern Kingdoms, Sargeras' grand scheme unraveled due to Medivh's untimely demise. Deep within the shadows of the tomb of Sargeras, the Orcish warlock Gul'dan embarked on a perilous quest fueled by whispered promises of unimaginable power. Medivh's cryptic hints and Kil'jaeden's seductive whispers had stirred within him a feverish ambition to seize the tomb's legendary might for himself. With trembling hands and heart ablaze with anticipation, Gul'dan breached the tomb's ancient defenses, only to be greeted not by a looming presence of Sargeras, but by a legion of maddened demons driven to insanity by eons of imprisonment. As the frenzied demons descended upon him, Gul'dan's resolve wavered, but his cunning prevailed. Surviving the initial onslaught, he pressed on, driven by a desperate hunger for the promised power. Yet his triumph was short-lived, for within the tomb's dark depths, a cruel revelation awaited him. Amidst mocking echoes of laughter, an illusion of Sargeras himself taunted Gul'dan, shattering his illusions of grandeur and revealing the extent of his manipulation. In a grim realization of his folly, Gul'dan etched his tale in blood-stained runes upon the ancient walls, a testament to his hubris and ultimate demise. As darkness closed in around him, Gul'dan's fate was sealed. The demons, emissaries of their malevolent master, descended upon him, claiming his life and transforming his skull into a grim symbol of demonic power. In the echoing silence of the tomb, Gul'dan's ambitions crumbled to dust, a cautionary tale of the perils that await those who dare to seek power beyond their grasp. In a turbulent era marked by the return of the Burning Legion, Azeroth faced its darkest hour as the Legion's forces launched their third invasion. The Tomb of Sargeras, a looming bastion of dread, became a focal point of the conflict. Amidst the chaos, Azeroth's defenders rallied, knowing that their only hope lay in the ancient Pillars of Creation. Forged by the Titans themselves, these artifacts held the key to closing the portal within the tomb and halting the Legion's advance. However, Sargeras, ever vigilant, sent his trusted lieutenant Tharzul to thwart their efforts, leading a legion of demons to Karazhan in a bid to silence the seekers of the Pillar's power. Despite Sargeras' unseen presence, his influence echoed through time, reverberating in a haunting flashback to the War of the Ancients. It was in this moment that Illidan's Stormrage, marked by destiny, bore witness to the Dark Titan's immense power. Through burning eyes and shattered visions, Illidan glimpsed the true might of the Legion, a glimpse that would shape his fate and the destiny of Azeroth itself. In the looming shadow of the Legion's relentless advance, their gaze fixates on the summoning of their Dark Master Sargeras to Azeroth. Their quest centers on a singular key to his return, the body of Illidan Stormrage. Gul'dan, Harbinger of Chaos, schemes to exploit Illidan's vessel, aiming to pave the way for Sargeras' malevolent entry into Azeroth's realm. Yet amidst the chaos, Zira and the Illidari embark on a perilous mission to reclaim Illidan's soul, aiming to thwart Gul'dan's diabolical plans before Sargeras can seize control. United in determination to stop the Legion, class orders and a coalition of elven factions under the leadership of stalwarts like Tyrande Whisperwind, Varisa Windrunner, and Lady Liadrin rally to support the Nightfallen Rebellion. Their objective is to seize back the Nightwell, the Eye of Aman'Thul, and Illidan's body from Gul'dan's clutches before he can infuse it with the essence of Sargeras. Within the formidable walls of the Nighthold, Khadgar undertakes a daring endeavor to restore Illidan's soul to his dormant form. Unbeknownst to him, Sargeras has already seized control, filling Illidan's empty vessel with his dark presence. As Illidan awakens, a fierce battle ensues against the demon within. Through the bravery of intrepid adventurers, Illidan is finally liberated from Sargeras' grip, empowering him to vanquish Gul'dan and thwart the Legion's vile schemes once and for all.
You have seen what I have seen. You know what we face. Now, mortals, follow me into the abyss.
From the vantage point of his Legion ship hovering over Argus, Kil'jaeden beheld a gathering of Khadgar, Velen, and other champions of the Order. In a moment of candid conversation with Sargeras, he lamented the Legion's string of failures, questioning the efficacy of their endeavors under Sargeras' grand design. Sargeras, in return, challenged Kil'jaeden's resolve, probing whether the Eridar had lost sight of his destined path. A defiant Kil'jaeden, his patience wearing thin, asserted that he has sacrificed his world for his destiny, and that the time had come to fulfill it. We move to deep within the sacred hall of communion beneath Sholazar Basin. Azeroth's voice resonated through her chosen speaker, Magni Bronzebeard, with a solemn warning. She conveyed the imminent threat of Sargeras' impending arrival, signaling a moment of profound significance for Azeroth and its defenders. As Magni ventured into the heart of Argus alongside Azeroth's valiant forces, a profound revelation unfolded before him. Through the pulsating essence of Argus's world soul, a vision materialized. Aggramar, once noble and revered, now reborn but enslaved by the malevolent will of Sargeras. In this spectral encounter, Sargeras' voice echoed with sinister intent, urging Aggramar to fulfill their dark designs. With steadfast determination, Aggramar was commanded to thwart the mortal incursion and ensure the unhindered resurgence of the Pantheon. Sargeras addressed Aggramar amidst the harrowing spectacle of the Coven of Shavara's torment upon the souls of Aman'Thul, Norgannon, Khaz'garath, and Golganeth. Witnessing their unyielding defiance, Aggramar reassured his Dark Master that their resolve would falter in due time. Sargeras, unwavering in his pursuit of victory, emphasized the indispensable need for the essence of Eonar. With a solemn vow, Aggramar pledged that the elusive Eonar would not elude their grasp. Her spirit had traveled to Illunaria, where she remained hidden for millennia, but she was finally discovered by the Burning Legion, and thanks to the help of adventurers, she is able to get away to the seat of the Pantheon, where she later meets with the other Titans. As the raid unfolds, a grim spectacle unfolds across Azeroth, a raging tempest of flames. a sinister manifestation of the Dark Titan's relentless pursuit of his coveted prize. Sargeras issues a command for Argus the Unmaker to ascend from the depths of the seat of the Pantheon. Following the valiant defeat of Argus, Sargeras finds himself ensnared by his own kin, imprisoned within the seat of the Pantheon, marking the climax of the Burning Crusade. However, in a final act of defiance, Sargeras thrusts his mighty sword in the heart of Azeroth, unleashing a catastrophic wound upon the world. This grievous wound inflicted upon Silithus causes Azeroth's lifeblood to spill forth, crystallizing into a potent mineral known as Azerite, its shimmering essence pooling across the planet's surface. Now, one Titan that I don't think gets talked about much is Argus, the Titan that we fight at the end of the Burning Throne raid, and I thought it'd be good to cover him. Argus, like other nascent world souls, began as a cosmic energy, swirling through the void before settling near a sun. Around him, a planet took shape, later named Argus, where life flourished and faded across the ages. However, this serene existence was shattered when the fallen Titan Sargeras discovered Argus. Sargeras imprisoned the world's soul within a fell prison at the Burning Throne, a malevolent Titan temple nestled deep within Antarus, the Burning Throne, at the planet's core. The memories of Argus itself speak of betrayal and being bound by an overwhelming force, hinting at a tragic fate befallen upon the celestial being. The Nathrazim, who secretly served the jailer and the Force of Death, proposed a bold plan to Sargeras. They suggested creating a resurrection engine to instantly revive the Legion's armies, addressing Sargeras' impatience with the time it took for demons to regenerate in the Twisting Nether. The key ingredient for this engine? A world soul infused with death magic. Little did Sargeras know this plan was part of Zoval's larger scheme. By corrupting Argus with death, the Nathrazim ensured that when the Titan fell, its soul would be hurled into the Shadowlands, colliding with the Arbiter. Designed to judge mortal souls, the Arbiter would be overwhelmed by the immense power of a world soul, potentially leading to her breakdown. The agony of reviving fallen demons was a torment that racked the world soul of Argus, leaving him screaming in horror and pain, finding solace only in his dreams. The corrupted Titan Agrimar was tasked with guarding the world soul within the sacred temple, deemed too holy for any demons to breach. Despite his suffering, Argus was vaguely aware of the Legion's burning crusade across the cosmos and the relentless pursuit of the far more potent world soul of Azeroth. The existence of Argus's world soul remained a mystery to the Army of the Light until the Second War. Zira, the Naru, experienced a vision of the Emerald Star for the first time during the invasion of Draenor. In her vision, she saw Turalyon and Illyria traversing the cosmos until they reached the Emerald Star. However, the vision was fleeting, and Zira believed that the Legion was concealing it from sight, knowing that once reached, it would be instrumental in defeating them. Zira thought this vision was the reason behind Eradication's mission to assassinate Turalyon and Illyria. Later, after being light-forged by Zira, Turalyon claimed to have seen the Emerald Star himself. He believed their ongoing war with the Legion would eventually lead them to it, emphasizing the need for patience in their struggle. During the tumultuous invasion of Outland, Argus's demonic legions had largely shifted their focus to the Shattered World, leaving Argus vulnerable. Sensing an opportunity, Turalyon and Illyria embarked on a daring mission to infiltrate the Desolate Realm. As they drew closer to Antarus, the world soul within Argus sensed their approach, and, in a desperate plea for aid, reached out to Illyria. In a moment of profound connection, the world soul imparted vivid visions of its imprisonment and flooded Illyria's mind with the entirety of its memories. Although Turalyon did not share in this psychic communion, he vowed to return and liberate Argus from the Legion's tyranny. However, the world soul's distress inadvertently alerted the Legion's forces on Outland to their presence, forcing Turalyon and Illyria to make a hasty retreat, their mission compromised but their resolve strengthened. During the intense Argus campaign, the armies of Legionfall made a pivotal discovery: the ability to communicate directly with Argus, much like Magni Bronzebeard's communion with Azeroth, thanks to the Sacred Stone in the possession of the Krokul residing in Krokul Hovel. This revelation unveiled the true nature of the Emerald Star as a titan to the astonished Army of the Light. In stark contrast to the reassuring voice of Azeroth, Argus spoke in a voice wrought with torment and anguish, a reflection of the relentless agony inflicted upon him by the Legion. Utilizing the stone, Magni and a revered Order Leader received harrowing visions from Argus. They learned of Sargeras' vile scheme to resurrect and corrupt the noble souls of the Pantheon, bending them to his malevolent will. Tragically, Agrimar had already succumbed to his corruption, further fueling the urgency of the Army of the Light's mission. In the fiery heart of Antaros, the Burning Throne, a monumental clash unfolded. The valiant Army of the Light and the champions of the Order stood face to face with the formidable avatar of Agrimar, guardian of the imprisoned world soul of Argus. Their mission is to sever Argus's tie to the malevolent grasp of the Burning Legion. As the freed spirits of the Pantheon labored to transport Argus's essence to safety, Sargeras, ever the cunning adversary, issued a command that changed the course of the battle. Argus the Unmaker, now unleashed in his true colossal form, confronted the Order leaders, bolstered by the support of the Pantheon. What followed was a confrontation that seemed insurmountable, a battle on the precipice of hope and despair. In a stunning turn, Sargeras himself intervened, infusing Argus with a fraction of his own formidable power, transforming the Titan to a crimson behemoth. The tide of the battle shifted once more, pushing the champions to their limits as they fought against the overwhelming odds. Yet despite the seemingly impossible challenge, the champions persevered. The Unmaker, driven by an eternity of torment, was finally laid to rest, freeing him from his perpetual suffering. As the dust settled, a somber victory hung in the air, tempered by the sacrifice of the fallen Titan. In a symbolic act, a small portion of Argus's lifeblood was retrieved by the champions, a tangible reminder of their triumph and a grim token to be shown to Khadgar, a testament to the monumental struggle against the forces of darkness. Harnessing the dwindling energies of the Titan Argus, the Pantheon embarked on a daring and final gambit. Together they forged chains of cosmic might, binding the malevolent Sargeras within the sanctum of the seat of the Pantheon. To ensure the fallen Titan's eternal vigil, Illidan Stormrage, a figure of unparalleled resolve and strength, stayed as his eternal jailer. With this decisive act, the Burning Crusade was brought to a stunning halt, marking the end of the Third Invasion and a resounding victory for the forces of Azeroth. Yet even in his captivity, Sargeras' malevolent presence lingered, a reminder of the eternal struggle against the forces of darkness. Now finally we land in the Shadowlands. As foreseen by the Nathrazine's cunning scheme, the corruption of Argus's soul led to a cataclysmic event in the Shadowlands. Upon his death at the seat of the Pantheon, Argus's soul careened into the Arbiter in Oribos, plunging her into an unending slumber. This profound disruption caused a devastating consequence. The flow of all new souls entering the Shadowland bypassed the Arbiter, cascading directly into the dark, ferocious depths of the Maw. This unforeseen turn of events played directly into the long-term plans of the Jailer, setting in motion a sinister chain of events that would reshape the fate of the afterlife. When a Mawwalker and their companions attempted to craft a new Arbiter in Zereth Mortis, utilizing an empty vessel within the crypts of the Eternal, a cunning Nathrazim infiltrator executed a nefarious ploy. The saboteur disrupted the ritual and conjured forth an echo of Argus, intending for the Titan's essence to inhabit the vessel and become eternal. Despite the formidable challenge posed by Argus, the Mawwalker and their allies emerged victorious. However, the Nathrazim's interference temporarily halted the creation of a new Arbiter, until Pelagos bravely offered his own soul to fulfill the crucial role. There was one thing I kind of wanted to talk about real quick. When Sargeras broke open the demon prison that he had created on Mardoon and transformed into what we see in the game now, I was curious at first as to why it transformed him so much, since Fel is a weakness to the Titans. I figured it would do more damage than anything else, like it would more kill him. But my guess for that was because since he made the prison, it's a mix of Arcane and Fel, and he was able to kind of survive it but still get messed up physically. He was already mentally pretty gone with just wanting to end all life to protect, I don't know if it's really to protect life from the void, but he, as I had said earlier, he wanted to, he felt that it was better to have a lifeless world than to have one corrupted by the void. So he was very dead set on that, but that was my big curiosity as to why the explosion of Fel from the world he
destroyed to break out the demons to start his crusade didn't actually kill him. Because I figured it would do more damage, but I was thinking that due to the planet being a mix of arcane and fel, since he created it, would be my guess as to why. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just he's just one badass. I don't know. In the ancient past of Azeroth's history, the Titanforged, also dubbed the Seed Races or the Titan Spawn, stand out as the formidable creations of the Pantheon. Forged from the very crust of the world, these armies were meticulously crafted to combat the sinister Black Empire of the Old Gods. In the beginning, guided by the Master Forger Khaz'goroth, the Pantheon sculpted a formidable army from the very essence of Azeroth's crust. The army consisted of the Aesir and the Vanir, colossal in stature and purpose. The Pantheon crafted the first generation into two distinct groups. The Aesir, fashioned from metal, wielded the fury of storms, and the Vanir, carved from stone, commanded the earth itself. These revered beings, later collectively known as the Watchers, served as stalwart guardians of Azeroth. As the war against the Old Gods raged on, the Keepers, entrusted with the task of safeguarding Azeroth, sought to replenish the ranks of the Titanforged lost in battle. To achieve this, they delved into the mysteries of creation, fashioning new Titanforged through the twin forges known as the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination. These forges not only replenished their numbers, but also imbued them with the strength and resolve needed to face the ever-looming threat of the Black Empire. Among the Watchers, a select few were imbued by the Pantheon's members with their own essence and powers, elevating them to leadership roles among the Titanforged. These empowered guardians came to be known as the Nine Keepers, each bearing unique traits of their creators. Arquidus, empowered by Khaz'goroth, Freya, empowered by Eonar, Hodor and Thorm, empowered by Golganeth, Loken and Mimiron, empowered by Norgannon, Odin and Ra, empowered by Aman'Thul, and Tyr, empowered by Agramar. With their army ready, the Titanforged marched forth to wage war against the ancient evils that threatened Azeroth. This army, born from the very fabric of the world, was destined for greatness and glory on the battlefield. After crashing into Azeroth from the depths of the Great Dark Beyond, or just basically space, that's just what they call space in the WoW universe, the Old Gods plunged their twisted tentacles into the world's vulnerable surface, aiming for its budding world soul at its core. Their corruptive touch birthed two malevolent races from the oozing organic matter, the cunning Unraki and the resilient Akir. The Unraki, known as the Faceless Ones, took charge, using the insectoid Akir as their workforce to construct vast citadels and temples around the colossal forms of their malevolent masters, the Old Gods. The grandest of these structures rose around Yasharah, the most potent and malevolent of the Old Gods. This emerging civilization thrived near the heart of Azeroth's largest continent, spreading its tendrils of influence across the globe, eventually solidifying into the infamous Black Empire. This shadowy realm was characterized by immense sacrifices and eerie structures pulsing with void energy, casting a dark shadow over the world. The emergence of the Black Empire sparked concern among the Elemental Lords, the original inhabitants of Azeroth. The Elemental Lords were Neptulon, the Tidehunter, Therazane, the Stone Mother, Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, and Alakir, the Wind Lord. Recognizing the Old Gods as a dire threat to their sovereignty, the Elemental Lords took unprecedented action, banding together against this common foe. It marked a pivotal moment in Azeroth's history as the world spirits united in a bid to repel the encroaching darkness. Despite their united front, the Elemental Lords found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless hordes of Unraki and Akir. The Old Gods' forces proved too formidable, eventually leading to the subjugation of the Elemental Lords. With the native spirits subdued, the Black Empire expanded its dominion, casting a perpetual twilight over Azeroth. The world plunged into an era of unending darkness, marked by despair and suffering. A perpetual conflict raged as their twisted armies clashed in unending warfare. Led by the formidable Cathraxi warlord Zanaz, the forces of N'Zoth relentlessly battled against those of Cthulhu and Yogg-Saron. Amidst this chaos, N'Zoth suffered a significant defeat against Yasharah in what would later become the Broken Shore. However, true to his nature, even defeat proved advantageous for N'Zoth in the grand scheme of its malevolent plans.
During the apex of the Black Empire's reign, the all-devouring Dementius entrusted the ancient staff of Voidsong to Xal'atath, the mysterious harbinger of the void. Now, there really isn't anything more to Dementius giving Xal'atath the staff, so I'm not sure if they intend to expand on it in the future, or just wanted to connect it with her considering War Within is coming out in the future, and with her being a key figure it seems, they wanted to put something in the trading post that can be read as being hers, but wanted to throw it in there since it is noted on the wiki. But in my looking around, I couldn't find any future connection with her having that, or really any connection other than she received it from Dementius. Guided by the indomitable Keepers, the Titan Forge launched a relentless assault on the northern reaches of the Black Empire. Their arrival was like a thunderous clap, shattering the tranquility of the Old God's domain. With the might of the Pantheon's armies behind them, they became an unstoppable force, raining down divine fury upon their enemies. The Old Gods, caught off guard by the sudden and ferocious onslaught, scrambled to respond. They could not allow their grip on Azeroth to loosen. To counter the Titan Forge, the Old Gods summoned their most potent allies, the Elemental Lords. The Elemental Lords descended upon the Titan Forge in a violent onslaught. Faced with this multifaceted threat, the Keepers devised a cunning strategy. They divided their forces, each group tasked with confronting a specific Elemental Lord. Tyr and Odin, renowned for their valor and prowess, volunteered to face Ragnaros the Fire Lord, the most destructive of the Elemental Lieutenants. The battle that ensued was cataclysmic, raging for weeks and scorching the land with flames and molten rock. Despite the Fire Lord's relentless assault, the Keeper's unyielding metal forms proved impervious to his fiery wrath. With unwavering determination, Tyr and Odin pressed on, gradually forcing Ragnaros to retreat back to his volcanic lair in the east. In a landscape scarred by boiling acid seas and skies choked with ash, the two Keepers emerged victorious, their triumph a testament to their resilience and unwavering resolve. As the Titan Forge battled on multiple fronts, Archytas and Freya focused their might on Therazane the Stone Mother, the elemental ruler of Earth. Seeking refuge within her formidable stone spire, Therazane hoped to shield herself and her minions from the onslaught. However, Archytas, wielding his mastery over the Earth, he weakened the very foundation of the Citadel and shattered the rocky giants that guarded the area. Freya, in turn, summoned immense roots from the earth, interweaving the fortress in a vice-like grip. These colossal tendrils, with a will of their own, burrowed through rock and crystal, wrenching the citadel apart until its walls collapsed upon Therazane, sealing her fate. Meanwhile, Ra, Thorm, and Hoder engaged in a fierce aerial battle against Alakir the Windlord. With their command over the skies and tempests, they drove Alakir back to his mountainous lair, unleashing lightning and storms upon him. Despite his formidable powers, Alakir found himself overwhelmed by the combined might of the three Keepers. In a final desperate gambit, the Elemental Lord sought to wield the very forces of nature against his assailants. Yet in a stunning display of skill and resilience, Ra, Thorm, and Hoder turned Alakir's own powers against him, ultimately defeating him atop his wind-swept domain. As Neptulon the Tidehunter surged forth to aid his besieged brethren, Loken and Imran cunningly intervened, disrupting his advance at every turn. Loken, with his mastery of the arcane, froze and shattered the water elementals with precision, while Mimiron devised enchanted restraints to ensnare Neptulon himself, thwarting his efforts to join the fray. Despite the Elemental Lord's defeat, the Keepers understood that their essence was intertwined with Azeroth. Destroying them would only see them reborn in time. Ra, however, devised a solution reminiscent of Sargeras' tactics with demons: imprisonment. Joining forces with the formidable sorceress Helia, Ra orchestrated the creation of interlinked domains within a secluded pocket dimension, the Elemental Plane. This intricate plan culminated in the banishment of the Elemental Lords and the majority of their minions to this mystic prison realm, ensuring that they would remain contained and unable to wreak havoc upon Azeroth once more. After the defeat of the Elemental Lords, the Keepers took decisive action to ensure Azeroth's safety. Ragnaros and his fiery minions were banished to the scorching confines of the Firelands within the Elemental Plane. Therazane and her Earth Elementals found themselves imprisoned within the crystalline depths of Deepholm. Alakir and the Air Elementals were confined to the lofty heights of the Skywall, while Neptulon and the Water Elementals were drawn to the unfathomable deeps of the Abyssal Maw. With their leaders sealed away, only a handful of elementals remained on Azeroth's surface, their will to fight extinguished. Turning their attention to the remaining threats, the Keepers focused on the Akiri legions of the Black Empire. These insectoids dwelled in the vast catacombs beneath the world's surface, posing a lingering danger. Archytas, using his command over earth and stone, collapsed the Akiri tunnels, forcing the creatures to the surface where they were met by the Titan Forged. The ensuing battle was fierce and unforgiving. The Titan Forged, determined to eradicate the Akiri threat, waged a relentless campaign. Though some Akiri managed to escape by burrowing deep underground, they were too weak to mount a significant counterattack. In time, the Akiri race was largely obliterated, leaving only scattered remnants unable to pose a serious threat again.
The triumphs over the Akiran elemental lords bolstered the Keeper's spirits, but they were well aware that their greatest challenges still lay ahead. With unwavering resolve, they set their sights in the heart of the Black Empire, the colossal temple city housing the malevolent old god Yashara. The Keepers believed that by dismantling the bastion of the Enraki, they could deliver a decisive blow to their enemies. As they advanced, the Keepers and their allies encountered relentless waves of Enraki, each engagement leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The landscape became a haunting testament to the fierce struggle, littered with the shattered bodies of Titan Forged and Enraki alike. Yet undeterred, they pressed on, determined to confront Yashara himself. The confrontation with Yashara proved to be more daunting than anticipated. The malevolent old god wielded a power that corrupted the minds of the Titan Forged, exploiting their deepest fears and darkest thoughts. Fearing that Yashara would overwhelm their forces, the Pantheon made a momentous decision. Despite the potential consequences for Azeroth itself, they resolved to intervene directly, recognizing the urgency of the situation, the need to eliminate this grave threat once and for all. Aman'Thul reached down from the heavens and ripped Yashara from the planet's crust. By doing this, he inadvertently wounded Azeroth due to Yashara reaching its tendrils deep within Azeroth's crust. From that point, out of fear of harming Azeroth more, they knew they had to imprison the rest of the old gods and hope that their evil will stay there forever. Before the Titans left the planet, they bestowed the Pillars of Creation onto the Keepers to aid them in shaping Azeroth. After the Titans departed, the Keepers undertook a series of monumental tasks to stabilize the slumbering world soul of Azeroth. They stemmed its bleeding, which gave rise to the mystical Well of Eternity, a wellspring of unimaginable power. Establishing Ulduar as their bastion, the Keepers worked tirelessly to forge a new order. They constructed the Forge of Origination, a marvel of engineering that could reshape the very essence of Azeroth, and the Forge of Wills, which crafted new Titan-forged races such as the Earthen and Mogu, each imbued with unique abilities and purposes. Through their ingenuity and dedication, the Keepers left an indelible mark on Azeroth's landscape, shaping its destiny in profound and enduring ways. Bound by chains forged of celestial might, the old gods were ensnared in a prison of their own making, their malevolence contained but never truly extinguished. Meanwhile, the elemental forces, bereft of their malevolent masters, were cast into the abyss, condemned to eternal strife and turmoil. Yet from the Forge of Unrest emerged a newfound tranquility. With the departure of the elementals, the world breathed a sigh of relief, nature reclaiming its rightful balance. And as the Titans surveyed their handiwork, they knew that the threat had been contained, and that a new era of peace and prosperity could dawn upon the world. Thus, with steadfast determination, they set to work, shaping the world into a realm of boundless wonder and possibility. In a daring gambit to counter the insidious threat posed by the old gods, the mighty Pantheon embarked on a bold experiment within the halls of Uldir. Delving deep into the mysteries of corruption, they sought to unravel the mysterious forces driving the relentless hunger of the ancient entities. Yet in their pursuit of a solution, the Titans unwittingly unleashed a force more formidable than they could have ever imagined. From the trials of their experiments emerged G'huun, a perfect embodiment of the insatiable appetite for corruption that plagued the world. Born from years of tireless experimentation and boundless curiosity, G'huun defied all attempts at containment, its essence pulsating with a malevolent vitality that threatened to consume all in its path. Faced with an adversary beyond their comprehension, the Titans were forced to take drastic action. In a desperate bid to stem the tides of darkness, G'huun was sealed within the depths of Uldir, its malevolent influence confined within the ancient halls. Yet even as the doors were sealed shut, the echoes of its presence reverberated throughout the ages, a grim reminder of the perils that lurked within the shadows. In the quest to shape the world, the Titans called forth diverse races to aid them in their monumental task. From the depths of the earth to the expanse of the seas, each race was bestowed with unique gifts and responsibilities,
Crafted from magical living stone, the stalwart earthen were tasked with delving deep into the earth, carving out vast caverns and tunnels beneath the surface. Their sturdy forms and unyielding resolve made them the perfect guardians of the titan subterranean realms. Guardians of the lush Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the stone Mogu stood as sentinels against any who would threaten the tranquility of this sacred land. With their towering stature and unwavering loyalty, they ensured that the Vale remained untouched by the ravages of time. Beneath the waves, the sea giants toiled tirelessly, dredging the seas and raising land from the seafloor to form the continents. Despite their immense size, their gentle nature belied their formidable strength, as they labored to shape the world according to the Titan's vision. Through countless ages, the Titans sculpted and molded the earth until at last a single continent emerged, a testament to their tireless efforts. At its heart lay the Well of Eternity, a shimmering pool of radiant energy that would serve as the lifeblood of the world. As life began to flourish upon the primordial land, the Titans beheld their creation with pride and reverence, and as the sun set on the final day of their labors, they christened the continent Kalimdor, the land of eternal starlight, a testament to the boundless potential that lay within its embrace. Establishing Ulduar as their bastion, the Keepers worked tirelessly to forge a new order. They constructed the Forge of Origination, a marvel of engineering that could reshape the very essence of Azeroth, and the Forge of Wills, which crafted more Titan Forge races such as the Earthen and Mogu, each imbued with unique abilities and purposes. Through their ingenuity and dedication, the Keepers left an indelible mark on Azeroth's landscape, shaping its destiny in profound and enduring ways. Now I wanted to go over how the Aspects got their abilities, and what made the decision for the Titans to bless the Aspects with their powers from the beginning in the story, Dawn of the Aspects. But I won't cover everything from the novel. With Tyr being highly involved, it seemed like a good time to talk about it here, so let's dive into it. Once revered among his kin, Galakrond's transformation from benevolent hunter to fearsome terror sent ripples of dread through the lands of ancient Azeroth. The proto-dragons, once his companions, now cowered in fear at the mere mention of his name. The source of Galakrond's corruption lay hidden amidst the shores of Uldurus, where the sacred waters of the Dragon Isles mingled with the malevolent energies of Yogg-Saron. It was here that the Titan-forged relic, corrupted by ancient malice, granted Galakrond the power to grow and mutate at an alarming rate, unleashing chaos and destruction in his wake. As the tendrils of corruption tightened their grip upon the land, the fate of Azeroth hung in the balance, its future uncertain in the face of an ancient evil reborn. In the heart of a bustling hunting ground, Galakrond's sudden appearance cast a shadow of fear over the gathered masses. The once bountiful land, teeming with life, now stood as a grim testament to the terror that lurked within its depths. As whispers of confusion and apprehension spread among the proto-dragons, Malygos, with his keen intellect, questioned the inexplicable change in Galakrond's behavior. In response, his new friend Neltharion offered a simple explanation. More food lay within reach, ripe for the taking. Yet Malygos, ever the voice of reason, voiced his concerns, reminding his comrades that the bounties of the land were theirs by right. The notion of cannibalism, once unthinkable amongst their kind, now reared its grotesque head as Galakrond's insatiable hunger led him to prey upon his own kin. But the horror did not end there. With each victim claimed by Galakrond's ravenous maw, a sinister transformation took hold, twisting the fallen proto-dragons into grotesque abominations known as the Not Living. Enslaved to their master's will, they rose from the depths of death to serve as his unholy minions, harbingers of doom amidst the once serene landscape. Under the malevolent gaze of Galakrond, the nightmarish reign of the Not Living spread like a shadow across the land, their twisted forms haunting the once peaceful skies. At their master's command, they stalked their living kin. Their tainted fangs spread a dark contagion with each savage bite. Amidst the chaos, a young proto-dragon named Koros found himself drawn to the allure of power, believing that Galakrond, in his twisted wisdom, would spare those who pledged their loyalty to him. In a clandestine pact forged in shadows, Koros betrayed his brethren, offering up their secrets to the insatiable hunger of their monstrous tyrant. With treacherous whispers, Koros fed Galakrond the time and place of the impending assault, a strategic gambit to curry favor with the beast and secure his own survival. Yet as Galakrond soared into the skies, his thoughts consumed by the promise of a bountiful feast, Koros and his band believed themselves spared from his wrath. Their hopes shattered like fragile glass, Galakrond's deceit knew no bounds. In a swift and merciless display of dominance, he descended upon them like a wrathful god, devouring them whole as they fled in terror, their screams lost amidst the thunderous war of their conqueror. In a desperate bid to outmaneuver Galakrond's treachery, Talonyxia, the chosen alpha among the living proto-dragons, devised a cunning strategy, altering their plans to strike at a different time and place. Yet even amidst their calculated precautions, the insidious influence of the not-living proved to be their downfall. With eerie precision, Galakrond orchestrated a deadly trap, luring the unsuspecting proto-dragon into his clutches, bursting forth from the earth with primal fury. He decimated their ranks with a savage ferocity, leaving devastation in his wake. Despite Talonyxia's efforts, the tide of battle turned against them, their forces shattered by Galakrond's unstoppable onslaught. In the chaos that ensued, the dragon aspects Malygos, Nozdormu, and Neltharion rallied to their aid, thwarting Galakrond's insatiable hunger with their formidable powers. As the battle raged on, Malygos, guided by a sense of urgency, sought out the elusive Ysera and Alexstrasza. Yet it was the intervention of the mysterious keeper Tyr that proved to be the turning point, his mighty hammer stunning the beast into submission. In a dramatic clash of titans, Galakrond, driven to the brink of defeat, was forced to retreat, his plans thwarted by the unyielding courage of Azeroth's defenders. And though the battle may have been won, the echoes of their struggle would linger on, a reminder of the enduring resilience of those who dare to defy the darkness. In the hushed whispers of ancient mountains, Tyr convened with the 5 valiant proto-dragons, their resolve unwavering as they plotted the downfall of Galakrond. With a strategic eye and a heart brimming with courage, Tyr revealed the opportune moment to strike, the perfect juncture to confront their monstrous adversary. As the shadows of twilight danced upon the rugged landscape, Tyr and his companions fortified themselves, replenishing their strength for the impending battle. With renewed vigor coursing through their veins, they converged upon Galakrond's lair, their hearts aflame with righteous fury. Amidst the towering crags of Galakrond's resting place, Tyr and the intrepid proto-dragons assembled, their spirits ablaze with determination as they prepared to face the monstrous titan once more. With a defiant roar, they launched themselves into the fray, their resolve unyielding despite the odds stacked against them. As Galakrond loomed larger and more grotesque than ever before, the battlefield erupted into chaos, the air crackling with the searing energy of conflict. Amidst the swirling maelstrom of battle, the spark of Tyr shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, its radiant glow a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Yet even as Tyr unleashed his mighty hammer upon the monstrous titan, Galakrond's mutated form proved impervious to his blows. With a sinister grin, the behemoth unleashed a ferocious gale, scattering his foes like leaves in the wind. In a moment of peril, Ysera, the ever-watchful guardian, appeared on the battlefield, her presence a ray of hope amidst the chaos. Yet as Galakrond moved to devour her, Tyr's hammer rang out like a resounding echo of defiance, silencing the beast's laughter with a single mighty blow. With unwavering resolve, Tyr grappled with the monstrous titan, his blows raining down upon him with unrelenting fury. As Galakrond thrashed beneath his assault, a profound transformation began to take hold, the corrupted influence receding to reveal the resemblance of a true dragon emerging from the depths of darkness. With a triumphant roar, Galakrond claimed his prize, the gleaming artifacts and Tyr's hand vanishing within the carnivorous maw of the beast. Oblivious to the plight of his fallen foe, Galakrond reveled in his newfound power, his form contorted by further mutation as the battle raged on. Unbeknownst to the triumphant monster, his adversaries slipped away into the night, their spirits unbroken despite the loss suffered on the battlefield. Amidst the chaotic clash of titans, the legendary artifacts of Tyr, the hammer of ancient power and the radiant spark of Tyr were torn from his grasp. With steady hands and unwavering focus, Malygos examined the gruesome wound, his heart heavy with the weight of their impending doom. Yet even as Galakrond roared in triumph, his form swelling with newfound power, Malygos refused to yield to despair. Amidst the frigid embrace of a frozen lake, an unconscious Tyr lay silent upon the icy shore, his fate shrouded in mystery. As the proto-dragons grappled with the uncertainty of his disappearance, whispers of fear and suspicion filled the air. In the depths of their despair, a glimmer of hope emerged from the shadows in the form of 2 mysterious keepers, their presence a beacon of reassurance amidst the darkness. With solemn reverence, they revealed that they had taken Tyr home to recover, their motives veiled in secrecy yet their intentions clear, to safeguard Azeroth from the encroaching darkness. With Tyr out of commission for now, the burden of confronting Galakrond fell on the shoulders of the proto-dragons,
their resolve unyielding despite the daunting odds stacked against them. In a desperate bid for survival, they engaged the monstrous Titan and his horde of not living minions in a cataclysmic clash that would echo throughout the books of history. In a moment of brilliance, Malygos seized upon an opportunity to turn the tide of battle in their favor. With a mighty heave, he hurled a massive boulder down Galakron's throat, disrupting the monster's focus and sending shockwaves of confusion rippling through his ranks. As chaos engulfed the battlefield, Malygos' icy breath prevented the boulder from dislodging, trapping it firmly within Galakron's throat. Yet the final blow came from an unexpected source as Neltharion, with a thunderous blast, sent a not-living hurling towards the obstruction, driving it deeper into the beast's gullet. With a mighty roar of defiance, Galakron choked and sputtered, his monstrous form convulsing as life left from his twisted frame. In his final moments, the tyrant met his end, his reign of terror brought to a decisive and triumphant conclusion by the courage and determination of those who dared to defy him. In a bid to safeguard the fragile peace of Azeroth, the Dragon Aspects decided to conceal the grim truth of Galakron's demise, weaving a web of deception to shield further generations from the horrors of his legacy. Embracing the whispered rumors that had people believing that the Titans had created the Aspects from Galakron, they sought to obscure the dark chapter of history that had threatened to cast a shadow over the realm. With Galakron's monstrous reign finally brought to an end, the remnants of his existence became relics of both dread and fascination. Among these artifacts, a fragment of his formidable claw and the very boulder that sealed his fate found their resting place within the hollowed halls of Nal Sakal, nestled deep within the ancient confines of Zarlek Cavern. Guarded by the watchful eyes of the Black Dragonflight, these relics served as a solemn reminder of the price paid in the battle against tyranny. And though the echoes of Galakron's reign may fade into the books of history, the memory of his malevolent legacy would endure as a cautionary tale for generations to come. In the wake of their victory over Galakron, each proto-dragon was bestowed with divine gifts, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the realm of Azeroth and guiding its destiny. Alexstrasza and Ysera, blessed by the benevolent hand of Eonar, ascended to positions of unparalleled authority. Alexstrasza the Lifebinder was charged with the solemn duty of protecting every living being that roamed the world, while Ysera the Dreamer was tasked with nurturing and preserving the untamed beauty of nature from her ethereal realm, the Emerald Dream. Nozdormu, granted the wisdom of Aman'Thul himself, assumed the mantle of Timekeeper, entrusted with the sacred task of safeguarding the intricate tapestry of time itself, ensuring that the threads of fate remained unbroken. Malygos, chosen by the mystifying Norgannon, was anointed as the Arcanist, the guardian of magic and the arcane mysteries that lay hidden within the fabric of reality. And lastly, Neltharion, blessed by the mighty Khaz'goroth, emerged as the Earth Warden, bestowed with dominion over the very Earth itself and the deep recesses that lay beneath its surface. Together, these newly anointed leaders stood as pillars of strength and guardians of the realm, their destinies intertwined with the fate of Azeroth itself. And as they took up their sacred duties, they vowed to protect their world with unwavering resolve, forging a legacy that would endure for eternity. In a display of unwavering loyalty and craftsmanship, Tyr's steadfast friend Jotun fashioned a replacement for his severed hand, an intricate closed fist forged from shimmering silver. A testament to their bond, Jotun also emblazed Tyr's new silver hand symbol onto his mighty hammer, a gesture of solidarity and resilience. Curious about Tyr's decision to showcase his wound, Jotun questioned the wisdom of drawing attention to his injury. Yet, Tyr's response was one of unwavering conviction. To him, his argent hand was not a symbol of defeat, but rather a testament to the sacrifices made in defense of Azeroth. With pride in his heart, he sought to share this message with the world, transforming his hammer into the legendary Silver Hand, a beacon of hope and resilience for all who beheld it. In the wake of the Dragon Aspect's ascension, Tyr embarked on a noble endeavor crafting the Refti, a Titan-forged race destined to serve in harmony alongside the dragons. To accommodate his new allies, he constructed the grand facility known as Olderus, a sanctuary that would come to be affectionately dubbed Tyrhold by the dragons. Though initially embarrassed by the moniker, Tyr's enduring legacy would leave an indelible mark upon the world, his creation serving as a testament to his unwavering dedication to the cause of peace and unity. And though his journey may have been fraught with challenges and setbacks, Tyr's spirit would live on through the generations, a guiding light in the darkest times. Now I want to talk about the Keepers themselves in more detail, but only a few of them really have a deep background, while others just have a few paragraphs. So the ones with more detail I'll talk about first, and then the ones with less I'll talk about at the end in more of a group talk. The ones with more backstory are Loken, Freya, Odin, and Ra.
Tyr is kinda in that list, but after covering Dawn of the Aspects, his is kinda in the middle. But first, let's talk about Freya. In the ancient tapestry of Azeroth's creation, Freya brought forth the Emerald Dream during the cosmic orchestration known as the Ordering of Azeroth. The whispers of lore echo conflicting tales. Some weave the narrative of Freya conjuring the dream from the void, while others contend that this ethereal realm was a slumbering daydream within Azeroth's world soul. A dream that Freya skillfully shaped into the mysterious canvas now celebrated as the Dream. A conduit to commune with the blossoming Titan's essence. Amidst the verdant embrace of the Emerald Dream, Freya planted the majestic Ganir, the Mother Tree, atop a lofty peak. This colossal tree bore fruits and flowers, unleashing a cascade of life that rippled through the dream's landscapes. While Freya crafted numerous pools of life across this ethereal realm, Ganir stood as the premier genesis, towering in splendor and radiance. For eons, Ganir served as a wellspring of healing and equilibrium. Its influence stretched beyond the dream into the tangible realm, a guiding force for Azeroth's natural essence. Freya's wanderlust led her across the world, in pursuit of locations where the energies of the Will of Eternity came together. In these mystical areas, she meticulously shaped a tapestry of life so diverse and astounding that it became a testament to her mastery. These sacred sites, now veiled in the mysteries of time, grace the polar extremes of the world. Ungoro Crater, Sholazar Basin, and the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, once bearing names whispered by Freya's lips, became landscapes of unparalleled beauty and diversity, resonating with the echoes of her primordial artistry. Embarking on her quest to infuse the world with vitality, Freya planted a seed of creation in the emerging land of Pandaria, nestled close to the potent energies of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. This seed gave rise to Fuzan, the first tree guardian, whose roots delved deep into the resonant power of the Vale. As Fuzan flourished, a verdant symphony unfolded, birthing towering trees that stood as guardians of the dream and manifested their vibrant counterparts in the waking world of Pandaria. Every lush forest that graced this mystical realm traced its lineage back to Fuzan, the pioneering tree that wove the essence of life throughout the heart of Pandaria. From Freya's hidden sanctuaries, a select few untamed creatures transcended ordinary bounds, surpassing all expectations with their extraordinary might. These magnificent beings earned the title of the Wild Gods. In Freya's eyes, they were her progeny, intricately woven into the fabric of the Emerald Dream. Together, they roamed the primeval landscapes of Kalimdor, a familial bond uniting them as they embarked on their celestial journey. Mount Hyjal, bathed in the ancient echoes of their presence, bore witness to the shared odyssey of Freya and her formidable wild gods. Prior to embarking on her journey to breathe life into the border realms of Azeroth, Freya fashioned a wandering staff from a branch of Fuzan, christening it Fuzan, the Wanderer's Companion. This enchanted walking stick became a timeless artifact, accompanying her throughout the vast expanse of creation. In the heart of Sholazar Basin, Freya wove the Avatar of Freya into existence, an ethereal failsafe to stand sentinel over the region in her stead, a guardian born from necessity, poised to watch over the land should the threads of Freya's presence ever falter. During her odyssey across Azeroth seeking extraordinary creatures, Freya stumbled upon a scene of nature's struggle, a panther cub valiantly fending off a wolf pack after losing her mother. Undeterred by her wounds, the resilient cub fought with primal ferocity, driving the wolves away. Enchanted by this untamed spirit, Freya cradled the panther, her joy undiminished by the scratches that followed. She mended the cub's wounds and christened her Ashamane, a tribute to the striking black fur that embodied the wild essence within. In the enchanting realm of Grizzly Hills, Freya encountered a pair of youthful and inquisitive bears, Ursoc and Ursul. Perceiving the latent greatness within them, Freya glimpsed the destinies they would weave. Bestowing upon Ursoc the mighty claws of Ursoc, intricately forged from the very essence of Titan steel, she marked him as the guardian of these formidable talons. Throughout the tapestry of countless battles, Ursoc wielded these sacred claws until his valiant demise amid the tumultuous events of the War of the Ancients. In addition to the wild gods she had already discovered, she found 4 more who exemplified an unwavering commitment to peace and wisdom: Yu'lon, Nuzao, Zuen, and Chi-Ji, revered for their celestial grace, eventually earned the title of the August Celestials among Pandaria's native inhabitants. Freya, with her foresight, knew that these divine beings would be instrumental in safeguarding the region. In a touching encounter, Freya shared her apprehension with the Celestials about an encroaching darkness from the north, sensing an imminent confrontation. Entrusting her cherished staff Fuzan to their care, Freya uttered a solemn request. If I do not see you again, return this staff to Azeroth, to one of its children. Give it to someone who loathes battle and loves peace. Yulon the Jade Serpent pledged to safeguard the staff. Regrettably, Freya's return never materialized, as she fell victim to defeat at the hands of Loken and succumbed to enslavement by Yogg-Saron, leaving the staff and her unfulfilled wish in the embrace of Pandaria's mysterious Celestials.
Now we move on to the one who caused so much trouble for us on Azeroth and the other Keepers, Loken. A Keeper forged by the Pantheon to lead the Titan-forged armies against the Old Gods, received his power from Norgannon. In a fierce battle alongside Mimiron, they triumphed over Neptulon the Tidehunter. However, Loken's life took a tragic turn when an affair with Sif, his brother Thorm's wife, led to a disastrous accident. Manipulated by the imprisoned Yogg-Saron, Loken, driven by fear of losing Sif, inadvertently caused her death. Overwhelmed with guilt but afraid to confess to Thorm, Loken deceived his brother, blaming Arngrim, the king of frost giants, for the tragedy. To end the ensuing war, Loken created an army using the Forge of Wills, unknowingly spreading the curse of flesh that would transform Titan-forged into flesh. Desperate to conceal his actions, Loken orchestrated Mimiron's death, subdued Hodor and Freya with Yogg-Saron's corruption, and convinced Helya to imprison Odin in the Halls of Valor. Learning of the Pantheon's demise, he exiled all Titan-forged from Ulduar and withdrew into its depths. The only witnesses to Loken's betrayal were Tyr and Archytas, who alongside Ironea and allies stole the discs of Norgannon to uncover the extent of his treachery. In pursuit, Loken sent monstrous Cathraxi, but Tyr sacrificed himself, allowing his comrades to escape with the discs. Terrified of the consequences if Tyr's group exposed his actions to Algalon, Loken fabricated the Tribunal of Ages, filling it with false information to cover his tracks, manipulating the signal to Algalon. He ensured no living being could contact him until Loken's death. The complex web of deception and tragedy unfolded within the shadows of Ulduar's depths. For countless millennia, Yogg-Saron languished in captivity, holding the Keepers, including Loken, in a muted state within Ulduar. His control over them was feeble, and attempts to persuade them into directly aiding the Old God had met with resistance. The turning point came when Cho'Gall, a member of the Old God-worshipping Twilight Hammers clan, infiltrated Ulduar, weakening Yogg-Saron's chains. Suddenly, the entity's influence of the Keepers intensified, transforming as sturdy as iron. Under Yogg-Saron's command, Loken was tasked with using the Forge of Wills to fashion a new army. In Loken's skilled hands, the Forge unleashed hordes of iron dwarves in Vrykul, hungry only for bloodshed and war. During the war against the Lich King, Thorm, aided by adventurers aligned with the Sons of Hodor, unraveled the truth and reclaimed his weapon and armor. Fueled by righteous fury, he confronted his treacherous brother in a bid for justice. However, it proved to be an intricate deception orchestrated by Loken. The ruse successfully lured Thorm from the safety of the Temple of Storms, where proximity to his Dark Master granted Loken the power to withstand Thorm's assault. Subsequently, Loken captured Thorm and his loyal proto-drake Varanus, intending to plunge them into madness through the influence of Yogg-Saron. Loken's schemes extended to enlisting Ignis the Furnace Master for transformative tasks. One notable instance involving morphing Varanus into the formidable plated monstrosity known as Razor Scale. Additionally, Loken commissioned the creation of Kolagarn, a colossal stone construct to guard the shattered walkway leading to Ulduar's inner halls. Upon Loken's demise in the Halls of Lightning, he ominously proclaimed that his death heralded the world's end. The map of Azeroth erupted in flames, launching a beacon of light skyward. As revealed by the Archivum Console in Ulduar, Loken's death triggered the Algalon failsafe, an emergency signal leading to the arrival of Algalon the Observer. This signaled potential planetary failure, initiating a diagnostic process with two possible outcomes. Reply code Alpha indicated all was well, while reply code Omega signified planetary re-origination. When questioned about the latter, the console explained the Titan's plan: the complete destruction of Azeroth and its lifeforms, followed by the meticulous reconstruction of the planet from its base elements. In essence, the dire warning in Loken's dying breath hinted at the catastrophic consequence of his demise, a potential reset of Azeroth through the Titan's re-origination process.
Odin, renowned for his leadership and valor, He commanded the Titan-forged armies in their relentless crusade against the malevolent forces of the Old Gods. Infused with the potent powers of Aman'Thul, Odin stood as a beacon of strength and resilience. In a pivotal moment, Odin alongside his stalwart ally Tyr faced the fiery fury of Ragnaros the Fire Lord, prevailing over the Elemental Lord in a battle that resonated throughout the scrolls of history. For his unwavering leadership, indomitable spirit, and unwavering commitment to Azeroth's safety, Odin was bestowed with the prestigious title of Prime Designate, entrusted with the crucial task of overseeing Yogg-Saron's imprisonment and safeguarding the Forge of Wills, a cornerstone of Titan-forged creation. In a gesture of recognition and trust, Odin gifted his loyal companion Heimdall with a Yaller horn, a mystical horn whose vibrant call signals the impending doom of Azeroth, compelling the Keepers to heed its summons and unite in defense of the world they swore to protect. When the Keepers deliberated on empowering the dragon aspects for their bravery against Galakrond, Odin stood apart, vehemently opposing the idea. In his unwavering conviction, he argued that only the Titan-forged could be trusted as defenders of Azeroth, casting doubt on the reliability of the proto-dragons. Determined to forge his own elite army, one characterized by unwavering loyalty and valor, Odin set his sights on the Vrykul as the ideal candidates to fulfill his vision. Despite Odin's objections, the Pantheon chose to empower the dragon aspects, a decision that drove Odin to take drastic action. He severed ties with his prestigious position as Prime Designate, and using his formidable powers, lifted a portion of Ulduar into the skies, thus birthing the majestic Halls of Valor. This act symbolized his unwavering commitment to his cause, even at the cost of his former status. In a daring and fateful move, Odin made a pact with Muuzela, an ally of the malevolent jailer Zoval, sacrificing his own eye in exchange for the ability to peer into the mysterious realm of the Shadowlands. It was during this visionary exploration that Odin beheld the Kyrian, a noble order of ascended beings, whose presence and purpose inspired him to conceive a realm akin to their bastion for himself. Driven by his unyielding belief in the superiority of the Titan-forged, he devised a grand scheme to bolster his forces in the Halls of Valor. He promised the Vrykul that those who met a valiant end in battle would be granted a place in his halls, bestowed with immortal bodies infused with the fierce power of the storm. In his eyes, these warriors, dubbed Valajar, would surpass the dragon aspects in defending Azeroth. To fulfill his promise, Odin required willing Vrykul to undergo a transformation into Valkyr, tasked with retrieving the spirits of fallen heroes from the Shadowlands. Inspired by the noble Kyrian, whom he'd glimpsed in his visions, Odin believed this was the key to bolstering his ranks with the bravest souls. However, the Vrykul hesitated, wary of the implications of such a transformation. Odin's adopted daughter Helya, a Titan-forged, pleaded with him to reconsider, foreseeing the potential dangers. Ignoring her warnings, Odin forcefully transformed Helya into the first Valkyr, commanding her to carry out this crucial task. In a twisted turn of events, Odin later deceived his followers, claiming that Helya's transformation was a result of her own hubris. He fabricated a tale of her reaching out for power from the Shadowlands during their disagreement, leading to her transformation into a wraith-like being. Supposedly, she then begged for his forgiveness and requested to be made a Valkyr as a form of redemption. This deceitful narrative further solidified Odin's control over his followers, masking the true circumstances of Helya's tragic transformation. For millennia, Helya harbored a deep-seated grudge against Odin, simmering with resentment. Her animosity festered until the fateful day when Loken, a keeper twisted by the insidious whispers of Yogg-Saron, cunningly manipulated her into betraying her father figure. Empowered by dark magic, Helya wielded a force that rivaled the ancient spells used to seal the elemental plane. With this newfound strength, she imprisoned Odin and his Valajar warriors within the majestic Halls of Valor, effectively cutting them off from the world they had sworn to protect. Seizing the opportunity to assert her newfound authority, Helya established Helheim, a grim realm where she claimed the souls of fallen Vrykul. This marked a stark departure from Odin's promise of eternal glory in the Halls of Valor, instead consigning the departed to a fate of eternal servitude in her domain. Aegir ascended to the role of leader of the Valkyr, replacing Helya. Meanwhile, Loken seized the title of Prime Designate from Odin, completing a chain of events that reshaped the hierarchy of Azeroth's protectors. Amidst the chaos of the Third Burning Legion invasion, Odin, still ensnared within the Halls of Valor, orchestrated a daring rescue. Through the agency of one of his Valkyr, he plucked a valiant warrior from the jaws of death, Recognizing the hero's unique status, unbound by the confines of the hall, Odin anointed them as the leader of the Valajar, entrusting them with the crucial task of combating the Legion's onslaught. As the Legion's shadow loomed even larger, Odin devised a series of trials to assess the worthiness of Azeroth's champions. Disguised as Javi in the rugged expanse of Stormheim, he observed the champions, testing their mettle, strength, and determination. Only those deemed worthy of Odin's exacting standards were granted access to the Gates of Valor, a testament to their valor and resolve. Furthermore, Odin orchestrated a formidable duel within the hollowed halls of the Halls of Valor. Here, the champions faced off against the mightiest of foes to prove their prowess and determination. Only those who emerged victorious were deemed worthy of wielding the legendary Aegis of Agrimar, a symbol of their strength and valor in the face of overwhelming odds. Through these trials, Odin sought champions who embodied the virtues of courage, strength, and indomitable will, forging a formidable force to stand against the relentless tide of the Burning Legion. When Helia's treachery became apparent, twisting Odin's loyal Stormforged Valajar into the malevolent Kvaldir, the Keeper reached his breaking point. Determined to put an end to her machinations, Odin resolved to confront her once and for all, refusing to be a pawn in her deadly game. Assuming the guise of Javi, Odin joined forces with esteemed champions such as Khadgar and Velen, gathering at Krasus' Landing to deliberate on the crucial matter of the Pillars of Creation. His presence among the Order Hall of Champions underscored his commitment to the cause of Azeroth's defense, despite the shadows of betrayal that loomed over him. Additionally, Odin extended a rare invitation to the Huntmaster of the Unseen Path, granting them access to the Night of the Wilds. This mystical event heralded the awakening of legendary beast spirits, an awe-inspiring spectacle in the field of the Eternal Hunt. In a show of his unwavering dedication to finding the mightiest warriors, Odin annually conducted a rigorous trial for his Valajar. Known as the Battle Lord, this warrior was subjected to a series of grueling tests, designed to determine the land's strongest combatant. These trials not only showcased Odin's relentless pursuit of excellence, but also emphasized the valor and strength he sought in his champions. In the wake of the Legion's devastating incursion, Stormheim became a focal point for heroes of unparalleled valor. Odin, recognizing the potential of these champions to turn the tide against his ancient foe, Helia, devised the ultimate challenge, the Trial of Valor. This crucible was not just a test of strength, but a pivotal moment that could finally break Helia's grip on Helheim and secure Odin's long-awaited freedom. With the fall of Helia, the chains that bound Odin to the Halls of Valor were shattered. Free at last, he contemplated the passage of time, acknowledging that it had been eons since he had last beheld the grandeur of Ulduar. Perhaps, he mused, it was time to reunite with his kin, the Watchers, and reflect on the battles won and lost over the ages. Among the spoils of Helia's defeat was her horn, a powerful artifact capable of commanding the cursed legions of Kvaldir. Recognizing this strategic value, Odin entrusted the Battle Lord with a crucial mission, to wield the horn and lead the Kvaldir against the Legion's forces on the Broken Shore. This bold maneuver would not only strike a blow against the Legion, but also demonstrate the newfound freedom and autonomy of the Valajar under Odin's leadership. During the war against the Jailer, Odin's Valkyr mysteriously vanished one by one. Even those sent to search for their missing sisters failed to return. A daring adventurer navigating the treacherous maw stumbled upon Danica the Reclaimer, a Valkyr held captive by the Jailer's forces. Upon her liberation, Danica unveiled a harrowing truth to Odin. Helia, thought vanquished, still lived, corrupting his Valkyr into Maw-sworn, with the eye of the Jailer, once Odin's own eye. Enraged by this betrayal, Odin decreed that such an affront could not be left unanswered. Charging the heroes with a monumental task, he ordered the creation of the Ilska Horn, an artifact designed to lure the eye of the Jailer into combat. Additionally, the heroes were tasked with recruiting a group of valiant Valkyr, led by Danica, to join the fray against this insidious threat. Through sheer determination and unwavering courage, the heroes and their Valkyr allies confronted and vanquished the Eye of the Jailer, forcing it to retreat to its master's stronghold in Torghast. This triumph ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of Odin and his allies, bolstering their resolve to press forward in their battle against Soval the Jailer, confident the victory was in their grasp. In his hubris, Odin dismissed the plights of the dragons as inconsequential, commanding the Thawagnir to ignore the summons of the Dragon Isles. Enraged by his ignorance, Viranoth, a prominent member of the Thawagnir, rallied champions including Rathion to confront Odin and challenge his callous decree. The confrontation quickly escalated as Odin, stung by accusations of cowardice, lashed out in a furious onslaught.
Enough of this foolishness!
I agree. Dragons of the storm, you are true dragons, not constructs beholden to an unworthy keeper. You are free to choose your own path. If you wish it, there is a home for you on the Dragon Isles. Join your king and claim your birthright.
So before we dive into talking about Ra, I wanted to explain some of my confusion when I was looking more into this. The Wiki and Chronicles seem to have different info. On the Wiki, it is said that the Pantheon did the ordering of Azeroth and didn't depart Azeroth until the aspects were chosen. But from what I've read in Chronicles, it is the Titan Forge who ordered Azeroth after the Pantheon left, following Yashara being ripped from the planet's crust. In Chronicles, it is said that the Keepers bestowed the blessing of the Pantheon onto the aspects. Chronicles even has the Pantheon's departure section before the Galakron section. Also, it is mentioned with the ordering of Azeroth that the Titan Forge made the various beings needed to help order Azeroth. But the Wiki says the Pantheon did, which wouldn't make sense since the Titans made the Titan Forged since they could not set foot on Azeroth due to fear of harming her since they're gigantic. They're literally planet-sized beings. Now one more thing is that the Wiki mentions that the Pantheon did research for G'huun and trapped him within Old Year. But I don't know how they did the research there since, as I mentioned before, they can't be on the surface due to their size. Unless they used avatars similar to what Sargeras used on his adventures, or it was a Titan Forged who did the research and then locked G'huun away. But the Wiki says the Pantheon did. So I'm not exactly sure, but I'm going to go with the Titan Forge did everything with the ordering and such, especially after the 2 forges, which allowed them to craft more beings to help them with such a task. Now this isn't the first time that I've had this sort of confusion between what I've known from Chronicles to what I've actually found on the Wiki. I'm not sure if just whoever wrote the Wiki just mistyped, or if there's some sort of conflicting stuff within the game. Because even within the game, there's actually a book you can find at various locations in the game that says the Pantheon did a lot of this stuff. So I'm not exactly sure, but from what I've read in Chronicles, the Titan Forge did the ordering thanks to the Pillars of Creation, plus the Titan Forge that they were able to craft like the Earthen and the Mogu. So that's the basics of my confusion while doing the research for this video. But I wanted to add in both sides of it and explain what I had found so people know. Hopefully it isn't too confusing, because my brain hurts. Alrighty, now that I've hopefully explained that in a somewhat cohesive way, let's dive into Ra's history. Among the ranks of the Titan Forged, Ra stood as a formidable creation, crafted by the Titans themselves to combat the insidious threat of the old gods plaguing Azeroth. Highkeeper Ra, akin to Odin, was one such empowered being, bestowed with his might by Aman'Thul, the High Father of the Pantheon. Aman'Thul also entrusted Ra with a powerful artifact known as the Fist of Ra-Den. This artifact not only breathed life into the Titan-forged Mogu race, but also served as a formidable weapon in the relentless battle against the Black Empire of the Old Gods, a conflict that spanned countless ages. Following the defeat and imprisonment of the Old Gods beneath Azeroth's surface, the Titan Forge embarked on a crucial mission to foster the growth of Azeroth's world soul. Central to this endeavor were 2 mighty machines, the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination. Ra was entrusted with installing the Forge of Origination. He then embarked on a journey to the southern reaches of Azeroth. However, his path led him to a startling discovery: the remains of the vanquished old god Yashara, including its immense and malevolent heart. Recognizing the danger these remnants posed, Ra made a fateful decision to contain them. He established a secure underground vault to house these remains, naming it the Vault of Yashara. To safeguard this vault and the surrounding lands, Ra assigned his loyal Mogu servants to stand as its guardians, ensuring that the remnants of Yashara remained sealed and dormant for eternity. After a challenging journey, Ra and his followers finally reached their destination. They installed the Forge of Origination, a monumental task that marked the birth of the great fortress of Uldum. This fortress became the southern bastion of the Titanforged, a testament to their strength and determination. Assigning some of his Tol'vir and Anubis-Seth servants to protect this newly established area, Ra continued his quest further west. There he created the formidable fortress of Ahn'Qiraj, intended to serve as a prison for the malevolent old god Cthulhu. With this monumental task completed, Ra turned his attention to overseeing the southern regions of Azeroth, a duty he would faithfully fulfill for ages to come. On a stormy day, Ra and his Mogu companions ascended a towering mountain to bid farewell to the celestial creators. The legends speak of Ra's awe-inspiring display as he struck his weapon against a shield, commanding the storm to cease and the clouds to part. Underneath their feet, the mountain itself seemed to rise higher, while lightning and fire danced across the sky, illuminating the departing titans. The winds themselves seemed to join in a sorrowful yet majestic farewell. The Mogu who directly answered to Ra became known as the Rajani, a group of loyal and powerful beings dedicated to maintaining order and protecting the lands under Ra's watchful gaze. Sometime after his monumental tasks, Ra witnessed a pivotal moment in Azeroth's history, the empowering of the primitive proto-dragons and the creation of the 5 dragonflights. Drawing upon the potent energies of his creator, Aman'Thul, the High Keeper bestowed upon the bronze dragon Nozdormu the powers to control time itself, a gift that would shape the course of history. As the Keepers diligently tended to their duties on Azeroth, a sudden and overwhelming surge of power washed over them, accompanied by a flood of fragmented memories. Perplexed by this strange occurrence, the Keepers reached out to the Pantheon for answers, seeking to understand the source and purpose of this mysterious influx. However, their inquiries were met with silence, leaving them to ponder this strange event in solitude. After an extended period of contemplation, Ra came to a startling realization. This surge of power was the final echo of the Pantheon spirits, lingering after their demise at the hands of the traitorous Sargeras. Determined to preserve this last vestige of his creators, Ra carefully extracted the lingering power of Aman'Thul and safeguarded it in a hidden mountain vault near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Overwhelmed by grief and the weight of this revelation, Ra made a solemn decision. He retreated into the depths of the catacombs beneath the land, relinquishing his role as the protector of the planet. With a heavy heart, he left his Titan-forged servants to carry on their work without him, as he sought solace and understanding in solitude. For ages, the loyal Mogu served their master, Ra Den, faithfully. Ra Den means Master Ra in the Mogu tongue, even as his voice fell strangely silent. However, their steadfast allegiance was tested when the curse of flesh struck, transforming their once stony beings into flesh and blood. As the Mogu grappled with their newfound forms, internal strife began to plague their ranks, yet Ra Den remained silent, offering no guidance. In the tumultuous era known as the Age of 100 Kings, a charismatic Mogu warlord named Lei Shen emerged, declaring his intention to awaken the gods. Lei Shen rallied his most loyal followers and ventured into the heart of the Thundering Mountain, where Ra Den dwelt in seclusion. Deep within the mountain's caverns, Lei Shen made a profound discovery, the towering figure of Ra Den, guarding a powerful Titan artifact known as the Engine of Nalak Shah. This encounter would set into motion a series of events that would forever change the fate of the Mogu and Azeroth itself. The arrival of Lei Shen, the Thunder King, brought no visible reaction from the silent High Keeper Ra Den, even as the Mogu bombarded him with questions about their purpose. Days turned into weeks, and Lei Shen's frustration mounted as Ra remained unresponsive. It became apparent to the Mogu that Ra's silence was not a sign of contemplation, but rather a reflection of his despondence, his hope lost. In a fit of rage, Lei Shen accused Ra for forsaking the Titan's mission, hurling accusations of abandonment. These words jolted Ra from his desolate state, prompting him to reveal to the Mogu the repository where he had safeguarded the last remains of Aman'Thul's essence. The revelation that the Titans were no more did not crush Lei Shen's spirit as it had Ra's. Instead, the ambitious warlord resolved to take matters into his own hands, seeing an opportunity to seize power and continue the work of the Titans himself. Without warning, Lei Shen subdued Ra, binding the High Keeper in chains and stealing both his power and the essence of Aman'Thul, though he was unable to harness Ra's 2 artifacts. With his newfound might, Lei Shen declared himself the Thunder King, and imposed his tyrannical rule over Pandaria until his eventual demise. Meanwhile, Ra-Den was imprisoned in a hidden cell beneath the Throne of Thunder, forced to witness the consequence of his silence and the rise of a new era of tyranny. After eons of imprisonment beneath the Throne of Thunder, Ra-Den was discovered by daring adventurers. Millennia of confinement and torment had shattered his spirit, leading him to a grim realization. Azeroth had become irreversibly tainted, its corruption beyond redemption. In his despair, Ra-Den concluded the only solution was annihilation. However, the adventurers intervened, offering Ra-Den a glimmer of hope for the world's future. Though he harbored doubts about mortals' ability to thwart the encroaching darkness, he acknowledged their tenacity and resolve. They had, in his eyes, earned the right to stand against the looming threat. With a final flash of lightning, Ra-Den disappeared, his whereabouts unknown for years to come. After emerging from the confines of the Throne of Thunder, Ra-Den sought solace in the silent sanctuary nestled within the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. Accompanied by his loyal Mogu servants, the Rajani, the High Keeper remained secluded, contemplating the world's fate. As the awakening of the old god N'Zoth sent tremors through Azeroth, adventurers and Speaker Magni sought Ra-Den's aid. They hoped to wield the power of the Engine of Nalak Shah, housed within the Forge of Origination, as a weapon against the encroaching darkness. However, Ra-Den grimly asserted that the looming threat surpassed even the might of Azeroth's champions. He recalled the ancient conflict against the Black Empire, where all the Keepers had united to emerge victorious. In an effort to sway Ra-Den, Stormkeeper Quion of the Rajani dispatched adventurers to secure a trophy from one of the Veil's besieged generals. This act was intended to demonstrate the urgency of the situation. Ra-Den, though acknowledging the valor displayed, remained cynical, noting the sheer number of Azeroth's foes and the inevitable tipping of the world's balance against it. Yet recognizing his past errors, he conceded that mortals had surprised him before. Deciding to offer the champions a chance to defy his expectations once more, Ra-Den revealed that the Engine of Nalak Shah lay within the Mogushan vaults. This revelation opened the path for the champions to reactivate the ancient structure, a beacon of hope amidst encroaching darkness. With newfound hope ignited within him, Ra-Den entrusted the defense of the Engine of Nalak Shah to the Rajani, and joined the adventurers on a journey to the Chamber of Heart. There, he aided in their quest to restore the Forge of Origination, a crucial step in preparing Azeroth for the looming threat of N'Zoth. As the adventurers ventured into the twisted realms of N'Zoth's horrific visions, they returned to find the Chamber of Heart under siege. N'Zoth's forces had launched a direct assault, seeking to corrupt the facility and its powerful artifacts. Ra-Den valiantly fought alongside the defenders, but as the tide turned in N'Zoth's favor, he turned to the adventurers, urging them to protect Azeroth at any cost. With a steadfast determination, Ra-Den unleashed a devastating lightning attack, aimed at sealing the portal to Ny'alotha. His sacrifice was swift and selfless as he hurled himself into the portal, ensuring its destruction even as he was pulled into the realm of the old god. Magni later reflected that without Ra-Den's sacrifice, N'Zoth would have seized control of the Chamber of Heart and potentially all of Azeroth. Ra-Den's sacrifice stood as a testament to his unwavering dedication to safeguarding the world. Immersed in the nightmarish depths of Ny'alotha, Ra-Den's lingering despair consumed the flicker of hope that had sustained him. The insidious whispers of N'Zoth twisted his noble spirit, transforming him into a malevolent servant of the old god. As his corruption deepened, Ra-Den's once virtuous essence became unrecognizable. His eventual confrontation and defeat atop the Terrace of Desolation by Azeroth's champions marked a tragic end to his noble legacy, leaving Magni and others mourning the loss of a once great defender of the world. Now I want to talk about Tyr. His beginning was like the rest of the Keepers. After having been empowered by the Titan Agrimar, he and Odin fought and defeated Ragnaros. Then following those events, we jump to when he helped the Aspects fight Galakrond and be victorious, which led them to be endowed with the powers from the Titans through the Keepers. Now we move on to the next leg of Tyr's adventure. Tyr's involved in the story The War of the Scaleborn, which is the story of events before Dragonflight and going more in depth of the fight that the Aspects had with the Incarnates, which were led by Eridikron. Tyr approaches the Aspects about taking primal dragon eggs from the wilds and infusing them with order magic, which I'm fairly certain is just arcane magic, which is a way to ensure the Dragonflights thrive and weaken the Primalists. But I have to read the story to get the full idea of what's happening, so that's the very brief rundown because that's basically all the wiki said. But now I want to go into more detail about Loken's rebellion from Tyr's perspective. In the shadowy grip of corruption, when darkness threatened to consume even the noblest hearts, Tyr stood steadfast against the tide. As his brethren succumbed to the insidious whispers of corruption, only he and Arquidus remained untainted by Loken's treachery. Long before the tendrils of corruption ensnared Loken, Tyr had sensed the looming darkness, a foreboding presence that lingered on the edge of perception. Thus, when the tempest of betrayal finally broke, he was prepared, his resolve unshaken by the chaos that ensued. With Loken's legions closing in, Tyr, Arquidus, and their friend Ironea retreated to the remote reaches of Storm Peaks. There, amidst the rugged terrain and howling winds, they plotted their defiance against the encroaching darkness. As Loken scoured the land in search of his elusive prey, the trio lay in wait, hidden from prying eyes. Their absence fueled rumors of their flight, leading Loken to believe that they had fled beyond his grasp. But unbeknownst to their would-be captor, Tyr and his allies bided their time, their spirits unbroken and their determination unwavering in the face of adversity. Amidst the chaos of the Winterscorn War, as the clash between Vrykul and Earthen ignited from the frozen wastes, Tyr and his stalwart companions found themselves thrust into the heart of the conflict. Besieged by the relentless onslaught of the Winterscorn, the Earthen turned to Tyr for aid, their pleas echoing across the desolate landscape. With unwavering resolve, Tyr and his comrades emerged from the shadows, ready to lead the charge against the encroaching darkness. As battle raged on, Tyr and Arquidus forged a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, Truthguard, a shield imbued with the power to unveil Loken's deceit and rally allies to their cause. Entrusting the artifact to the valiant Vrykul champion, Yargrim the Truthseeker, they kindled a spark of defiance that ignited a revolution within the ranks of their foes. Yet as the tide of war shifted and the Winterscorn returned with newfound allies astride mighty proto-dragons, Tyr knew that victory would require more than mere steel and stone. Calling upon the dragon aspects for aid, they unleashed a tempest of divine fury upon their adversaries, casting down the Vrykul and sending the Winterscorn into a deep slumber. And thus, with the echoes of battle fading into the icy winds, Tyr and his companions stood as beacons of hope in the darkness. With the threat of Loken's plots looming ever larger, Tyr knew that decisive action was needed to thwart the malevolent plans of the treacherous Keeper. Determined to uncover the full extent of Loken's betrayal, Tyr and his allies set their sights on a daring mission, to procure the Discs of Norgannon, which is a set of enchanted artifacts that transcribe the history of Azeroth as it unfolded, which would show the full story of Loken's betrayal to the three. Before embarking on their perilous quest, Tyr made careful preparations enlisting the aid of the honored dragon aspects. Presenting them with a scale forged of pure silver, he entrusted them with a gift of great significance, a weapon against the shadows that threatened to engulf Azeroth. As the time for action drew near, Tyr bid farewell to his cherished companions, knowing that the path ahead was fraught with peril. Though their hearts yearned to accompany him to the unknown, Tyr insisted that his quest was one that only he and his fellow keepers could undertake. And so, with determination burning bright in their hearts, Tyr, Ironea, and Arquidus set forth into the unknown, their resolve unyielding, their spirits unbroken, ready to confront the darkness that lurked at the heart of their world. Amidst the towering spires of Ulduar, Tyr enacted a daring gambit to distract Loken, while his companions embarked on a perilous mission to steal the coveted Disc of Norgannon. As Tyr engaged Loken in a battle of wits at the entrance of Ulduar, Arquidus and Ironea slipped into the heart of the Titan stronghold, their movements shrouded in shadows as they sought to liberate the disc from the captor's grasp. With the precious artifacts secured, the trio made a daring escape to the treacherous Storm Peaks, their path fraught with danger at every turn. Far from the prying eyes of their pursuers, they sought sanctuary in a distant refuge, where they could unravel the mysteries contained within the discs and forge a plan to confront the looming threat. Empowered by their resolve and bolstered by a divisive band of allies, including Vrykul, Earthen, and Mechanomes, Tyr and his companions prepared to embark on a journey into the unknown. But even as they set forth, Jotun remained behind, a solitary guardian against the tide of darkness, determined to buy them precious time in their quest for salvation. And if you'd like to know more about Jotun, I do talk about him in my Storm Peaks video. As news of the theft reached Loken's ears, a chill of dread gripped his heart, for he knew that the stolen discs held secret that could seal his fate. Fearing the wrath of the Pantheon should they uncover the truth, he unleashed his monstrous minions, the fearsome Cathraxi, upon Tyr and his valiant companions. For weeks the relentless pursuit drove Tyr and his allies to the ends of the earth, until they found respite in a tranquil glade, far removed from the chaos of their fight. With unwavering resolve, Tyr made the ultimate sacrifice, standing firm against the onslaught of the Cathraxi, his courage undimmed even in the face of certain death. For 6 long days and nights, the clash of titans echoed through the glade, as Tyr fought with every ounce of strength within him. Yet as the shadows of defeat loomed large, he made a final selfless gesture, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy that consumed both himself and his foe. In the aftermath of the battle, the wounded Cathix fled into the shadows, vanishing into the depths of the wilderness, while Tyr's companions mourned the loss of their noble friend. But though his physical form may have perished, Tyr's sacrifice would forever be remembered as a beacon of hope in the darkness. In a solemn tribute to their fallen comrade, Ironea christened the serene glade as Tyr's Fall, a poignant reminder of the heroism and sacrifice witnessed within its tranquil borders. The Vrykul tongue breathed life into the name, shaping it into the evocative Tyr's Fall. With reverence and awe, they erected a grand tomb upon the hallowed ground, laying Tyr and his adversary to rest side by side. Atop the sacred mound, Tyr's argent hand gleamed in the sunlight, a symbol of his unwavering valor and selflessness. Within the solemn confines of the tomb, they enshrined Tyr's legendary weapon, the Silver Hand, preserving his legacy for eternity. Inspired by his noble sacrifice, the Vrykul pledged to stand as eternal guardians of his final resting place, their unwavering vigil a testament to the depth of their reverence. Meanwhile, Archytas and Ironea and their steadfast companions embarked on a new journey, venturing southward to forge their own destiny. Their path led them to the ancient halls of Uldaman, where they would carve out a new home amidst the echoes of history, their spirits forever intertwined with the legacy of their fallen friend. In a poignant act of foresight, Tyr had woven the essence of his being into a sacred disk, entrusting its guardianship to Archytas and Ironea. This repository of memories, known as the Disk of Tyr, held the wisdom and guidance that would illuminate the path forward in his absence. Bound by an unbreakable oath, Archytas and Ironea safeguarded the precious artifact, awaiting the moment when destiny would beckon them forth. For within the hollowed depths of the discs lay the keys to unlocking the mysteries of Azeroth's fate, a legacy of wisdom to be passed on to those deemed worthy. As the sands of time unfurled and the world stood on the precipice of uncertainty, the Discs of Tyr stood as a beacon of hope, their secrets awaiting revelation by the chosen guardians of destiny. And when the time finally arrived, the dragon aspects would be entrusted with the solemn duty of heeding Tyr's counsel, guiding the course of history with the wisdom of ages past. And when the time finally arrived, the dragon aspects would be entrusted with the solemn duty of heeding Tyr's counsel, guiding the course of history with the wisdom of ages past. Across generation, the Vrykul wove tales of valor and sacrifice, ensuring that the legend of Tyr and his Silver Hand endured as a cherished legacy among their human descendants. From the ashes of ancient lore rose Tyr's Guard, an order sworn to protect the sanctity of his tomb, their solemn vigil spanning millennia. Yet as the ages unfurled their tapestry of mysteries, the fate of Tyr's Hand remained veiled in uncertainty. Yet the echo of its presence lingered, casting an indelible mark upon the annals of human history. The resonance of Tyr's sacrifice echoed far beyond the confines of Tirisfal, permeating the very essence of human society. In homage to his memory, the city of Tyr's Hand rose, a bastion of resilience and fortitude against the tides of darkness. And from the embers of legend emerged the Knights of the Silver Hand, champions of righteousness and champions of self-sacrifice, their valorous deeds echoing the legacy of their revered originator. Now within Legion there is mentions of Tyr, but Tyr isn't directly involved. The only things that involve Tyr are various artifact quests that we get sent on. I think it's the Priest, Warrior, and Paladin get sent on different quests involving Tyr or his tomb. So I didn't really think it was worth going over entirely. However, in the future I would like to go over pretty much the entire quest line for each class in Legion, because it is a substantial quest line, and I think it's pretty interesting to go over since I've personally never really done the full quest line on any character. So I think it'd be kind of fun to do in the future, but it didn't really seem to fit right now going into the full detail. But I do go into a little bit of the detail of the Paladin quest when I go over the Storm Peaks video talking about Jotun. So if you'd like to see that, check it out. But otherwise, let's hop over to Dragonflight, where Tyr is directly involved and a lot of stuff happens. In the depths of Uldaman, a hidden chamber known as the Legacy of Tyr has been unearthed, revealing secrets long forgotten by time. Within its ancient halls lies a relic of immense significance, the Discs of Tyr. Forged in ages past, these mysterious discs hold within them the memories and wisdom of the valiant Watcher. Entrusted to the faithful guardians Ironea and Archytas, alongside the revered discs of Norganon, they are said to contain a crucial message destined for the dragon aspects. However, before the seekers of knowledge can lay their hands upon the treasured artifact, a disruptive force emerges from the depths of time itself. The infinite dragon Chrono Lord Dios, wielding the power of temporal manipulation, intervenes, whisking away the discs to a distant era beyond reach. Thus the pursuit of Tyr's legacy takes an unexpected turn, as the tendrils of time intertwine with the quest for truth. In a land veiled by mystery and ancient power, a remarkable artifact stirs from its slumber. The Silver Scale, a dragon scale crafted of pure silver, resonates with a newfound vitality, its shimmering surface aglow with arcane energies. Sensing the significance of this awakening, the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza calls upon a valiant adventurer to journey to Tyrhold, a bastion steeped in the echoes of a bygone era. Accompanied by the vigilant watcher Kuranos, they embark on a quest to unravel the enigma that surrounds the pulsating scale. As they delve into the depths of Tyrhold, the adventurers uncover fragments of a forgotten past, piecing together cryptic messages left by the legendary Watcher Tyr. These ancient messages speak of treachery in flight, shedding light on the machinations of the corrupted Loken and the desperate escape of Tyr, Archytas, and Ironea from the clutches of Ulduar's darkness. With each revelation, the scale's resonance grows, resonating with the echoes of history. And as the final fragment falls into place, the dragon aspects themselves descend upon Tyrhold, drawn by the beckoning call of destiny. In a breathtaking display of temporal insight, Nozdormu unveils a vision, a glimpse into the monumentous exchange when Tyr bestowed the scale upon the dragons, a gesture of friendship and unity that reverberates through the ages. As Alexstrasza reflects on the dragons' triumphs and the legacy of their revered guardian Tyr, an unexpected revelation unfolds. A Titan orb, dormant for ages, springs to life in response to her words, projecting a spectral visage of Tyr himself. In a solemn message from beyond the veil of mortality, Tyr imparts urgent counsel to the dragon aspects. He speaks of a looming peril, a moment of dire need foreseen from the realms beyond the living. With unwavering resolve, he directs them to his ancient forge, the crucible of his power and essence. As a silver scale is respectfully placed upon the forge's console, a surge of arcane energy courses through the chamber. It intertwines with legendary Titan steel ingots, relics of Agrimar's divine craftsmanship, safeguarded within the halls of infusion by the vigilant watcher Iridius. A new form begins to take shape, an empty vessel forged from echoes of Tyr's essence, awaiting the spark of consciousness. Yet the task remains incomplete, the path forward veiled in uncertainty. Guided by the whispers of time itself, Nozdormu discerns a latent potential within the Silver Scale, an untapped reservoir of memories, unbound by the constraints of mortal existence. Thus a daring expedition is undertaken, led by intrepid adventurers and the steadfast watcher Kuranos. In the dim recesses of the tomb, echoes of Tyr's final moments are unearthed, a poignant testament to his sacrifice and valor. With solemn reverence, these memories are enshrined within the vessel, a fleeting flicker of life breathed into its form. Yet as the echoes of Tyr's essence stir within the vessel, a fleeting glimmer of hope emerges, a beacon of possibility in the darkness. The journey is far from over, and the legacy of Tyr, guardian of Azeroth, lives on, awaiting his moment to shine once more. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic events known as the Dawn of the Infinite, a coalition of unlikely allies embarked on a daring quest to recover the lost discs of Tyr. Led by Chromie and the enigmatic Eternius, they ventured across time and space, placing arcane beacons at pivotal moments in history. With the aid of Chromie's temporal magic, they pinpointed the whereabouts of one of the elusive discs, held captive within the formidable Nighthold, under the watchful gaze of the arcane sorceress Elisanda. After a harrowing confrontation with Farak and his minions, the intrepid band, accompanied by a valiant adventurer, breached the Nighthold's defenses. In a realm untouched by the passage of time, they engaged Elisanda in a battle of wills, persuading her to relinquish Tyr's long-lost disc. With the disc secured and the Silver Scale in their possession, the stage was set for a momentous reunion. As the ancient rituals were performed, Tyr's essence was summoned forth, drawn from the abyss of oblivion to greet the world once more. In a momentous reunion, the long-lost artifacts, the Disc of Tyr and the Silver Scale converged, signaling the revival of Tyr. As he emerged from the shadows of the past, he was met by Alexstrasza and Nosdormu, witnesses to his resurrection. Amidst the joyous reunions, Tyr's companions delivered somber tidings of the passage of time, revealing the fate of his former comrades, Malygos, Ysera, and Neltharion. Neltharion succumbed to corruption inflicted by the Old Gods, leading adventurers to confront and ultimately defeat him. Subsequently, Ysera fell victim to the insidious influence of the Emerald Nightmare. Upon her demise, Elune intervened at the request of Tyrande, purifying Ysera's spirit. Meanwhile, Malygos became consumed by his idea that the mortal spellcasters may end up bringing the Burning Legion to Azeroth as the Highborn once did. His descent into madness solidified his conviction that mortals were incapable of responsibly wielding magic. In a desperate bid to assert control, he tapped into the ley lines coursing through Northrend, redirecting their power to his domain within the Nexus. However, the consequences were dire, as the unleashed magical energies proved volatile and dangerous. These events culminated in what would be known as the Nexus War. Recognizing the danger Malygos posed, Alexstrasza made the difficult decision to end his reign. With the aid of adventurers and support from the Red Dragonflight, Malygos was ultimately defeated, bringing an end to his life. Even as the torchbearers of old faded into memory, new aspects had risen to take their place, ushering in a new era of guardianship. Seeking clarity amidst the shifting tides of destiny, Tyr inquired about the purpose behind his rebirth. With a solemn gaze, Alexstrasza recounted their initial intentions, forged in the crucible of necessity, now tempered by the dawning of a new age, an era defined by peace and camaraderie. Eager to embrace his newfound role, Tyr was introduced to the stalwart defenders of his legacy, the Tyr's Guard. Gathered at their new bastion Tyr's Rest, with a nod of assent, he accepted the mantle of leadership, ready to impart his wisdom and guidance to those who sought it. As Tyr settled into the sanctuary of Tyr's Rest alongside his loyal guard, a sense of curiosity mingled with the weight of responsibility. Trevard, ever dutiful, sought to discern Tyr's will in this unfamiliar era. In a moment of contemplation, Tyr confessed his need for understanding, admitting to the vast chasm of knowledge that separated him from the present reality. Questions lingered, like echoes of a forgotten past, beckoning him to unravel the mysteries of this changed world. Trevard, ever the steward of wisdom, shed light upon the fate of Tyr's once loyal Vrykul soldiers, now reborn as the resilient lineage of humanity. Stirred by this revelation, Tyr recognized the call to embrace his role as a beacon of knowledge and guidance. Thus, with clarity and purpose, Tyr's will took shape. A collective endeavor to bridge the chasm between past and present, to unravel the enigmas of this new age. The Tyr's Guard, steadfast in their loyalty, pledged themselves to this noble quest, eager to serve as both guardians and scholars in Tyr's pursuit of enlightenment. Across the lands of Azeroth, whispers of hope spread among the Paladin orders, fueled by the prospect of Tyr's return as a unifying force. Yet amidst these murmurs of anticipation, a question lingered in the hearts of many. Where would Tyr's path lead next? In the quiet moments that followed, Talthis, ever bold and resolute, dared to pose this question to Tyr himself. With a sage's wisdom and humility, Tyr expressed his desire to tread cautiously, to walk the roads of this unfamiliar world with a seeker's heart. For Tyr understood that true change began not with grand gestures or bold declarations, but with a humble willingness to listen, to learn, and to grow. And so with Tyr's Rest as their sanctuary and the journey of discovery as their guide, Tyr and his loyal guard embarked upon a quest that would shape the destiny of Azeroth itself. In the wake of his revival and subsequent discussions with the Paladins, Tyr found himself grappling with the vast chasm between the ancient past and the modern present. Though heartened by the continuation of his legacy through the Tyr's Guard and Knights of the Silver Hand, he couldn't shake the feeling of alienation from the world he once knew. Trevard, however, saw Tyr's return as a beacon of inspiration for those who upheld order, hinting at a deeper purpose yet to unfold, a sentiment Tyr hoped to embrace. Amidst the blossoming of Amirdrasil, Tyr and Kuranos embarked on a journey to the newly emerged World Tree. Reflecting on the changes around them, Tyr confided in Kuranos about his apprehensions regarding the transformed world and its unfamiliar inhabitants. Similarly, Kuranos admitted his own uncertainties about his newfound role. Yet in the midst of uncertainty, they found solace in the idea of observing and safeguarding this new world, leaving Tyr with much to contemplate as he ventured forward. Now we arrive at the final 4 keepers, but only one of them has a more intricate backstory, and that being Thorim. So let's cover Thorim first and then end on the remaining 3, Mimiron, Archytas, and Hodor. In the grand tapestry of cosmic history, Thorim emerged as one of the illustrious keepers, forged by the Pantheon's divine hand to stand as a bulwark against the encroaching darkness of the old gods. Blessed with formidable might by Golganeth himself, Thorim alongside Hodor and Ra waged epic battles against the formidable Alakir the Windlord, eventually vanquishing the elemental threat. Entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding Ulduar and the Terrace of the Makers, Thorim stood as a stalwart defender in the ancient pacts forged among the frosty races. Among his closest allies were the sons of Hodor, bound by bonds of friendship forged in the crucible of shared purpose. In a bygone era, the ingenious keeper Mimiron crafted the Thunderspark, a potent artifact that fueled the Titan Strike, a weapon of awe-inspiring power wielded by Thorim himself. Together they stood as champions of order and guardians of Azeroth's fragile balance. Yet tragedy darkened Thorim's path when corruption seeped into the hallowed halls of Ulduar, poisoning the minds of his brethren. Betrayed by the twisted machinations of Loken, Thorim was ensnared in a web of deceit, led to believe that his beloved wife Sif had been slain by the frost giants under King Argrim's command. Consumed by grief and righteous fury, Thorim unleashed his mighty hammer Krolmir in a cataclysmic act of vengeance. The thunderous impact of its descent rent the earth asunder, freezing the tragic tableau in eternal stasis, a grim monument to betrayal and loss, forever known as Thunderfall. Haunted by the specter of his beloved's demise, Thorim retreated to the solemn confines of the Temple of Storms, gripped by the weight of sorrow and regret. For millennia, he languished in a somber state, while the sons of Hodor grappled with the shocking betrayal that shattered their world. In the turbulent era of the Lich King's reign, a beacon of hope emerged from the shadows of despair. With the aid of intrepid adventurers, Thorim, once ensnared in the icy grip of sorrow, found redemption amidst the frigid peaks of Northrend. Awakened from his long slumber by the whispers of fate, Thorim resolved to confront the betrayer Loken and reclaim his tarnished honor. In a pact forged in the crucible of shared purpose, he joined forces with the stalwart adventurers, their hearts united in a quest for justice and redemption. Guided by the indomitable spirit of Thorim, the sons of Hodor rallied to his cause, beckoning brave souls to aid them in healing the wounds of old and bridging the chasm that divided Frost Giant and Keeper. Through acts of courage and compassion, the rift that once threatened to tear their kin asunder began to mend, paving the way for reconciliation and unity. In a fervent quest to reclaim his lost honor and seek vengeance against his deceitful kin, Thorim embarked on a daring campaign to confront his treacherous brother. Armed with his legendary weapon and clad in his armor, he marched forth to wage war against the shadows that had tainted his legacy. Yet unbeknownst to Thorim, his valiant pursuit was but a pawn in the twisted schemes of Loken, the mastermind behind the web of deception woven to ensnare the noble keeper. With cunning and guile, Loken orchestrated a malevolent scheme to lure Thorim from the sanctuary of the Temple of Storms, where his dark influence held sway. As Thorim fell into the trap laid by his duplicitous brother, he found himself ensnared in the clutches of darkness, his valiant spirit shackled by the insidious power of Yogg-Saron, the malevolent old god lurking within the depths of Ulduar. Alongside his faithful proto-drake Varanus, Thorim was whisked away to the heart of the ancient Titan stronghold, where the whispers of madness echoed throughout the corridors of his mind, and his once noble dragon was turned into what is now known as Razorscale. Following Ulduar and all the keepers being released from Yogg-Saron's control, we find Thorim in Legion next. Forged by the ingenious keeper Mimiron as a token of camaraderie for his esteemed ally Thorim, the legendary firearm known as Titan Strike bore witness to a tumultuous journey through time. Crafted with precision and imbued with the essence of thunderous might, this artifact of divine craftsmanship held within it the fabled Thunderspark, a source of unimaginable power coveted by mortals and titans alike. Yet as the tides of fate unfurled, Titan Strike found itself ensnared in the clutches of treachery and intrigue. Pilfered from the hallowed halls of Ulduar, the gun embarked on a harrowing odyssey that led it to the windswept shores of Shield's Rest, nestled amidst the mysterious Broken Isles. Amidst the chaos of the Burning Legion's onslaught, the coveted relic fell once more into the hands of the Vrykul warrior of formidable prowess, Prostaga. her ambitions ignited by the allure of divine power. With fervent determination, she set her sights on unearthing the Titan spark concealed within Titanstrike, harboring dreams of ascension to the ranks of the divine. In a clash of titanic proportions, Thorm, the stalwart guardian in the Temple of Storms, found himself thrust into the heart of the fray. Joined by the brilliant mind of Mimiron, the valiant hunter Griff Wildheart, who is actually a hunter from Dunmorrow who teaches the dwarf hunters there, and a familiar ally from battles long past, Thorm braced himself for a confrontation that would shape the fate of worlds. Against the backdrop of thunderous strikes and crackling energy, Thorm and his steadfast companions waged a battle of wills against the empowered Prostaga. Fueled by the primal energies coursing through Thunderstrike, she unleashed the full extent of her might in a bid to reshape the destiny of her people and defy the judgment of the Keepers. In a symphony of chaos and heroism, the fate of Thunderstrike hung in the balance, its storied legacy bound to the outcome of this epic struggle. As lightning danced across the battlefield and thunder echoed through the heavens, the destiny of worlds collided in a clash that would echo through the ages. In the heat of battle, amidst the crackling energies of Thunderstrike, a loyal companion emerged from the shadows. Hati, the faithful wolf, stood ready to defend its master. With primal instincts of flame and ferocity unmatched, Hati lunged forth, its fangs bared in a symphony of fury. As the thunderspark surged with unchecked power, threatening to consume both wielder and foe alike, Hati's valiant charge became a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Sensing the imminent danger, the hunter forged a bond with their stalwart companion, intertwining their souls in a pact born of necessity and kinship. With newfound resolve, Thorm entrusted Titanstrike to the hunter's capable hands, charging them with the sacred duty to wield its thunderous might. United as one, Hunter and Wolf stood as champions against the encroaching darkness, their bond forged in battle and tempered by the fires of adversity. In the solemn halls of Ulduar, where ancient oaths bound the keepers to duty, a clarion call echoed through the realm. Heimdall, the vigilant guardian, sounded the Yaller horn, a call that stirred the very foundations of the Titan-forged stronghold. Yet as the reverberations of the horn faded, a shadow loomed over the hollowed halls. Thorm delivered grim tidings. The Burning Legion had set their sights on Ulduar's sacred domain. Bound by duty and honor, the Keepers stood poised to defend their ancestral home. In a bold display of unity, Odin, Lord of the Valajar, dispatched his stalwart warriors to bolster the defenders of Ulduar. Despite the Legion's relentless onslaught, Thorm rallied the forces of Ulduar, vowing to stand as one against the encroaching darkness. Amidst the chaos of battle, Hoder, Lord of Winter's Chill, fell into the clutches of the Legion's grasp. Undeterred by the odds stacked against them, Thorm marshaled the strength of Ulduar, pledging their aid to the valiant Valajar. Together they embarked on a daring rescue mission, braving the depths of the Legion's realm to free Hoder from his torment. With valor as their guide and unity as their shield, Thorm and his allies confronted the Legion's forces, determined to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. In the throes of the Fourth War's chaos, Thorm's sacred temple became a battleground once more. As the clash subsided, victory lay within their grasp, yet Thorm himself lay stricken, his strength waning. In a twist of fate, Griff and a valiant hunter bearing the weight of destiny upon their shoulders stumbled upon the essence of Hades amidst the aftermath of battle. With steely resolve, they faced the spectral remnant, confronting the echoes of past adversaries with courage and determination. In a clash of wills and steel, the hunters emerged triumphant, binding the essence within the Thunderspark, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that threatened to engulf them all. As the essence dissipated, its hold over Thorm shattered, setting the Keeper free from his chains of torment. With renewed purpose burning in his heart, Thorm wasted no time, teleporting to the heart of Silithus, the Wound. There, amidst the scars of war and the lingering echoes of ancient evils, he invoked the power of Korlmir, a symbol of his indomitable will, to confront the essence of Hades once more. In a blaze of divine energy, Thorm unleashed his fury upon the spectral wolf, shattering its grip on Griff and banishing the shadows that sought to enslave them. With Hades' essence restored, a flicker of hope ignited in the darkness, a testament to the resilience of heroes in the face of adversity. Amidst the aftermath of the climactic conflict against the jailer, the brothers Bronzebeard made a pilgrimage to the hallowed grounds of the Temple of Storms. There they found Thorm, wrestling with the weight of his past. In their heartfelt exchange, the brothers sensed a glimmer of hope in Thorm's demeanor, a faint echo of the valor that once defined him. With genuine concern, they inquired about his loyal companion, the elusive Wolf Skull, and the whereabouts of Jotun, whose absence cast a shadow over the Dragonblight. Thorm, ever the enigma, offered cryptic responses, his gaze drifting into the horizon as if searching for answers in the windswept peaks. With a sheepish grin, he assured the brothers that Skull would find his way home in due time, though the mystery of Jotun's disappearance remained unresolved. As their conversation unfolded, Thorm's mind seemed adrift, his thoughts scattered like leaves in the tempest. Mistaking Bran for another, he brushed aside Muradin's suggestion with the dismissive wave, his focus tethered to the mysteries that lingered beyond the reaches of mortal comprehension. As I mentioned earlier, the remaining 3 figures in this tale don't have as much information, but let's start with Arquidus. He offers little more than what's already been shared in Tyr's narrative. One notable addition to his tale is his role in constructing the Chamber of Heart, a sanctuary dedicated to nurturing Azeroth's world soul. Following the events of the Winterscorn War and escaping the Cathraxi, both Arquidus and Ironea entered a deep hibernation within the vaults of Uldaman, their rest undisturbed until the arrival of intrepid adventurers many years later. Despite prevailing theories suggesting his dormancy, whispers persist that Arquidus is not deceased but rather incapacitated, leaving open the tantalizing possibility of his eventual reawakening. Now we move on to Mimiron. Following his triumph over Neptulon, Mimiron faced a dire turn of events orchestrated by the cunning Loken, who plotted his demise. Yet fortune favored the ingenious inventor, as his loyal Mechanome followers managed to salvage his essence and fashion a new mechanical body, ensuring his continued existence. However, the ordeal left Mimiron's mind in a precarious state, his once brilliant intellect clouded by lingering traces of instability. Subsequently, Mimiron and his fellow Watchers fell victim to corruption, ensnared within the malevolent confines of Ulduar. It was only through the courage and determination of brave adventurers that they were liberated from their sinister captors, emerging from the shadows to aid in the defense of Azeroth. In the tumultuous era of Legion's onslaught, Mimiron resurfaced, offering invaluable assistance to a courageous hunter seeking the legendary weapon known as Titan Strike, with giving the adventurer the idea to go and seek out Thorm and then helping save Hati after the fight. Later on, Mimiron helps adventurers locate Hati, whose spirit was thought to be lost after Titan Strike's power was expended against the Sword of Sargeras. But thanks to Mimiron, he figured out that Hati survived and could possibly be saved. Together with Griff, the Huntmaster, and Thorm, they ventured to Silithus to retrieve Hati's essence and bring him back to life. Thanks to their efforts, the loyal wolf was back with his master. As the saga unfolds, we turn our gaze to Hoder, the stalwart guardian of the Temple of Winter. His valor in the battle against Alakir the Windlord is but a prelude to the shadowy veil that shrouds his fate thereafter. Amidst the treacherous schemes of Loken, Hoder vanishes into the depths of obscurity, ensnared by the tendrils of deceit that grip the heart of Ulduar. In a tragic twist of fate, Loken's minions, fueled by malevolent intent, descended upon the sacred grounds of the Temple of Winter, casting a pall of destruction in their wake. The once serene haven is plunged into chaos, its tranquility shattered by the fury of the fire giant's onslaught. Caught in the grip of betrayal, Hoder's noble spirit is ensnared within the icy confines of Ulduar, his absence a haunting testament to the fragility of trust in the face of darkness. As the resounding call of the Yaldarhorn echoed through the hollowed halls of Ulduar, a solemn oath whispered through the ages, binding the keepers to its sacred summons. Yet, despite their unwavering allegiance, the Titanic Guardians found themselves shackled by the chains of circumstance. For in the shadows of invasion, the Burning Legion descended upon Ulduar's bastions. With grim determination, Odin rallied the Valajar, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness, as they clashed with the demonic legion in a desperate struggle for survival. Amidst the chaos of battle, Hoder chased the retreating demons through a shimmering portal, his mighty form disappearing into the abyss of unknown realms. In the shadowed realm of Niskara, Hoder's noble spirit became tainted by the insidious influence of the Legion, his once untarnished resolve twisted by the sinister schemes of his captors. Yet, in the face of despair, hope flickered like a solitary flame in the darkness, as Thorm and the Valajar ventured forth to free their fallen comrade from the shackles of corruption. With valor and determination, they waged a daring rescue mission, braving the depths of infernal realms to reclaim Hoder from the clutches of oblivion. And as they emerged triumphant, the Icy Guardian stood redeemed, his gratitude a testament to the unbreakable bonds forged in the crucible of battle. In a gesture of loyalty and solidarity, Hoder pledged himself to the cause of the Battle Lord, his valor immortalized within the halls of Skyhold, where he would stand as a stalwart champion against the encroaching shadows of darkness. In the wake of the conflict with the jailer, a welcome change descends upon the Temple of Winter. With Hodor's liberation, the frigid winds once more envelop the sanctuary, a testament to the enduring spirit of resilience and the triumph of hope amidst the darkness that threatens to engulf us all. And that's going to do it for this one. Hopefully you did enjoy. As always, take care of yourself. You're doing great. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't need to be harder on yourself. And I'll see you in the next one.